afternoon, everybody. Welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Welcome to Riyadh and welcome to Saudi Arabia. And this is the Jcsa English-speaking coverage. My name is Callum Helliwell and I'm looking forward to bringing you 12 races here from King Abdulaziz Racecourse. But it's not 12 ordinary races, no, not at all. The first 4 races, what we know and love here from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Plenty of thoroughbred action, horses left, right and centre, and plenty of form to get stuck into with a couple of interesting youngsters on the cards. But afterwards, the next 8, well, I tell you, you know as much as I do, because we have very little idea about what's going on in the next 8 races. It's all purebred Arabians. It's part of the Purebred Arabian Festival here in Saudi Arabia. It covers 2 days, and myself and Mr. Rory Delagi will be looking forward to getting stuck into a bunch of races where we have very little form to go on. No, but it's obviously quite an interesting cultural phenomenon. The Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup. It's a 2-day festival here. This is a bunch of races that used to be run at Al Khalidia Farm, but have now been brought to the racecourse for better facilities, a wider audience. But they're not. They don't appear in the form book. You won't see the results in the form book. So we're a little bit more than happy to answer it to the best of our abilities, which means I'll probably pan over to Rory and say, Rory, what do you think? It makes it much easier. But it's not just me and Rory here taking you through all the action here at King Abdulaziz. We also have Hannah Baycroft down in the parade ring. She's the hardest working woman in our team. And Hannah, what do you know today?
Thank you very much, Callum. Hello, everyone at home. Well, just like you said, Callum, there's not a great deal to know today yet. This is why it's very important for you guys at home. Pop those questions in. Of course, today and tomorrow is all about purebred Arabian horses. 8 of those races are purebred Arabians. There's plenty of time for you to pop those questions in, and I will do my best. I'll run around and see who I can meet and find out what we can about today. But it's very exciting. I'm very much grateful to be a part of today. Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz Arabian Horse Festival. What a day to be here, eh? But yes, very much looking forward to it. And like I said, pop those questions in the comments. We'd love to hear from you. Well, before we get going with our first race of the day, we best head over to our race day commentator. It's John Blance.
Hannah, many thanks. Yeah, looking forward to this first race underway very shortly. And we've got the runners and riders for you now. Horse number 1 is Abba Al Talat, Nawaf Al Mudiani rides. Horse number 2 is Al Mushmakir, Hamza Saad. 3 is Al Nafli, Mohammed Al Nevzi. 4 is Asad, Abdullah Al Kredis. Horse number 5 is Farid Wagali, Nawaf Al Fairuz. And horse number 6 is Gala Hamad, Naif Al Anazi. Moving on to horse number 7, Halland, that's Madam Abdullah Al Rashed. Horse number 8 is Ertafei, Ayed Al Turizi. Horse number 9 is Mada, Jose Rodriguez. Number 10 is Mayman, the Mountain Mohammed Kol Makaj. Horse number 11 is Sama Al Kata, Adil Al Odib. Horse number 12 is Atea Al Manan. Horse number 13 is Alba Sharia, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 14 is Bandanaya, Yasser Al-Bakawi. Horse number 15 is Faras Al-Maidan, Abdullah Alofi. And horse number 16 doesn't go, number 17 does though. TNT, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein is aboard. So that is race number 1. It's a local bred horses maiden. They're in the pre-parade ring. We can get back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, we've got thoroughbreds, Rory. We know about these, don't we?
We certainly do, yes.
Shall we start from the top and work our way down with these ones? I think it'll be the easiest way to go.
No reason why not.
Abba Al Talat is the first horse we'll talk about. Unseated rider at the start on debut last time.
Yeah, swerved and unseated Nawaf Al Mudiani shortly after the start last time out, and then ran loose. I think past the post in second place, but you don't start trying to judge the level of form based on that. What I would say is the horse was pretty sharply out of the stalls, almost too sharply, and then he just sort of headed off to the rails as if that's what the jockey would have wanted him to do. Unfortunately, he didn't tell the jockey before he did it, and he went out the side door. So he may have a bit of talent, but obviously, it's difficult to tip up in a race like this, but clearly a sharp enough sort.
I thought in a race like this, he could be a bit of an each-way player, really, because he clearly knew what he was doing on the track when he got going. He did everything right, but I mean, it was almost like he didn't dump the jockey at the start. He sort of jumped so well. I think the jockey got a little bit left in the stalls.
He did, yeah. He's got a bit of a flyer, but he has he has taken a bit of a left turn as well. But it's difficult. If the jockey was unbalanced in the first place, if the jockey just gets unbalanced because the horse jumps better than you think he is, and he's going out the side door, then he's kind of pushing the horse to the left as well. So the swerve to the left could be part of the jockey getting unbalanced. It's possible it's a quirk, and that he's a little bit of a tricky one, but it's easy not to make excuses for that, and we'll find out a lot more about him today. So not easy to put up as a selection, but it wouldn't be at all surprising to see him get involved.
He's certainly in the right hands with Jimmy Jerkin. Al Mushmakir is horse number 2 on debut. What do we know?
He's the first known foal of a once-raced maiden, and he's by Finest Artisan. Doesn't make a huge amount of appeal on paper. It's drawn out and stalled 17 for debut, so it'd be a surprise to see him get involved.
Al Nafli is the next horse, but before we look at that one, let's look at some inserts. Mayman is the first one we'll take a look at. This was horse was last seen finishing 4th. This was behind the loose horse that he faces again today.
Yes, indeed. I thought this was quite a good run from Mayman. He's caught the eye in his last couple of starts now from wide draws. It took a while to show much form, but I think he has improved in his last 2 and finished 6.5 lengths or 6 1/4 lengths. 4th of 17 to Saif Al Hijaz. Over this track and trip last time, doing good late work. I thought he's clearly no star, but I thought this was a likeable enough performance, and he'd shown a bit when drawn out wide on his previous start. Hasn't quite got home either time, but with a good run through, he could go well.
Let's talk about the second horse we'll look at. This Al Beshereya is the next horse here. This horse coming 5th in the end. Just got a little bit tired late on, I thought.
He did, yeah. Looked like he might challenge for second at this stage. This is a race won by Tashaba, who's out in front already. Al Beshereya looked likely to get placed, and I should say just flattened out late in the day and finished 4th, but did finish 4 lengths clear of Al Nafli, who was further back in the field, so holds that one on that form and should do a little bit better.
Yeah, it was all very tight towards the end there, but hopefully can build on that effort. And in a race like this, are you looking at a horse who's shown a little bit already, or are you looking for the unexposed angle?
Generally speaking, you want to have something that's shown a little bit. You know, horses who've had a few runs and haven't shown an awful lot are hard to fancy. Horses are beginning to get their act together. I don't really mind if they're fairly lowly rated if they're going the right way.
Hannah is in the parade ring. It's a tricky race to start with, Hannah, but who's caught your eye?
Well, I've had a look at them coming into the parade ring, and the first one we're going to look at is horse number 1, Abba Al Talat for Jimmy Jerkins, the 4-year-old colt that's only had 1 race under its belt but did not finish. So let's have a look and see what it's looking like. Well, from what I can see from this horse, it is still looking a little bit soft on the hindquarters, but it's got a gorgeous shine on its coat. It's got the earplugs in and taking it all in, all the atmosphere. It's quite a nice looking horse, actually, quite chunky as well, but a bit more growing to definitely do. The next horse we are going to look at is the horse behind. It's horse number 2. This is Al Mushmakir, and I picked this horse because it's got a better definition on its hind end for sure and a lovely shine on its coat. It's a finer looking horse for sure, but that's what stood out to me, its hindquarters. Just having a bit of a spook there, but nothing to worry about at all. Then the next horse we'll look at is horse number 6. As they all come past and have a little look around. So the next horse is a grey, Gala Hamad, and Naif Al-Anazi takes the ride. It's having a bit of a spook, going sideways a bit there. As you can see, it's got the blinkers on just to keep it looking straight forward, and the noseband on too, on its toes, but there's no sweat or anything like that. Now, considering the temperature isn't too cool, it is quite warm, so it's a good sign. And I think actually by looking at this horse, to me, it's I quite like the idea that it just wants to get on with the job. It's not getting too massively worked up. Hindquarters look nice definition on this horse, and he looks more race fit than the other ones I've looked at. Now, the final horse that I love, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, Faraz Al Maydan looks very, very nice, but let's keep going through this field. Al Nafli is horse number 3.
Didn't show an awful lot last season in Taif, and was given what I thought was a fairly dubious opening mark of 60. Was beaten around 12 lengths when 9th to Tazaba, a race we've seen already, on return from a length of day off here last week, and has turned out quickly after that. Needs to improve a fair bit on that, and although on the ratings has got a decent chance, as we saw last season at time, all those early season maidens were massively overrated at the time, and the horses who ran them took a long time to come down. So that 60, based on what it did last season, just seems a little high for me. And although it was entitled to need the run last week, this is a very quick turnaround from that, which puts me off a little bit as well.
Assad is the 4.
Best effort to date went fourth to Alan Warren in a maiden over 1,600 metres in December 2023. Hasn't built in that subsequently, was well held at a not to 60 handicap at Taif in August when last seen.
Farid Wagali is the 5.
Near last and first in 3 maiden runs last term, and he comes back after an 11-month layoff here and hard to fancy as a result.
Let's talk about the 6, Gala Hamad. Decent bit of form here, tried 1,800 metres last time, did not work out.
No, didn't stay the 1,800 metres. Raced quite freely that day, was in touch until the home turn before dropping out. He'd been running well prior to that. He's fairly exposed, Gala Hamad, but he had been running well, and he's best judged in his previous efforts. Placed 3 times over 1,400 metres earlier this season, and I would have thought dropping back to this trip can go fairly free. I thought 1,200 metres will suit. If I was going to go one way from 1,400 metres, it would be down, not up, and the connections went up last time to 1,800. As you said, that didn't work at all. Should be competitive, a back and trip. Still 14, not ideal, but judge this horse in his previous form, not that last time out effort.
Haaland is the 7 on debut.
Yeah, Park Troughton stall 15, which isn't ideal for a debutant. He's a Frozen Power half-brother to a local winner called Eshtaher. The trainer hasn't had many runners here this season, and those that have run, I think he's only maybe 3 runners in the last month, and none earlier in the season, and those 3 have been fairly well beaten. Now, the stable did okay last season, was hitting around a 10% strike rate, which was respectable enough here, but the signs are that the yard is not really hitting form yet, so I'd have a watching brief for Holland today.
Best watched. Ertefei is the 8. We've seen a lot of this horse, plenty of starts.
Yeah, rated 48. He's gone off the boil a little bit. 11 runs without success. And to be honest, his only solid run was when second in a 1,400 metre maiden here in March. The maidens in March tend to be fairly weak affairs, end of season stuff. And he arrives here in the back of a couple of poor runs, so hard to fancy.
Marder is the 9.
Madar has a rating of 58, so is competitive in terms of ratings, but not running particularly well at the moment. Was 4th in a 0 to 71 handicap at Taif in August over 1,600 metres, and that gives him a chance, but been well beaten on all subsequent starts. Takes a big drop in trip, stays a mile well, drops back to 1,200 metres today, just I think to try to get a little bit of a spark back.
We've spoken about the 10, so let's move on to the 11, Sema Al-Qatar.
Yeah, this is a first defence gelding out of an unraced mare. She's produced 6 foals to race, but only one of those is won, and others are more appealing on paper.
Ateya Al-Manan is a nice filly here who makes her 4th start, but she's done little wrong in her first 3.
She's shown ability all 3 starts without setting the world alight. She's probably better than a rating of 41, would suggest. But she'd need to run a fair bit above that to win this race. She matched the pick of her maiden form when 6th to Shamkat to Wake in a winners of 1 over a course and distance last time out. And it wouldn't be a massive surprise to see her hit the frame despite that lowly rating.
Yeah, let's take a look at, we've talked about the 13, Abishareya, so we'll move on to the 14, Bandinaya.
A Bandini filly, as you'd guess by the name, out of an unraced mare. And as a half-brother to a fair local winner called Santiago, well drawn on debut if it's ready to go. But we tend to go against the newcomers, particularly when they're 5-year-old mare. The 5-year-old mares, it's a bit of a worry that that this is the first time she's seeing a racecourse. So you wouldn't expect her to be very sharp, would you?
No, it's almost, and sometimes you're just best thinking, let's turn this one out to stud straight away while you're trying to get the run in at this point. But Feras Al-Mayadeen, this is one that caught my eye. It was Hannah's paddock pick so far. She might have changed, but it's the one she liked the most so far. But I just thought this horse looked really, really good in the parade ring. Has had enough starts to suggest we might know a level, though. Yeah, she had 5 runs. She gets a rating of 41. She does look well. But she ran here recently over course and distance and was well beaten and was held by 2 or 3 of these on that form. She was 3rd in a 1,400 metre maiden earlier in the season. She's got the build of a sprinter, so if you trust her to run to her best form, she's got half a chance. But if I hadn't seen her in the flesh, I would have put a line through her fairly quickly. Husamea is the 16. Is a non-runner. Oh, it doesn't go. There we go. That's I've not got that on my card. TNT, the 17, is a pace angle here, but was so disappointing last time when I thought had a bit of an each-way chance.
Yeah, showed speed to lead Honky Tonk Man 2 starts ago, but finished well beaten in that race. And again, showed speed last time, but that was back in maiden company and just no finishing effort. This horse is all early speed and no no stamina even for this sort of trip. I don't think she finds an awful lot when push comes to shove. She just runs fast for 2 or 3 furlongs and that's it.
Yeah, she's got plenty of early toe. But we said that maybe in her career she needs a pretty poor race to kind of run away from them, and she might have place claims. Well, this is that poor race, and hopefully she holds every chance. Great to see Francesco Bellomo in the chat, repping the Albanian flag there, Rory. Great to see we've got some Albanian viewership. Hopefully you can stick around for the entire show, and we'll find you some purebred Arabian winners. Some of the purebred Arabians in the card that we see have NOR next to them as where they come from, and I suggested that was Norway.
Yeah,
you quickly shut me down there. It's very highly unlikely that Norwegians are breeding these purebred Arabians.
Yes, it seems massively unlikely to me. But you're interested to know what it is, because these strike me as being Saudi horses. So I don't know what the abbreviation is for, but no doubt we'll find out.
We will find out. Yeah, hopefully we will find out. In this race, though, Rory, have you got a selection here?
Well, I've got to have a selection, don't I?
Go on. Give us them's the rules.
The more I look at Alba Al Talat, the more I think actually he might be half decent after that unfortunate experience first time out. But he is put in his favourite, and the horse that I thought would run a really solid race here is Mayman, number 10. So he's my selection. But yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised to find this favourite is something pretty decent.
Yeah, I'm going to go for that favourite. It gives me a sense of Yadar. It gives me a sense of Yadar in this race, where he unseated earlier on in his career and then showed a little bit of ability when running loose. And I just think Abba Al-Talat is in very good hands and should have a good chance. Now, Mudiani, though, the jockey, has been in some stinking form recently.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, I talked about jockeys and Albanian flags. My selection is actually ridden by an Albanian jockey, Marcelian Kolmarkai, who I know nothing about.
There we go. Well, Francesco, if you know anything about Marcelian, please let us know in the chat, definitely, because that would be lovely to hear. But they are already loading up. The selection for myself and Rory are 1 Abba Abtalat for me, 10 Mayman for Rory, and Hannah likes the 15 Faras Almeidan. John Blance, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, horses are loading up for the first of the 12 races here at Riyadh. Of course, those Arabian races later on. But the thoroughbreds taking centre stage at the moment. In goes Halland. 4 horse going in is Assad. Nearest to us there in stall 1 is Bandenaya. I think Mayman's got a pretty good chance in the hands of Marcelian Kolmakai. Particularly great draw, but might just have the ability to overcome it. We'll see. Once again, the loading is sharp. Always good to see that. Sami Al-Khater going in. Now we've got one rearing up towards the far side there. Difficult to tell from this angle which one that is, but they are ready. Well, the rest of them are. Now it looks like that's Nawaf Al-Mudiani who's up in the stalls, which is far from ideal for Abba Al-Talat fans. Horse number 1 in gate 12. Yes, gate 12 has been taken out. The horse has been taken out of that particular stall. Now, let's have a quick veterinary check. Or hopefully going back in, but seems to have been spooked by what's gone on there in the gate. It doesn't seem desperately keen on the idea of going back in. No news coming as yet as to this one's participation, but looks like they're going to try again. Only start number 2 for this 4-year-old, who's clearly been spooked by something. Going to try the old blindfold trick to get the horse to go in again, and hopefully once he's in, they'll be able to get away pretty quickly without any other horses to wait for. Rest of them waiting very patiently. Abba Al Talat to go in. They're ready. Stand by. 1,200 metres. Gates back. Away they go, and Abba Al Talat, having played up at the start, was quite slowly away. Another one that was quite tardy from the gates as well was Alna Flea. That one is going back in the early stages. The one that's going forward, though, and making good headway is TNT. Another one that's up with the early pace is Farid Wa Galar as they head round the turn very shortly, and also good early pace being shown up the inside by Mayman, and Mayman has come through to just about take it up now towards the outside there in second spot. Gala Hamad is very wide on the course, though. Then in third now, just poking through into that position, is Urtify, who's now going quite well and moves up in the run. Another one that's getting into this round the outside is Atea Al-Manan, but they're all still chasing this Mayman, who's hit the front in the hands of Marcellian Kolmakai, leads by about 2 to 2.5 lengths. He has set sail for home a long way out. Second position now, Assad, who's beginning to stay on. After that, getting into it as well is TNT, who showed early pace and is trying to maintain it, but Non's maintaining the pace better than Mayman, who's well clear here now. 5 or 6 lengths the advantage, and this one was quite well supported in the international markets, and you can see why. Mayman has given them a right old pasting. Salma Al-Khater has got up for second. In third position looked like Atea Al-Manan, and it was tight for fourth. There we go, Mayman and Marcellian Kolmakai, the easy winner of our opener over at Riyadh. And well, it was a late jockey bookie, not what I had on my sheet, but he's come in for the job. If we didn't know much about the jockey prior to the race, hopefully we'll find out plenty about him post-race, because he's steered that well to victory in no uncertain terms. Mayman the winner in a time of 1 minute 15.48 seconds. Got to the front early, never really looked like being passed. The second horse home was the 11, Sama Al-Khater. The 12 has finished in third, Atea Al-Manan, and the fourth horse home there looked like horse number 13, Alba Sharia, who's come from off the pace. But it's Mayman in a time of 1 minute 15.48 seconds and a winning margin of 4.5 lengths, who's taken the opener here at Riyadh this afternoon.
Is the main man here in this opening contest as he dots up under Marcellian Kolmakai. Great shout from Francesco Bellomo, who gave us all the information on this rider of Albanian descent, has ridden in Italy, has had short spells in Bahrain, and is now here in Saudi Arabia. Well done to him, and well done to Mayman and anyone that supported the 10, including Mr. Rory Delagi. He was your pick. Fantastic start for you.
It's nice to get off to a winning start, and again, as we've mentioned a few times, you don't always going to want to get too hung up on the ratings in races like this. Mayman was only rated 40 odd when he ran last time. He did get a jump in the ratings for his effort last time out, went fourth, but he'd been heading in the right direction in his last couple of races, and if it's a pity he didn't come here without that last run. This is a much weaker race than when he ran last time, and obviously his rating would have suggested he had a fair bit to do, but I'd have been sweet on him. based on what he had done the previous time, with trapped very wide on the track. But he's gradually got that experience, and he used it to good effect here to get across and get a good position. Whereas last two starts, he's hit in behind the pace and caught wide on the bend, which, as we know, is not ideal, and that's helped him see things out.
Yeah, he ran with plenty of maturity there, broke well, got across, and never really looked in doubt. If you liked the one, which I know Najaruna had really liked in the comments, you'd pretty much know that your chance has gone early on. Hannah is down there in the winner's enclosure. Hannah, try and grab a word with Marcellian. See if he speaks any English.
Oh, I will, Callum. Do not worry. I'm here, poised and ready. We'll just wait for him to get off and have a photo moment. Mayman was looking a little bit agitated there, but I mean, you know, he has gone and won a race. Let's hope he stands nicely so they can have a photo. We don't want a photo of hoofs in the air now. But yes, as you said, let's see if we can find out a bit more about Marcellian Cole Mackay once they've had this photo opportunity. Is horse playing ball? Not really. That's okay. We'll wait for him to weigh in and then we will have a chat with him. They're just doing the congratulations and then they'll get him to come over. Just did a big sigh there. He looks exhausted. All right, here he goes. Hat down, ready to weigh in. And then we will grab a chat with him. Congratulations. There you go, stick down. Hello, congratulations. Quick word with you, well done.
Yeah, one time here, win.
Yeah?
Yes.
Now, I've seen that you've ridden in Bahrain and Italy. Have you been here before?
Me right in Qatar, Bahrain, Italia, France.
Yeah?
Me not good understand English.
Oh, well, that was brilliant. Thank you very much. So have you got some more rides here today?
Today, no, I don't know, no.
Oh, okay. No more rides. Well, it's great to meet you.
This week, yes, this week, yes.
This week? So this weekend?
Yes.
Fabulous. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that means we will see him perhaps tomorrow or the next day. But it was great to catch up. And we're just having a photo there. So you guys at home are joining our photo moment with the cameraman. This is all good stuff, isn't it? Thank you very much, Marcellian. So yes, back to you guys in the studio. We did get a little bit of limited information there. But perhaps if we see him again, like he said this week, I can find out a bit more.
Great stuff, Hannah. Great effort there. Yeah, Marcellian Cole Mackay, I imagine, will be riding on Saturday because it's a full 12-race thoroughbred card on Saturday. Again, another 4 thoroughbred races on Friday before a lot of purebred Arabian contests. But he looked pretty proficient in the saddle here, or he clearly has plenty of experience.
Oh yes, we might not know an awful lot about him here, but he's got experience around the world, and he was very tidy here. Did exactly the right thing, kept it simple. And clearly knows what he's doing.
Yes, and Mayman was probably an ideal partner for him. You can see from the start here, breaks fairly well from the middle and is already in front at this point and never sees another rival.
No, lovely, exactly what you'd like in terms of the way the race panned out. There's a bit of an arrowhead formation in the early stages with him at the front. 1 or 2 others showing speed. Disappointing effort from Gala Hamad, who was dropping back in trip, but he stopped alarmingly over 1,800 metres last time out. It seemed to be a case of stamina failing, and he's run a similar race today. Handy, out wide, raced freely, stopped very quickly again, despite the sharp drop back in trip, so something clearly not quite right there. But yeah, fairly reasonably simple race to look at. The disappointment obviously is the favourite, Abba Al Talat, who didn't want to go in the stalls
Didn't break well,
and has just, although he looks the part, he's showing too much nerves essentially at this stage to give his running. So he was too tense to let himself down in the race. He will do better, you'd imagine, at some stage, as long as temperament doesn't get the better of him. But not a strong maiden, but the winner's won out in good style.
Yeah, TNT's run a fairly big race just in behind as well, showing speed up early before fading late. I think she ended up finishing 4th. You can see her in the white and blue. The horse coming down on the inside in those green colours. That was Samir Al-Qatar, I think, who's just coming through there. That horse picked her very late on and passed a few and ended up finishing in the placing, so that was quite an eye-catching run. But again, Rory, it's not the strongest of racing. Ertafe's up there, very, very exposed, and they couldn't get anywhere near the winner.
Yeah, there's some fairly moderate animals close-ups. I wouldn't get too carried away with it, but it looked like this horse was capable of winning a maiden. Mayman, at the right sort of level, and he's done that. He might not be the easiest to place after this, but I can't see the handicapper getting too carried away. As you said, TNT ran very well. It didn't look particularly genuine in the finish, but was up there. So if you saw on the replay, the horse in the white colours with the blue sleeves, giving a flash of the tail there and towards the finish. So maybe not one who puts it all in, but she's close up there. And as you mentioned, Sami Alcater was a newcomer with a very ordinary pedigree who's finished close up as well. So a form you wouldn't want to be going mad about, but it's the
hey, someone had to win it.
Fair start of the week, and I'm happy to find the winner.
Yes, a fantastic start for you, Rory. We'll get through the final replays of race 1 and then we'll move on to our next contest. But before we move on to that next race, let's have a look at the Jockey's title and the race to be champion jockey here in Saudi Arabia. It's getting closer by the week, Rory, and it's certainly a contest I'm really looking forward to seeing how it culminates, because I imagine we'll be seeing this and talking about it right the way through to March.
Yes, indeed. It doesn't look particularly close at the moment, but you know perfectly well that Camilo, who's been off the track for a chunk of the season, is going to be coming hard. Adel Al-Faradi holding the lead at the moment.
He's 12 in front.
He's 12 in front.
He was 16 in front last week.
It's getting whittled away, and it doesn't take an awful lot for that to look very close. We didn't see Adel riding last weekend, of course. Camilo had a couple of winners. Mohammed Al-Daham, probably the star jockey last weekend, though, in exceptionally good form, and he's not out of this either. He just keeps grinding away, and is a jockey who's shown himself capable at the very highest level.
Someone else that showed they were very capable at the highest level was Sama Al-Dahani, and he has strengthened his grip on the trainer's title in front ahead of Ahmed Mahmoud, who's in second there with 44 winners. Yeah,
I'd be very surprised if anything changes on this. Obviously, we saw great strength in the white stable last season, but the Al Sabah stable now really is growing, hitting the mark with big winners last week in cup contests as well. So I think Thamar Al-Dahani is just going to get stronger as the season goes on. Yeah, Al Sabah stable absolutely flying along. They had winner after winner last week, and Thamar Al-Dahani is certainly putting down the gauntlet and saying to Ahmed Mahmoud, you've got to catch me if you can. And I just don't think the white stable have the horsepower to do just that. Let's move on to race number 2, and John Blanc will take us through the runners and the riders.
Yeah, welcome back to the runners and riders section of the show. Horse number 1 is Motowalia. That's the man of Abdullah Al-Odib. Horse number 2 is a non-runner. 3 is Tartariz, the mount of Abdullah Al-Fayrouz for the white stable. 4 is Expo Al-Riad, Khalid Al-Mamoni. 5 is Mansoura Bala, Camilo Ospina. 6 is Yagik Al-El, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 7 is Al-Mateib Risdant, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 8 is Taj Al-Fahad, Bawas Wanas. Horse number 9 is Al-Badoon, Abdullah Al-Orfi. Horse number 10 is Bayarek Al-Elia, Mohammed Al-Shurima. Horse number 11 is Nashwan Joda, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. Horse number 12 is Nazra Thakbar, that's Mohammed Al-Yami's mount. Horse number 13 is Novikov, Mohammed Al-Nasser. 14 is a non-runner. 15 is Saif Al-Elia, Tariq Al-Mansour. 16 is Owaither, Abdullah Al-Khamis. Horse number 17 is Dajir. That's the mount of Salman Al-Rashid. Oh, it was the mount of Salman Al-Rashid. Seems to be a jockey change there. Now with Al-Fayrouz now. Horse number 18 is Super Hatrek, Thab Al-Timyat. Number 19 is Rubai, the mount of Abdullah Al-Rashid. Number 20 is Sihab Al-Muhammadiyah, Ayad Al-Turisi. And numbers 21 and 22 are non-runners. So it's a local bred horses, 0 to 60 handicap. They're in the parade ring already, and alongside them, as you can see, is Hannah.
Indeed. Well, we're going to have a look at Motowalia. She looks really, really good. I love the shine on her coat, a real dark liver chestnut. And you can see in her eyes as well, she's got really lovely temperament on her. But let's take a look at her body. As I said, she's got a great shine on her, perhaps a tiny bit more definition on that hind end, but she's tucked up underneath. She looks really, really well. Number 3, just behind here is Tartariz. Is the next horse we're going to have a look at. A longer horse, this one. He's got the noseband on and having a look at the camera there. Very sweet horse. But we want to have a look at the body because that's the important part. Let's have a look at that engine. So needs a bit of muscle on the top end of the hind quarter because it does slope down just slightly, but underneath nice and tucked up, and you can see the obliques as well. Not walking terribly either, walking okay, wouldn't be the best walk I've ever seen, but it's not offensive. The next horse we'll look at is number 5, Monsara Bala for the White Stable, and Camille Spinner takes the ride on another chestnut. Leggier sort, this one. Just needs a little bit more filling out, but really nice long legs underneath, tucked up as well. And the hind end, stiff. Rather stiff on the hind end. I'm not pleased with this action whatsoever, but they're not walking particularly fast here today in the paddock, so I would like to see this horse walk out a bit more. The shine on the coat wouldn't stand out to me, but nevertheless, muscle-wise, looks okay. The final horse we'll look at is number 15, Safe Alalaya is the horse. That's number 15. The bella's gone, the jockeys are boarding, so we will whiz through this horse when it comes round. 3 runs for this colt, but nevertheless, looking quite well. It's got the headgear on and the noseband. Does definitely need some muscle on the top of those, the hind quarters, because you can see it's slightly like a mountain. Actually, it does stoop down a bit, but still muscly. So that's a look here in the parade ring. The one that caught my eye is number 18, but they're all different shapes and sizes, these 3-year-olds. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Hannah. The eye catcher for Hannah is the 18 in this contest. So looking forward to seeing how that one gets on for her. She was in half-decent form last week, had a few horses run very, very well for her at big prices. Super Hat-Trick being the pick for her in this one. But let's start from the top and work our way down. They're already heading down there, Rory, so we're going to have to rattle through
absolutely.
these. Motawalia is the first one, number 1.
Yeah, second on debut. It hasn't quite gone on from that yet, Motawalia, but it's going to find this an awful lot easier than when finishing 10th of 20 behind Mota Thabata last time out.
You're right there.
Yes. Sorry.
You're right there. Just trying to find some other racing going on in the world there, Rory. Let's go on to the 3. Tartaris, horse in the White Stable colours. Looking forward to seeing how this one gets on.
Yeah, not a bad type, Tartaris. Runner-up 3 times at 1,200 to 1,400 metres. And there was unplaced in a not to 75 handicap behind Mota Kamil last time. I takes a significant drop in Class 9. Has got every chance.
Oh, there you go, Rory. Just trying to really give it this form of this other race that's happening over in the UK. Expo Al Riyadh being the 4. I like this horse. This is one of the ones I really liked in the parade ring, and I like the form. Has had plenty of chances, and this looks like a far easier option than what we've been seeing previously.
Yeah, arguably back to form and finishing 3rd to Naflathom in an 1,800-metre open last time out, but was beaten 17.5 lengths there, and I'm not entirely sure how good that race was, but if you take a positive view of it, Naflathom was very impressive. The next Al Riyadh has got chances. Don't quite know where I stand with the horse at the moment, though.
The 5 is Mansoura Bala, who got a very surprising handicap mark early in his career. Was favourite to win last week, came last of 16, makes a very quick turnaround today.
Yeah, she was drawn really wide in a better handicap than this, and Camila Ospina did not persevere with her when she was beaten. Interesting that she's turned out quickly on the back of that. She looked good on debut for a long way, just faded late, as if the run was needed. Again, she finished fairly weakly last time out, so that might just be an ongoing thing. But I'm inclined to give her one more chance from a much nicer draw in a much weaker race. I think she showed that she might be a little bit better than a not to 60 filly first time out. And the fact that they're trying to strike again is a positive for me. So I'm going to go for Mansoura Bala here. That's
going to be Rory's pick. Rory likes the 5, Mansoura Bala. Let's keep going. Yageek Al Elm is the 6.
Yes, Yageek Al Elm had a stiff task when well held on his first try at this trip, but wasn't disgraced when 16 lengths 7th of 20 to Robot in a course and distance maiden last month. Is held by Almitaib Rizdent on that form, though, and needs to improve a little bit more.
Got one horse being taken down without a rider there. Can't quite make that. I think it might be the 13 that's getting taken down to post without a rider. We'll let you know more. Oh, it's a 12, in fact. Just got a quick view of that number. It's a 12 going down without a rider. That is Nazra Sakbak. We'll get on to that one soon. Almitaib Rizdent is the 7, another horse we saw quite recently.
Yeah, second to Robot in a course and distance maiden last month, and obviously holds Yageek Al Elm on that form. Was well behind Mota Kamil in a warm not to 75 handicap over course and distance last time out, but then ran a perfectly good 3rd in a winners of 2 contest, 2 starts back. I think that was a pretty warm handicap last time out. A few of these were well beaten in it, and I'd give Almitaib Rizdent a fair chance of bouncing back.
Taj Al Fahad is the 8.
Taj Al Fahad was 3rd in a valuable auction contest in November, but hasn't matched the form since. and was behind Expo Al Riyadh, went 6th in that 1800-metre open last time out.
That's the 12 going down to post on its own. The Jockey had no chance getting on, but it's got down in one piece. A good-looking sort there, the 12. Al Bardoon is the 9.
Number 9, Al Bardoon, was in the frame just once in 5 starts so far, and latest 14th to Al Mataib Sweet in the course and distance maiden. Doesn't augur particularly well for his chances here.
Bayrak Alelia is the 10.
Yeah, not without chances here. Was 5th to Yatil Balaha in a course and distance winners of 1. Was a slight step up on previous efforts. The runner-up's been a winner since then. That was Motakamil was second in that race. So not without a squeak off a fairly light weight, and one I couldn't rule out. But on the other hand, 7 runs, more exposed than most, and still 16 isn't easy, but not a complete no-hoper.
The 11 is Nashwan Joda. I feel like we've seen Nashwan Joda plenty of times, but the form isn't too bad.
No, Nashwan Joda arguably getting there gradually. Finished ahead of a pair of these. Went 6th to Al Mataib Sweet in the course and distance maiden last month, and ran at least as well a couple of times since, finishing 4 lengths 6th to Scaffinger in a 0-70 handicap over 1800 metres last time out. This is slightly easier, and he's not easy to rule out from a good draw on stall 4.
Nazra Sakba is the 12.
Has bits and pieces of form. This is the filly who's gone to post rider list. Bits and pieces of form to give her a chance, but she hasn't really built on the debut, her debut promise in finishing 3rd, and I think she's easy enough to oppose on balance of form.
Novikov is the 13, unlucky for some.
Has just hinted at ability in 4 starts today, no closer than 8th, and needs to improve a fair bit more now handicapping. Obviously, you know, is in the handicap of marker 45, and you wouldn't be able to be competitive in most maidens. So it gives him slightly more of a chance, but he hasn't done enough to be of serious interest, despite being birthed in stall 1.
Saif Alalia is improving with each start, you'd say?
The second Alelia in the race is definitely stepping forward with each start, is unexposed, is drawn in stall 2 as well. Just behind Nashwan Joda, went 5th to Thushan in an 1800-metre maiden last time out. And as I said, the form has worked out well with Motakamil winning a 0-75 handicap last time and having a few of these behind. Looks more than fairly treated off a marker 44 in handicap debut, and is definitely shortlist material.
Yeah, Tariq Ansel takes off a kilo. Owaisa is the 16 and Dajir is the 17.
Yeah, no, and no.
Super Hatchet, the 18 that Hannah likes. Is that another no on ratings?
Yeah, big no, I'm afraid.
Raboe is the 19 and Shahab Al-Halmedia is the 20. Can we drop any of those?
Even bigger no's.
Bigger no's for those.
And the bottom 2 are out of the handicap, particularly Shahab Al-Mohammedia, who's rated 30.
Yeah, there'll be a big run for that one to win. You like the 5, Mansoura Bala. That's going to be the pick for you.
Yeah, Mansoura Bala is the pick. Saif Al-Elia is the other one that I considered, number 15, but I'm going to stick with number 5.
The pick for me is the 4, Expo Al Riyadh. Really liked that one when I saw it. And Hannah likes the 18, Super Hat Trick. Waiting to see if the 12 has been mounted. It looks like it has, so John Blance, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, another wonderfully quick loading process. Motawalia to go in. The 8 is still at the back. That's Taj Al Fahad, one of quite a group of greys in this particular race. Big field. Once again, we're over the... Oh, so we're not. We're over the 1,600 metres for the 3-year-olds only. And, Nashwan Joda for me. Nice draw. Bit of early speed. Solid enough form credentials in not a desperately deep race. Bit of each-way thievery. Stand by. Almost ready for race number 2 on a 12-race card. This is horse number 15 going. This is Saif Alelia in the green distinguishing cap. Of course, Bayrak Alelia, the jockey on that one, Mohammed Al-Shurimar, is wearing the black cap. So just bear that in mind. I'll be scouring the field to make sure. Stand by, though. In goes Saif Alelia into gate 2. They're ready. One or two just being pacified by the stalls handlers there. The flag is up now, though. There's a problem there in stall 16. Off. They're racing. Raboué was a little bit slowly away as they make their way through the early stages. Motowalia has got a good start. Also away well was Mansoura Bala in that red distinguishing cap. Of course, 2 from the white stable in this particular spot. Another one that's out nicely is Novikov from that inside draw. Spot the green and yellow colours there. Raboué, who was a little bit pedestrian from the gates, has got into a decent posse. Also prominent is one of the outsiders, Sihab Al-Mohammadir in the green cap. So that's your leading tranche of horses. Towards the back of the field at the moment, Bayarek Alelia is, well, hasn't got many in front of it at all, hasn't got many behind it, I should say. Al Badoun is also towards the back of the field there in that light blue cap. So as they get themselves into some sort of order and head towards the end of the back straight, right on the inside is Novikov. Got a good position, Mansoura Bala, the red cap, racing in second. Raboué is in third, then round the outside in fourth, Sihab Al-Mohammadir. That's your leading quartet. One making a little bit of progress now is Expo Al Riyad, just trying to get into a more prominent position. Right up the inside, Nashwan Joda is making decent headway as well. Spot the white and maroon jacket as they start to make the turn for home. Taj Al Fahad is also getting a bit nearer. Down towards the final 400 metres they come, and it's Novikov who skimmed the rail throughout, leads by about 2.5 lengths to Nashwan Joda, who's now emerged from the pack in second. Then in third, Taj Al Fahad, followed then by Raboué in fourth. Down the middle of the track now, making good headway, is Dajir, but as they make their way down towards the closing stages, here towards the far side is the grey going on, and it's the 11 Nashwan Joda who's now trying to throw down a challenge to, on the outside, Taj Al Fahad. It's Taj Al Fahad going on. Taj Al Fahad by 2 or 3 lengths as the race up towards the line. Taj Al Fahad has beaten Nashwan Joda. Third horse home in the end was Expo Al Riyad, and after that in fourth position, Bayarek Al Elia. Taj Al Fahad has scored in the hands of Fawaz Wanas. Striking looking grey, as well, was challenged by Nashwan Joda, who had a nice run round. Novikov had a really good run round, wasn't able to sustain the bid in the closing stages. But Taj Al Fahad, who's on start 8 today, gets a first victory, albeit a relatively lowly graded handicap. But there was a race out there for him. Scored by 2 3/4 lengths to Nashwan Joda in second. Bit of a gap back to Expo Al Riyad, who's finished in third. And yeah, fourth was Bayrak Al Elia, who's a long way back in the run, but has come through to finish there in fourth. And the fifth place goes to Novikov. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 minute 44.88 seconds, the winning time. And a nice performance there on start number 8 for Taj Al Fahad, who takes out race number 2.
And Fawaz Wanas has guided Taj Al Fahad to victory here in our second race of the day. And Rory, this was a horse who had a little bit of form in the book, 8th career start, and made it a winning one. This looked like an ideal opportunity if you could take it.
Yeah, he'd been a little bit disappointing, Taj Al Fahad, since finishing third in a valuable auction race in November, including one behind Expo Al Riyad on his previous outing, but dropped slightly in trip. He got the run of things from a decent draw on stall 6 and has bounced back to winning form. Not the easiest to catch there, but very fairly treated in his best form. Just hasn't been very consistent.
Yeah, came here for a mark of 52, so it's suddenly quite dangerous in this sort of 0 to 60 handicap company. The horse that he beat, Riad, ended up finishing 3rd, scrubbed along the entire way, and your eventual second was the 11, who was Nashwan Joda. They both put up a little bit of a scrap at the top of the straight, but with about half a furlong to go, you knew the winner, didn't you?
You did, yeah. Nashwan Joda ran a solid race, and he's been running well in his last couple of starts, but Taj Al Fahad put his best foot forward today and got the job done. Off the disappointment, my selection, Mansoura Bala, you will not be seeing this filly ever again.
No, yeah, she will be in the paddocks. Hannah is down in the winner's enclosure, and she will grab a word with our winning jockey, Fawaz Wanas.
Yeah, Fawaz Wanas is just popping his hat down and weighing in, as you can see. And he's got the all clear, all good. Well, we'll grab a chat with him now. Congratulations. The drop-in trip had obviously done this horse quite well.
Yeah, alhamdulillah, thanks to God first thing. Alhamdulillah, thanks to the trainer and owner, very nice team. First time I run the good horse and I win with him. Yeah, he's a very nice horse.
Yeah, well, he was 6th the last time behind Expo Al Riyadh, but this time got in front, and he looked to have finished that quite well.
Before 1 month ago, he got 3rd the staff race with him, I think. And now he come with me. He told me, my trainer, he have a confidence with him. But he told me when I open the gate, wait a little bit, and after an 800, I go with him. He good horse.
Now, this is obviously a question you're probably not expecting, but I have to ask. You've got a plaster on your nose. Was that an accident or what happened?
Sorry, I don't hear you. Again?
The plaster on your nose?
Yeah, yesterday, not here, inside the work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, it was during work. Okay, so was it horse-related then?
Yeah, horse. Yes, horses, yeah.
Okay. Well, of course, horses can be dangerous. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
You're welcome. Appreciate it.
It looks like he's gone 12 rounds with Ali there, bless him. But he's been in the wars with the ponies, but he's okay now, and he's still riding winners. So no matter what sort of bump on his nose he's got, it doesn't stop him from riding a winner.
No, that doesn't. You need more than that to keep these lads out of action, it has to be said. And again, we're looking at fairly low-grade stuff here, but our winner has appreciated this easier contest and got the job done. We did see a big run for a long way there from Novikov, who was stepping up from 4 pretty moderate efforts in maidens. Did fade quite tamely in the last furlong, though, having sailed along in front for a long way. You might be a little bit more to come from that one now that he's been able to show, be competitive for the first time essentially in his career. This is kind of his level. He was well drawn, but he's been up there throughout the contest and still looked likely to get a place with a furlong or so to go, just faded out of it, but that might just do him a bit of good, having generally been thumped in his races so far. Mansoura Bala is up with him at this stage in 2nd place, and she got a lovely run through. She's in the white stable colours with a red cap, but I think if she's beaten any home at all, she's beaten very few. She's done exactly the same as last time, just cut out really quickly. I was inclined to forgive that, thinking that Camilo Espina had decided she was beaten and just eased her off, but she looks like she's got either a breathing problem or she's just not cut out for this game, because she's not come close to confirming the promise she showed on debut. Again, I suppose you could make an excuse for this and say, well, this came just a week on from her last run, and she clearly wasn't over it. But
5 days.
She's now shaped the same way in 2 starts in handicaps. And at the very least, you'd be giving her a long break in the back of this, but I'd be inclined to think, well, she's quite a nice looking mare, filly rather, and she's not badly bred, so she'd make a brood mare, and you don't necessarily have to keep racing them to find that out.
Yeah, the winner's had to pass a few horses, but then just gets rolling down the straight, splits Novikov and Nashwan Joda, just splitting then and coming on to win comfortably. Expo Al Riyadh, it's interesting, they were both next to each other. Expo Al Riyadh went right and she went left here, Taj Al Fahad, and he went left, Taj Al Fahad, and won well. You'll get to see a good angle of this. Look at the grey and the blue cap of Fawaz Wanas. He goes inside, Riyadh goes outside, and all the gaps come through Rory. Big runs in behind. I was going to mention for the two Al Alaya horses, Bayrak Al-Alaya and Faith Al-Alaya.
Yeah, neither seen the best effect here. Bayrak Al-Alaya, you see, having to go wide as well, right in the outside of the field with the red nose bands and those red, white and green colours with a black cap. And the other one who I thought had a chance, Saif Al-Alaya, was in a terrible position at halfway and looked like it was going to finish tailed off, but has actually done some good late work to finish maybe 6th or 7th in the end. Better run than it looks. Probably wants to step up a trip based on how she's gone, or based on how he's gone through this race, rather.
Yeah, Novikov just getting tired at this point, ran a very good race for a long way, and here comes Fawaz Wanas in the drive. He's a jockey to keep an eye out on, isn't he, Rory? He tends to be popping up with winners. I remember him doing it last season, and he's building on that this season as well. He's had quite a good year. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on. Now, I know you'll have the numbers for that to quickly tell me if I've got it horribly wrong.
Let's find out how Fawaz Wanas has done this season. We've got to add this win on to his tally. But yeah, he's a talented jockey, is Fawaz. We saw him in winning action here last week on Falcare. And he has 12 winners now this season from 245 rides.
Yeah, that'll do. That will do nicely for Fawaz Wanas. Obviously, the top jockey that are getting most of those big rides. So don't be put off by jockeys with less than 20 winners. They are still doing the best that they can with a small amount. And he'll be trying to pick up some winners on the Purebred Arabians, although they won't count these Purebred Arabian races towards the Jockey
today's
Championship.
races, yeah, not part of the official programme. So if we sound like we've never heard of some of those horses, that's because we haven't, and they're not, because we'll have horses running a maiden race that are making their debut, and normally you'll be able to click through them on the website and find out what the pedigrees are and dig some stuff out, but they don't. There's no link to them on the Jockey Club website either. So those who we haven't seen, and we will, in fairness, we will see some horses we're familiar with later in the day, some good races, but some of those races will be full of unfamiliar names. So we'll be doing a little bit of thumb twiddling and hoping that Hannah can pick a few out of the parade ring for some of those races. But we'll do what we can. But normal service will continue for the next two races at the very least.
You were just talking to me about a stat that you saw on Black Type Racing TV about jockeys in December and who were the leading riders in Riyadh in December, and that was Ricardo Sosa was absolutely flying along, which is probably why Black Type Racing put it out so quickly.
Yeah, it's very interesting one if I can find it again. He was the leading jockey in December with, I think...
18 winners, wasn't it? I think that's all.
I was going to say 16. 16 or 18, one of the two.
There we go.
Definitely an even number. Yeah. And actually very, very similar numbers for the other three towards the head of the jockey's table. Obviously, Ricardo doesn't get to the top of the jockey's table here because he doesn't ride in Taif. And the season totals are for Taif and Riyadh put together. He's never ridden in Taif, and he never will ride in Taif, I don't believe, because it clashes with the end of the European season. But his figures when he comes to Riyadh are comparable with the very best. A dozen winners for Camilo Espino, a dozen winners for Adel Alfaredi, I think 11 winners for Mohamed Al Daham. So the top three in the table pretty much matching strides when they've been riding there. Obviously Camilo's clawed a little bit back early this year already.
As has Mohamed.
Yeah, as has Mohamed, yeah. So it's going to be very interesting looking at that jockey's table through the season, and of course Ricardo will be sneaking a little bit closer all the time as well. But the winners that were racked up in Taif probably make it impossible for him to win the title. Yeah,
I can see the horses are already behind me in the parade ring ahead of our next. So John Blance, it's over to you for the run of the riders for race number 3.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is a local bred horses handicap. The 2 is a non-runner here, Tathabat. That's a relatively late shout on that, but 1, Faizat Sarah, is the top one. Abdullah Al-Rashed is aboard, so 2 doesn't go. 3, Aishman, is the man of Mohammed Suleiman. 4 is Ghazal Al-Saudiya, Khalid Al-Mimoni. Horse number 5 is Shehanat Al-Mokhtar, the man of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Horse number 6 is Anfal, that's the man of Abdullah Al-Odib. And number 7 is Tawi Al-Sahil and Alexis Moreno. Horse number 8 is Lagarabar, Nawaf Al-Fayruz. Number 9 is Our Jez, that's the man of Victor Gutierrez. Horse number 10 is Easy Horse, Selman Al-Rashid. Horse number 11 is Shehanat Lina, the man of Yasser Al-Bakawi. Horse number 12 is Savage, good old Fawaz Wanas aboard there after his victory in the previous race. Horse number 13 is Al-Muj Aleli, the mount of Jimmy Carrion, and horse number 14 is Arkin. Hamza Saad is aboard. So it is now 13 going to post for this race, which is due off at 4 o'clock local time. They are in the parade ring, and we can see the 5 there, Shahanat Al Mokhtar. I think we can get back to Hannah.
Yes, John, this is the horse we're going to start with, Shahanat Al Mokhtar. You can tell the purebred Arabians have come in the house because we've had horses neighing all over the place. But back to this horse, a real chunkier sort, this one. But on the hind end, a little bit soft on top, but not the greatest of definition on this horse. But nice pricked ears and attitude. Looks like it's ready to rock and roll. Number 7 is the next horse, Tawi Al Sahil. Alex Moreno takes the ride on this horse. A gorgeous coat on this horse for sure. The walk isn't great, does walk like it's very short behind, but the coat is what definitely stands out for me. Perhaps this one too is a bit soft on top. Underneath I can see its obliques, but it's not as race fit. It's not the most race. We're going to see Fawaz Wanas go for a double on this horse. Nice coat on it, got definition behind. That fitness line is quite defined also, and underneath it's very tucked up. I think the horse, well, for me it's out of number 12, horse number 12, sorry, and number 7. So I'm going to go with Tawa Al Sahil with Alex Moreno on board. That will be my selection for this race. Good coat, definition in the shoulder and the hind end, and it's walking out much better than the other ones. Still not great, but again, doesn't mean it can't win the race. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, Tawi Al Sahil is the pick for her. We'll start from the top and work our way down, Rory. Let's start with Faizat Sarah. A lot of duck eggs next to the name there.
Yeah, and some absolutely shocking efforts in there as well. Is top rated in this contest, and obviously drops into an easier race than she has been in. But although she was winning over 1,400 metres last season, she comes here on the back of some absolutely shocking efforts this season and seems to have gone off the boil completely. Perhaps the drop in grade.
She is tumbling down that handicap, isn't
yeah,
she?
but I mean, there's not much to latch onto in terms of her runs this season. So it's just about the drop in class. Good draw as well if she fancies it, but I'd want to see some signs of life from her before I wanted to get involved.
Let's have a look at a couple of these in action. The first one we'll look at is Shahanat Al Mokhtar, who we're going to see here. Is the definition of plugging on over a trip shorter than this. Surely, I mean, look at where this one comes from. This is a serious effort. Surely now stepping up to 2,400.
We're going to see 2 in the red stable colours here. This is a
look at the ground.
grey filly, or a chestnut filly, as the race card says, but she's definitely not chestnut. She was well beaten a couple of runs at Tyne. This was her first run in a while as well, so she's coming back off a 3-month layoff. When finishing 3rd or dead heating for 3rd in an 1,800 metre maiden won by Taya Jeep here 2 weeks ago. You'd like to think she's going to improve on that, and this longer trip is going to suit, as it will Tawi Al Sahil, also running in the red stable colours. This just looked very slow, to be honest. Was never really comfortable with the pace in this contest last time out. This is finishing 4th in a 2,000 metre maiden 2 weeks ago, just plugging away at the finish. But the step up to 2,400 will suit as well. I'd rather see them finish the race off than just go very one pace to the line as he did. So I'd rather be with Shahanat Al Mokhtar of those two on what we saw.
Just a quick update on who had those winners in December. The guys at Black Type TV, thank you very much. First, Ricardo Sosa with 18 winners. Second, Camille Ospina and Adel Al-Faredi with 12. Fourth, Mohamed Al-Dahan with 11. And fifth, Alexis Moreno with 9 wins. So that was the totals in December. As you can see, it pretty much summarises what we've seen all season, aside from Ricardo Sosa absolutely flying along. Let's keep going through these runners, though. Aishman is the 3 in this field. The next horse we'll look at.
Yes, Aishman was beaten 16 1/4 lengths when 5th to Ri Al Majad in a 0 to 60 handicap over course and distance 2 starts back, and showed similar form when also finishing 5th in a maiden last time out. Won't be disgraced, but probably needs to pull out a little bit more to be winning off this mark.
Ghazal Al Sodia is the 4 here.
Tailed off in a maiden and a winners of 1 over course and distance this term. Makes very little appeal on those efforts.
Let's move straight on to the 6, Anful.
Anfield has been unplaced in 3 maidens this season, failing to match the pick of last season's fair form. Steps up to 2,400 metres for a handicap debut, which might spark some improvement, but it's not been blindingly obvious that that's going to be the case, and others are a bit more convincing.
The 8 is Lagabara.
Lagaraba,
That's
number
the
8,
one.
third behind Green of Truth in a 2,000 metre maiden. That would have been behind Tawi Al Sahil, who was second in that contest. Not much between them on that evidence, but ran disappointingly over 1,600 metres last time, even if you decided that was a little bit too sharp.
And hasn't Green of Truth let that form down since as well? Or is Green of Truth, without Green of Truth winning on
Green
that?
of Truth stepped up to and like knocked a 70 handicap next time out and did too much work on the front end, then won well coming from off the pace the next time, and then was sent to the front inexplicably in his next race, and again ran himself into the prize.
That was it. I
So
knew he'd run a stinker somewhere before.
It was a slightly, I mean, Green of Truth won that race by quite a wide margin, so those in behind are nothing special. But again, this is the not to 60 handicap, so you've got to bear in mind the differential.
Orges is the 9.
Number 9, running poorly, including in similar events to this on his last couple of starts, and hard to fancy as a result.
The 10 is Easy Horse. Has form behind a couple of these?
Yes, soundly beaten, again, like the number 9, and in low-grade handicaps the last twice, not to 60, not to 55 events, having run a creditable second in a 1,600 metre maiden here in November. Would have a chance on that form, but the fact that he's had 2 goodish chances in his last 2 starts and hasn't run well is off-putting.
10 is Shahanat Lina. I know this is one that you and I are quite keen on.
Not from 15, but I thought Shahana in his last 5 starts was behind Tathabat when 7th of 9 to Abu Sheikh and of course in distance open last time out. This is obviously a big drop in class, but he was beaten quite a long way there.
The 13 and 14, we can put a line through both of those, can't we?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. Now, let's get a selection from you here, Rory. Are you going to stick with the 11?
Yeah, Shahana Lina is liable to go very close.
Rory is going with the 11. Hannah is going with the 7. I will take them both on with the 5. I thought that was a really eye-catching piece of video form we saw just then. So 5, 7, 11 for the team. John Blance, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, the last 2 or 3 are going in. We've got the white distinguishing cap for Tawi Al Sahil, the 2 red stable runners. And of course, the other red stable runner is in fact a grey, although that's not specified in the race card I'm looking at, but is very much the case. Shehanat Al Moghtra. Anyway, they're going in. The 8 horse is Lagarabar, who's waiting to come forward. 2,400 metres a trip here. Another 0 to 60. But this time, where stamina is more of a premium. In goes Ghazal Al Saudia. In the hands of Khalid Al Mamoni, a favourite of the English broadcast. They're nearly ready. Looks like we have a full complement. Gates back, away they go. They are racing. Lagarabar was just a little bit interfered with in the early stages there from the gate. I think it was Arkin who was somewhat awkwardly away as they make their way through the early stages of the contest. And the one that's drifting down into an early lead is Our Jez in the blue and green colours. Another prominent racer is Arkin, as indeed towards the near side is Lagarabar. And it's Lagarabar now that goes on to Arkin in second, followed then in third by Our Jez. Then in 4th position, the yellow and black colours there of Faizat Sarah, who's racing pretty prominently. Then right round the outside is Shahanat Al Moghtra, who's taken that turn rather wide. Just in advance of that one is Almuj Aleli. But this leader has gone out pretty quickly. Lagarabar, Nawaf Al Fayrouz, is not hanging around. Leads but 8 to 10 lengths to, in second position, Arkin. They're followed in third up the inside by Our Jez, and then towards the outside in 4th is Aishman, who gets a first mention. Then Faizat Sarah towards the inside. Then on the outer of that one, Almuj Aleli, and also there in mid-division is Anfil in the sort of gold and blue colours. Then right round the outside still is Shahanat Al Moghtra. The other white stable runner, Tawi Al Sahil, is towards the rear of the field. Also towards the back of the pack at the moment is Savage, who hasn't got too many behind it, as they make their way down towards the halfway point on the back straight and past it now. And the suspicion is that Lagarabar's got a bit too quick here, about 10 to 12 lengths in front to, in second position, Arkan and Hamza Saad. Then up the inside now, trying to make a little bit of headway in third position is Faizat Sarah, moves quite well as well. Round the outer is Shehanat Al-Mogtra, who's gone the scenic route throughout, but is getting closer. Also there is Aishman, the green cap, gets a little bit nearer. Right on the inside, Anful is cutting all the corners as they make this long sweeping bend before they level up for home. And still Lagarabar out in front now of Al Fayrouz. Can't be accused of not riding enterprisingly, but they are now coming back to the field. In second position is Aishman, who's getting a bit closer now and begins to get into gear. Then up the inside, Faizat Sarah. Driven along in fourth is Shenat Al-Mogtra. Maybe that wide trip is beginning to take its toll. Faizat Sarah is pulled out for a run. Lagarabar still leads, but surely now only on sufferance as Aishman is drawing alongside, and it's Aishman for Mohammed Suleiman, who quickly goes past the long-time leader Lagarabar, who is persevering, but as they go inside the final furlong now, it's Aishman that leads and goes on by 2 or 3 lengths. Lagarabar is out on his feet in second as they race up towards the line. Aishman's won it. Lagarabar finished in second. It was going to be close for third there. Anful was staying on quite well. Tawi Al Sahil got into the race late, but was never really much of a threat. So it's Aishman who has scored, and, well, maybe I was a little previous in the commentary, or a little presumptuous in the commentary, expecting Lagarabar to be caught. He was in the end, but he was only caught by one, and that was Aishman. But when Aishman got to the quarters of Lagarabar, was able to reel him in pretty quickly and has gone on to score. That was start number 11 for this one, and had yet to win, but has now got one in the success ledger. Lagarabar in second, Anfield finished in third, and Tawi Al Sahil was fourth. 2 minutes 45.05 seconds the winning time, and 2 lengths the official winning margin. Lagarabar, a decent effort in second there, all things considered. Anful in third, a further 2.5 lengths back, and Tawi Al Sahil has finished in fourth. So Mohammed Suleiman, £2 claimer. He's been aboard this one and steered it to victory. Didn't panic when that horse Lagarabar went miles clear and reeled it in the closing stages.
Well, that, Rory, turned into a bit of a war of attrition as Aishman turns the form book upside down and plugs on best of the rest to win and reel in the long-time leader, Lagarabar.
Yeah, I mean, Lagarabar went a long way clear and raced freely as well, so it was actually done well to hold on. But sometimes with these horses who want to race freely, the best thing you can do with them is just let them stride on, because they're going to come to the end of the tether at some stage, and if you're fighting against them, they're using as much energy as they would do if you let them stride on. If you can get them to settle, terrific, but sometimes it's hard to do, and Lagarabar has actually held on for a share of the money here. Disappointing from my point of view is Shahanat Lina, who was never at the races, ran on late to finish about 6th. Well, yes, is a boat, but was 8 lengths ahead of Aishman in an identical race to this a couple of starts back. So wherever Aishman finished at very similar weights, Shahanat Lina should have been ahead, and ended up just with the pace of the race,
Yeah.
losing touch early on and then staying on when it was far too late in the day.
I think that's the thing with my view of form is the fact that we put all weights and measures and distances into the equation, but sometimes your eyes don't lie, and she needs, I don't know what she needs, because you can't have a pace collapse because she's never there in the first place.
No, I think if they go a
got,
sensible pace at this trip where she can actually be
then she is
reasonably
on the
handy,
rail.
then she will keep running to the line. The problem with them going this pace where you say, oh, this is suit the hold-up horses, if you get 25 lengths detached, then, you know, you need them really to fall in a hole, and of course, horses can lose a little bit of confidence when others get away from them, and she's a little disappointing, but this is an unusual 2400 metre contest. She got a terrible start as well, which did not help her cause. Only one behind her, and there was still only one behind her turning for home, whereas our winner wasn't too far away. Was parked out and
she's there just widest of all at this moment in time. Lagarabar is about to sort of take things up as we swing out the bend away from the stands.
Yeah, and it was clear that that Lagarabar was setting his stall out from an early stage. You'd have thought going this sort of pace in a not to 60 contest of this trip wasn't going to be sustainable. But actually, although he's done some damage to himself by going this fast, you can see that he does more damage to a lot of the others who simply can't go the gallop and then have to make an effort to close that gap late in the day, which most of them aren't capable of doing. You see Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on the grey, Shahanat Al-Mutara making quite a big mid-race move to get into the placings and make sure that he wasn't too far behind. But I'm afraid that while she was able to make that move initially, she couldn't sustain it. I thought maybe he'd made a move too soon, but to be honest, the fact that the winner, the leader, didn't really come back meant that it was the right move to make, just the wrong horse to make the move on, essentially, because she hasn't been able to keep going, which was disappointing because she's shaped as if this is what she wants. But she was disappointing to see her going forward into about 6th place at the moment. And eventually the second red stable runner you see just poking at the picture there has finished ahead of her. That's Tawi Al Sahil, who is, again, pretty slow but plugged away into 4th place.
Yeah, mention Tawi Al Sahil. That was the selection of Sabaro Rava, who wanted him to place. He backed him to place. And you would be getting slightly excited by this point as he's picking off rivals, but again, just doesn't quite break into that top 3 and experiences a couple of traffic problems just picking his way through, but nothing to suggest that he could have done any better.
No, in no way unlucky. And of course, you're more likely to run into traffic problems if you're slow. You know, horses who have tactical speed, the jockeys are usually able to avoid trouble by seeing what's happening and by manoeuvring around it. But where horses can't quicken instantly, they tend to be more likely to run into those problems because it's just harder to steer them away from them. As I was saying, with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, he managed to get his mare into 2nd place briefly, which then faded out of things. Here's the winner now, bearing down on our long-term leader, Lagarabar. Aishman now gets his head in front and powers away to win well enough. Again, this is his first win in 11 starts. He's had similar sort of tasks before without looking a superstar, but clearly the trip suits and this moderate grade, essentially, 2 of these disappointed. Faizat Sericum in terrible form, and Tatabat was never at the races. So this essentially was a not to 56 handicap. Aishman raced at 56 and has made his relative class tell in a pretty ordinary contest. He looks all right. He's strong, isn't he? He should.
A big imposing type.
He's quite an imposing sort, and he does have size about him. So he might just develop into a better horse over the next year. You can tell a horse with this sort of physique was never going to be the type to come to hand early.
But he's like an early 2-year-old.
He's a 5-year-old entire. He has a bit of a stallion about him in terms of looks as well. Look at that neck. But yeah, he might just do better. He's no superstar, but he was stepping up in earlier efforts to win this.
Yeah, he certainly was, and has proven that maybe 2,400 metres is his trip. Comes in with a rating of 56. Is he going to be higher or lower than 60 next time?
You couldn't put him up very much.
You could you? I mean, like
looking at the race as a whole, but has won it quite nicely, so liable to go up 3 or 4 pounds at least.
Yeah, Lagarabar came in with a mark of 54, just about past that horse. But again, that race is hard to judge with Lagarabar making such a big break in front. But if still available for 0 to 60, then maybe even 0 to 65 over this trip. The fields aren't quite as deep as we normally see, so there's still plenty of opportunities for that horse to get another win. But you can see behind me from our perfect viewing position, they're already in the paddock for our next contest. So John Blance, still more thoroughbred action. It's all yours.
Yeah, 7 furlong maiden, 1400 metres, and we can take a look at them now. Al Faisal Al Maslul is the first, Khalid Al Mimoni. Horse number 2 is Al Khair, in the hands of Abdullah Al Odib. Number 3 is Al Nayef, Mohammed Al Daham. 4's a non-runner. 5 is Bark Al Fahad, Abdullah Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 6 is Aisturi, Naif Al Anazi. Horses 7 and 8 are both non-runners, so we move now to 9, Min Hu and Hamza Saad. Horse number 10's a non-runner here as well. Number 11, though, Music Critic, Nawef Al Muriani. Horse number 12 is Mustan Sia, Fawas Wanas. Number 13 is Nidham, Alexis Moreno. 14 is Omran, that's the man of Luis Morales. Horse number 15 is Raydan, that's Mohammed Al Nasser's mount. And then we have number 16, Riad Al Ez, Abdullah Alofi. Number 17 is Shakat, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. Number 18 is Suntet, it's the man of Asad Al Sahani. Horse number 19 is Drifting, Rayad Al Tuesh. Number 20 doesn't go. 21 is Golden Trippet, Mohammed Al Yami. Number 22 is Kasurat Al Hijaz, Abdullah Al Fayruz. Horse number 23 doesn't go. Horse number 24 is Mujazif, in the hands of Camilo Ospina. So big field even accounting for the non-runners. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. Yes, appreciate everything you do here, giving us those runners and riders. Let's start with the one FMQ. Have a run. It's a Fazal Al Masul. This team have had a nightmare over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, things could have gone better for the FMQ stable, it has to be said, but hope springs eternal. Callum, stall 20 is not the ideal case.
Hope springs eternal. By the way, you're in stall 20.
Al Faisal Al Masul, but is an interesting enough sort on paper. City of Light, Colt, who's a half brother to a couple of winners in the US, costs $65,000 as a yearling, so it needs to be taken fairly seriously. But stall 20 is a poor place to be for a newcomer, because they'll often lose ground going out to the right, coming out of the stalls, because there's daylight in that direction, and that can be the difference between winning and losing. So not the easiest to fancy here, but one to keep an eye on.
Tough ask. Al Khair is the 2 here.
4th of 9 in a 1400 metre at Taif on his penultimate start. Well beaten either side of that run, and others are more obvious winners in what might be a fair maiden.
Al Nayef is the horse we see in short here. Goes for some decent connections, always have to be respected.
They do. Good looker, looks reasonably ready. We'll hear what Hannah has to say about Al Nayef, but $125,000 as a yearling at Keeneland. He's a son of Flatter, and he's related to winners, so he's one you need to have a look at.
Hannah, hopefully you might be looking at the number 3 here. Very expensive yearling. What do you make of him in the parade ring?
He looks really nice. Yeah, number 3, Al Nayef. Like I said, really nice looking horse. It looks a little bit short behind, but if we take that away, body-wise, looks really nice. Well in its coat. Its temperament as well is, I like it. Positive, having a little bit of a chomp on the bit. Got his ears sideways, but obviously, you know, it's all very new, so just checking everything out. But again, a real looker, a nice sort. Next is number 11. We're going to have a look at Music Critic a bit further down the line, but a real chilled out sort here. Got the earplugs in, but eyes, couple of creases on the eyes, but very, very sweet considering the horse in front has been rather naughty. A nice coat on this horse, real powerful shoulder. You can see the definition in the shoulder, and also it's not walking bad either, and I don't often say that. It looks nice, real nice definition as well on the hind end, particularly in that fitness line. A real looker. Number 14, Omran, is the next horse we're going to have a look at, who's having a little bit of a jig jog as Louis Morales has just boarded. Got the earplugs in and the noseband as well. Of course, when it's jig jogging, you can really see those muscles come out for sure. It's fitness line on the back end looks quite nice as well. Chunkier, quite a deep girth on this horse, so plenty of room for the heart. Now, the final horse we're going to look at is Kazarut Al Hijaz, number 22 in the field. Quite a lot of horses here in the parade ring, but they're not particularly spread out. We do have one messing around, and that is number 19. So I'll update you, not letting the jockey get on board there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Sorry, number 22, because it's actually not in the paddock. So I'll tell you about number 19. Number 19 is Drifting, who is not, as I said, letting the jockey get on. He has now, so that's one just to keep an eye on. Definitely on his toes for sure. Had the one run, but still very new. But this number 19, it has got definition on its hind end, but it does need some filling out. It's bum high. Yeah, you can see its muscles, but it's quite a funny shape, this horse. Indeed, looks like it's got quite short legs, but a big body. But that's it from the parade ring. They're off to post. It's all going rather quick today. I'll let you know if anything happens. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, looking forward to this one. This was the horse that Hannah was mentioning, the 22 Kasurat Al Hijaz. We'll get to that one in due course. Let's talk about the 5, Bark Al Fahad.
Beaten double digits in all 4 starts to date, and unlikely to trouble the judge, I suggested. I hope I'm not wrong with that.
The 6 is Istori, just going down the post now.
Istori was 7th to Sinan in a 1200 metre maiden here on debut in November. Comes back from a break here.
Oh, having a bit of a think about things.
Needs to improve a little bit, and as you can see, looking a little bit reluctant to go to post.
Still, Naif Al-Anazi looking regal aboard this horse, making the second career start, but certainly just had to think about that. Was a proper put the brakes on moment as well. I think Naif's voice will be a couple of octaves higher going forward after that. Minhu is the 9.
Well beaten in 3 starts so far, and pretty hard to warm to his chances in a race like this.
Music Critic goes for interesting connections. What do we know about this one making debut?
McLean's Music Colt, trained by Jimmy Jerkins, out of America called Two-Faced Moon, is a half-brother to a pair of black-type performers in the States, and purchased for Naj Studs, which is the ownership entity of Prince Faisal, for, have a guess.
Oh, no idea.
Classic tipped in May last year.
Okay.
Training sales.
How much?
650,000.
Ooh-wee! Okay.
So it makes a lot of appeal.
What had it done before?
I've done anything before.
They'd done nothing before, but went through horses in training sale.
Oh yeah, but the breeze up sales.
Oh, okay, so the breeze. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I was slightly confused.
And where's the tongue strap for this debut?
Well, it's interesting. I'm just doing a bit of digging on McLean's music because it wasn't a horse that I really knew about. But he's the sire of Jackie's Warrior, who was obviously a champion sprinter out in the US of A. So no doubt that would be part of the reason why he cost a lot of runners. And he's got 13.5% black type horses to runners.
Yeah, he's a good sire.
So clearly a sire to keep on the right side of. I feel a bit bad that I didn't really know much about that one. But Motanife is the 12. Surely the 11 had a big chance now.
Yes, certainly on paper. We have seen plenty of expensive horses fail first time out here, though. The 12, Mustang Sears, midfield in both starts. Both those coming in winners of one company, so this is a slight drop in class for him, so he may well do better. Drawn out in stall 13, Fawas Wanas.
Winner we saw in our last race, he's a big, strapping, imposing, leggy type that you think we're probably going to do more going forward. So I would have rather him had a bit of a break. And we see the 24 there as well, Camille Ospina's mount, has got very, very warm, and that's why they'll be adjusting the girths, because there's no doubt that saddle will have moved a little bit. Nidam is the 13, though. Let's get back to going through them in number order. The 13, unlucky for some.
Is a Tizalol colt whose half-brother recently sold for, I think, $1.15 million.
Holy!
But unfortunately, he didn't sell for $1.5 million, despite the good pedigree. I say good pedigree. I mean, it doesn't absolutely stand out, but the half-brother clearly caught a lot of eyes. He didn't catch as many. He's gone through the sales a couple of times and went through most recently at Goss Breeze Up sales last year for £15,000, which is a little disappointing. When you consider, that the half-brother was making headlines. So
he's also a Tiz the Law, and there wouldn't have been many Tiz the Laws that are Goss Breeze Up, and still didn't attract much attention, which would be a big negative.
Looked okay in the paddock. Has a bit of size. I couldn't be absolutely certain he's absolutely fit for this, but Alex Moreno is a good jockey to have on board. One of the more interesting ones on paper.
Umran, I really like this one. This is a 14.
A son of Hardspun.
That's his German cousin.
And is well bred and made a very promising start, win third of 14 to Golden Solo in a 1200-metre maiden here late last month. Been given a couple of weeks since then. That's ideal. I thought this one has to go close with normal improvement, and is the one they have to beat really on paper.
Riad is the 15.
Beaten 27 lengths behind Jeddah Beach in a 1600-metre maiden last month. That race has obviously thrown out a couple of winners. The winner and the second have both won races subsequently, but he's got plenty of find on paper and will need to do a bit better.
Riyad Elez is the 16.
Demarchelier, Gal. Do you know much about Demarchelier?
Not a clue.
No, I don't think
Not
so.
a clue.
Out of a modest US winner, fetched just €16,000 at Tattersalls Breeze-Ups last May. Fair draw for debut, but not as appealing as some on paper.
Shakat is the 17, making second career start.
Finished last of 14 behind Golden Solo on debut, and is well held by Omran on that run.
Suntet is the 18.
Suntet was tailed off on debut here in November over 1600 metres, had a break since, but obviously hard to fancy on that.
Drifting is the 19. We saw that horse not really impressing Hannah in the parade ring.
No, drifting's the name of the horse. That's not what it's doing in the markets. There probably is drifting slightly in the market, in fairness. It's by Tasleet. We don't see too many of those. Half-sister to Group 3 winner as well. I didn't think Shape 2 Badly win a 7 1/4 lengths, 6th of 10 to Macthor in a 1200-metre maiden last month, and a bit of improvement expected up on trip. I thought that might be a little bit of a surprise package. Stall 17 is not particularly helpful, but could improve and does have the benefit of that run.
Yeah, let's rattle through these last three very quickly until, but just let me say one thing first. We're live on the Jcsa English-speaking broadcast. Get involved in the comments. It's great to have so many people commenting already. And remember, like, subscribe, turn on those bell notifications. 21, 22, 24. What do you make of those runners? Any that are worth a second look? We've already spoken about a
yes,
couple.
I mean, we've mentioned 22 already, so we'll miss that out. The other two do merit some kind of mention. The 21 Golden Triplet was 9 lengths ahead of Raydan when unplaced behind Jeddah Beach last time out, so you'd expect it to confirm that form. Obviously needs to improve a little bit to be getting involved here. And the 24 hinted at ability when 9th of 17 and the winners have won by Hor Al Mohammedia on last month's debut, and should improve for that, but needs to do so to get involved.
Rory, selection, nice and quick.
Omran, number 14.
Rory is going to go for Omran, number 14. I'll take you on with the 11 just because they're money. That is going to be my pick. So 11 for me, 14 for Rory. They're loading up. And John Blance, it's over to you.
Yeah, Omran and Music Critic very close to one another in the international markets. Interesting move at a price, but much as if I think one or two international punters have thought Camillo Ospina on a 25 to 1 chance. That's been nibbled in to 16 to 1 for that one. Horse number 24. So they are almost ready. Big field lining up here, even taking into account the 5 non-runners, 19 going to post. It's Raydan nearest to us. This is Al Nayef, hands of Mohammed Al Daham. Once this one's in, they will all be ready. Al Nayef into stall number 2. 1400 metres on the dirt once more, of course. Look, the 2's just backed out there. Al Khair. Start number 5 for this one. Seem to be all nicely installed, but they're going to have to try and put this one back in now. Gate number 6. Abdullah Al-Audib is the rider. Got the old visor on there for kickback purposes. Here we go. Horse number 2, Al Khair, goes in. Now full complement, 1400 metres in front of the big field. Present and correct. Starter happy now, and away they go. They are racing. Very good start there, right on the inside by Raydan. Also away well, right round the outside, Music Critic for the Red Stable. And Music Critic, one of the international market leaders, has gone on in the early stages. Suntet is also prominent as well. Then right up the inside, the fast-starting Riad has now just been taken back a little bit. Mujazif is going on as well. Also prominent is Golden Trippet towards the outside. Spot that one in the white and the purple colours as they make their way towards the turn. Also prominent as well is Kasurat Al-Hijaz, but the leader now is Music Critic, who got to the front and has now tacked across to that rail. To in second position Mujazif, who's being rather vigorously ridden by Camilo Ospina. Then after that, round the outside, Suntet in the purple colours. Then even further wide on the track is Golden Trippet. The green jacket now getting a good bit closer is Nidham, moving stealthily into a posse there in the sheepskin noseband. Field trails all the way back to Al Khair, has got plenty to do from there, but it's Music Critic who grabbed this race by the scruff of the neck, who now leads down the lane as they go inside the final furlong and a half. To in second position Mujazif. They're well clear of the rest as they make their way down towards the closing stages now. Omran is getting going, but far too late. It's Music Critic who's well clear of the field, 7 or 8 lengths the advantage, and racing up towards the line. This race was over early. Nawaf Al Mudiari got the horse out, got the rail, went on to win easily. In second position, the fast finishing Al Naif. Tight for third, one that was staying on very well there was Riad Al Ez, who might just have got that. No doubt about the winner, though. Music Critic, a very, very easy winner. Well done to Callum there in the studio. Music Critic, pretty easy success. We saw it earlier on today, didn't we? The horse just getting out well, bossing the race. The kickback here at Riyadh isn't the worst in the world, but it's not something you want to get caught in. And if you've got early pace and a wide draw to offset, the obvious thing to do is to risk maybe doing a little bit too much in the early stages for the reward of getting to the front early and getting that rail as well. And it was just expertly ridden. Music Critic in second spot was Al Nair, and he will get the minors all sorted out very shortly, but they were well strung out in the end. Music Critic on debut, interestingly bred, and well, Jimmy Jerkins the trainer for the Red Stable, and won by the with the minimum of fuss. Tougher tests may well materialise in the future, but it's certainly passed here today on debut. Music Critic 1 minute 29.67. Al Naif in second, 1 minute 30.57. Riad El Ez was third, and Mujazil, who tried in vain to catch Music Critic in the end, got rather tired and finished fourth. All done for race number 4. Arabians next.
Well, I've got Jimmy Jerkins here, so let's talk more about Music Critic. Firstly, congratulations, Jimmy. Debutant, but looked rather easy in the end.
Yeah, I mean, he was getting a little tired, which he figured too, you know. But we trained him pretty hard, but not as hard as you usually do most of the first-time starters, because the races came up, you know, and it's getting late in the season. We wanted to get him started, so. I chose, next week there was a 1200, and I was kind of almost waited for that, but I said, well, let's go. Let's hope I think what he lacked in a little bit of tight fitness, you know, I thought his talent overcame it, which is I was hoping for.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he's interestingly bred, so talk to me about his breeding.
Well, McLean's Music is a horse I'm familiar with. He only ran one time in America, and he won from here to the airport, and then he never ran again after that. So, and his getter like that too. They're not very. They can be on the fragile side. You know, they don't. They have a lot of talent, but they, you know, Jackson Warrior is a horse that Steve Asmussen had back home. It was a very, very good horse, and he he managed him very well, and he was able to get good 2 or 3 good seasons out of him. But the majority of them, it's it's kind of touch and go. So, but he's got some good toughness on his dam side. So hopefully, maybe with the brilliance of his father and some of the toughness on the dam side, it might be a nice horse.
Yeah, well, we'll walk and talk, because I know you'll have to have a photo to celebrate. But so talk to me, where can we find this horse next? Have you got any ideas so far?
No, we just one step at a time.
Yeah.
Just, can't count your chickens before they hatch. You got to get them over there and get them started, and then take it from there.
Yeah, and he's quite a chunky sort. Like he looks very nice.
Yeah, he is, and that's the McLean's music. He was the same way, and his horses are all that way. So most of them. So
Brilliant. Thank you. I'll let you go. I know they're calling your name. Thank you so much, Jimmy. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. Really appreciate those words from Jimmy. And yeah, it's great, interesting what you mentioned about McLean's music, one from here to the airport in his only start in America, and clearly is throwing that ability onto his progeny, because like we said, Jackie's Warrior, Steve Asmussen's runner, is a proper horse. Jackie's Warrior, famously not a filly, which I always think is hilarious, because it's the one that always catches everybody out.
Yes, I suppose that's always the case with names like that. But yeah, this is a really interesting horse on paper. We don't tend to go with the expensive debutants first time, because, as you heard from Jimmy there, he didn't think this horse was absolutely fit for it, but his talent got him through. And horses do tend to need a run on this surface to show their best. But this is a talent. As his price tag would suggest, McLean's Music won his only start at Santa Anita by a very wide margin, and then didn't really stand training after that. So it'll be interesting to see how this fella does, but he's a good looker. He certainly caught the eye of the buyers at Fasig Tipton, the Midlantic sale last May.
I wonder why they call it that.
Indeed, but yeah, I thought, I wouldn't have thought that Jimmy's the kind of trainer to really push them that hard before debut. But obviously he taught this horse plenty. He was straight out of the stalls and into the lead. So he knew what the game was about. He got a little bit tired later on, but he was different class to his rivals. And it's interesting, the horse that runs on for second was another expensive newcomer, Al Nayaf. It cost 125,000 at the sales in Keeneland as well. So 2 expensive US purchases dominating the race. The runner-up, I think, was returned at 25 to 1, which was a generous price given what he was capable of and how well the yard tend to do. Mohammed Al-Daham on board as well. But yeah, no doubting this form. We talked about Al Faisal Al Mazloul, how his draw on stall 20 was a negative. Not just because it was wide, but it was widest of all for a 2-year-old debutant, or 3-year-old debutant as they are now. That can be really difficult, and he was well beaten.
He passed a couple late on.
Essentially, but his race was gone after 20 yards because he was detached from the main group and looking green. So it's just a case of nursing him home from that stage. But our winner's in front already at this stage of the race. The other joint favourite is moving into 6th place now with that sort of yoke, the white yoke on the back. But Omran, although he does make headway into about 3rd place in the straight, can't really keep going with that run.
Really quickly.
And about 2 places behind him is Al Nayaf, who runs on well to the line to grab second in the end. And as you can see, Mohammed Al-Daham isn't riding him quite as vigorously as Luis Morales is on Omran, who gets a fairly vigorous ride here. And as I said, briefly moves into a place, but doesn't see it out, whereas Al Nayaf alongside him now has moved past again and runs on well for 2nd place. We had a good run for a long way from the our eventual 4th, I think, in the end. It was at 3rd. Mujazif,
I think it was
number
4th
24, has faded. This is a big step up on the debut. Not badly bred either. A son of Curlin, who's only had the 1 run and showed ability on that debut. There was some serious incident there late in the race. I noticed on the earlier replay that could have been very nasty indeed. I think that was
That was the 18. That was Suntet.
Yeah, sorry. The colours are on one page and the name's on another. But it could have been very nasty for him. He almost went down on his hocks, and he's been eased up and come home in last place in the end. But obviously shaped a lot better than that, but you want to get him home and make sure that he's sound after that could have been a very nasty incident.
Yeah, great spot by the team in the studio as well, finding that, because you can just see Suntec. We'll get another angle of it here. Watch purple colours, white cap. Is it a clipping of heels? I think it is, isn't it? Yep.
He's been stood on from behind.
With Bart Al Fahad, who's just in behind there. So a pretty good sit from your rider there, but it's one of those where if you're on a horse and it does that, you just have to sit and hope. Really.
That must feel horrible as well.
You are a passenger. Especially going at that speed, and it just sort of goes down behind you. But great work from the jockey to be able to just gather that horse up and let him finish under his own speed. But Rory, one more question about this winner. Is he a 1,400 metre horse or a 1,200 metre horse?
He's going to be speedy. I don't think he wants any further than 1,400 metres at this stage. And he'll obviously see this out a little bit better a second time up when he's got race fitness on his side. But I'd have thought he's got the speed for 1,200 as well. So Connections will look to see what the best targets are at either of those trips and race them accordingly, I think. Yes, a message out to the Najdad team. Please do not try and run this horse in the Saudi Derby. He will not get home no matter how tempting it is. Let's move on though, because Rory, it is Arabian festival time. They're in the parade ring behind us. I'm just looking forward to you having that conversation with Jimmy Jerkins, to be perfectly honest. Absolutely, I'll tell him to his face, 100%. Jimmy, please, for goodness sakes, don't run him in the Saudi Derby. No, don't do it. They are in the parade ring behind us for the first of our Arabian festival races. John Blance, have you got a race card? Because you'll need it for this.
Yes, thank you very much. Let's hope we can get through these races, but runners and riders will be appearing on your screen very shortly. We got there will be no runners and riders on screen. We've got the purebred Arabian Maiden Race 5, and this is the first on the Prince Sultan bin Abdullah Aziz International Cup Day. Horse number 1 is Ithiyar, the man of Mohammed Al Hubayl. 2 is Mbella Al Saraya, the man of Asil Al Sahani. 3 is Naila Khalid Al Mamoni. 4 is Jaloria Al Dalam, Nawef Al Fayruz. Number 5 is Al Adalah, that's the man of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 6 is Asaib, Mohammed Al Mazed. Horse number 7 is Amazing Fella, Mohammed Al Habib. 8 is Narcissus, no jockey for that one, unfortunately. Horse number 9 is Gim Al Bar, Mohammed Al Nasser. Number 10 is Shadan Al Nakwa. Horse number 11 is Baydayat Arab Al Sarah, Alexis Moreno. Horse number 12 is Ajmal Dima. Number 13 is Amirat Hurrah, Naif Al Anazi. 14 is Amwaj Al Shabibiyah, man of Abdullah Al Fayruz. 15 is Samlat Al Hezam, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 16 is Kazamar, Abdullah Al Kradis. Number 17 is Shumak Al Bahar, Rakan Obeid. And horse number 18 is Kafla Gudar, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. I think those are all the runners, certainly the ones that I've got down here anyway. One person who I'm sure can tell us a little bit more is Hannah Baycroft, who's in the parade ring now.
Have a look at some of these. We're going to start off with horse number 2. This is Nebla Al Sharaya. Nice walk on this horse, just have the Dexter ring bit in and also the cheek pieces, looking quite dull in the coat, but notice it's got some lighter patches on its hind and its tummy as well. Interesting colour. Would like to see a bit of a shine on this horse, not so defined on the hind end, quite soft. Number 5 is the next horse we're going to be looking at, Al Adla. That is horse number 5. Looks like it's been hogged. You can see the spiky mane there. Has got the headgear on, the noseband, and a loose ring snaffle. Again, quite dull in the coat on this one, and also looking quite soft. But you can see with the purebred Arabian shape, you can tell the way they carry their tail. There's like a dip on the back. So yes, looking forward to seeing more of these. Quite a short coupled horse, this one, but again, not an eye catcher. Number 6 is the next horse. Now this one really shows us the business. This is Asaib, and actually we're going to move out the way just because that one spooked at the bell, which caused one of the handlers to let go. Now that could have been dangerous because we could have had a loose horse there, but I'm pleased to confirm that it's all good and they're back under control. But this number 6 Asaib is going to be a tricky one to mount for sure. But it's got a gorgeous gleam on the coat. It's got really nice definition on the hind end. And I can also see some dapples as well, which is a fantastic sign. But we'll keep an eye on this one as the jockey does mount. This is going to be quite a wired horse. So yes, Oh, we've got it under control. All good. Well, we'll move on to the next horse now. Number 9, Gim Al-Bahar is the next horse. We've got a bit of a gap in the parade ring, but this next horse we're going to look at is a grey who's really on his toes. He's got the nose band, but lovely temperament on the head. You see he's got nice wide eyes, and he really knows what's about to happen. Walking out as well, his front legs. This mare, sorry, I beg your pardon, this mare, she's actually sort of kicking her front legs out. She's also kicking her legs out a bit, so she's walking quite nicely. But I love the alertness of this one. Her ears are pricked and her hind end looks quite defined. Also nice and tucked up underneath. This probably would actually have to be my paddock selection. This is the one that looks the best and the most race fit. The final one we'll look at is horse number 20, Smoda Al Jandal, which is towards the back end of our horses here in the paddock as they all start to go out to the track. We've had quite a busy parade ring in here today. It's quite exciting to see so many horses. Now this is our final grey that we're going to look at. Quite a slim type. She does have a scar on the back of her leg, so I wonder what happened there. It looks quite recent indeed. But that's some of the horses here in the paddock. They're off out to post now. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, we can see horse number 20 in shot, which, let's be honest, Rory, surprised me that this horse is in this race. Maybe you're leaving a couple of non-runners somewhere along the lines, but in the notes that we had earlier, we didn't have any non-runners in this contest, but we will find out how they get on as they head their way down to post. There is a couple of colours that we know here. The 15, Smat Al-Hazan, is in colours that we know in the original purebred Arabian racing scene, and the same with Ajmal Dima, the 12. 12 and 15 go for owners that we know a little bit about.
Yeah, Ajmal Dima obviously representing the Ajmal stable, who are one of the more the third most powerful stable, I would say, in terms of the purebred Arabians, by one of the Al-Khaladia sires, Shakran Al-Khaladia, out of Doyle Al-Daham. I don't have a jockey for her. That's the downside to that with Ajmal Dima, and we're not getting jockey changes or updates from the stewards because this isn't a sanctioned contest.
I've just had a message from the stewards saying, "Are you guys covering the next races?" I'm like, "Are you?" That should be the next question.
All I can tell, listen, yeah, we've got no form offer here. These are essentially babies having their first start. We don't race 2-year-olds. At this level, a lot of these look like they need to grow a lot. Even if you'd say the purebred Arabians tend to be smaller, plenty of these need to grow into the frame. 2 is a decent size. Nabella Al Saraya. I think the one that caught our eye both was number 9, Gim Al Bahar, who is a well-grown grey, who looks ready to get on with things and looks a little fitter than most of these, and just a bit stronger and more and better developed as well. So that would be the pick of those. Mohammed Al Nassar on board, and again, you know, you look at the regular jockeys. We still have, again, because this has been put together by someone else other than the usual source. You do have different spellings of possibly the horse names
and the
jockey names as well. So Khalid Al Memoni is down as Al Memoni.
Rakan Al Abeid is just Rakan Abeid.
Just Rakan Abeid. Abdullah Al Khamis is written down differently. Naif Al Anazi is down as Naif Al-Anzi, which is you know, one of the. I'm not suggesting these are mistakes. No. There are just various ways of translating Arabic into English, particularly with you know, where the names beginning with Al. Sometimes written as one word, sometimes written as 2 words. You'll have different vowels used. You'll sometimes have vowels missing that you're meant to insert vowel sound for, so it's not particularly easy. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is down as R. Ferreira, slightly different spelling as well. Abdullah Al Kradis. But you can generally get an idea of who's who.
We've been here long enough to work out who's who. Talking about we've been here long enough to work out that this is worth 100,000 Saudi riyals. So for these babies, this will be a nice little paycheck for your winner. So yeah, best of luck to everyone involved in this. They'll have an opportunity to win a share of 100,000.
Yeah, 50,000 to the winner.
So
my eyesight just about manages to pick that up. It's very small print, isn't it?
Yes. Oh yeah.
20,000.
It's amazing. It's 50,000 to the first and 20,000 to the first.
First 50,000 SAR, well, that should be second 20,000 SAR, and third 12,000. Fourth 6,000, fifth 5,000. And
6 and 7 to get
and
some prize money.
6 4,000, 7 3,000. You're not getting an awful lot more for finishing 4th compared to finishing 7th. But prize money a fair way down, so it encourages support. For
and now we know why we've got the full field. And Hannah did a very good job of actually just avoiding the carnage, because it was the 7 Amazing Fellow who got very worked up when the bell went, nearly bolted in the parade ring. Rory, you mentioned that horse genuinely looked like a foal. I mean, some of these are tight. Just see at the back of shot there, the 7 with the orange saddle cloth. Looks very, very small.
Lovely wildlife, though.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. You can tell. We don't know where to point the form, is it?
I'd say it's about 2 minutes before we get a shot of the moon here as well. just like the good old days when we had about 40 different cameras and one dedicated just to wildlife sprinting across the track in front of the horses. Yeah, listen, there's not an awful lot we can tell you about these other than the paddock notes, which are a lot of these are very very backward looking and small, looking like they will need time to develop. And the one we like is pretty flighty as well, it has to be said.
Well, it took a while to get mounted in the parade ring.
So yeah, it did take a while to get mounted. It was on its toes, so it could easily sort of, over race in this contest. But it was the one who stood out to me. The other one who made some appeal was Sami Al-Matari's runner, Nabel Al-Saraya. And we are back to the good old days of stalls position and race card number being the same.
Oh, I've missed it.
That's a lovely throwback to last season, isn't it?
Missed it. Yes, what number are you, 13? Coming out of stall 13. Was the handicap done in alphabetical order? Yes, it was. Well, how does that make any sense, people? So, yes, the number of the stall reflects the number on the race card. Alex Moreno is a jockey that's always worth following in these races. He's on Bidayat Arab Al Sarah, so keep an eye out on number 11. But they're already loading. The entire team is putting all their eggs in the Gem Al Baha basket. Horse number 9 jumping out of stall 9. Best of luck with whoever you're with at home. And now John Blance. It's the first of the Arabian Festival races. You've got 2 days of this.
Yeah, they're putting them in for this 5th race on the card, our first purebred Arabian race. This is Al Adalar KFM going in. Horse number 10 moves forward. That's Shadan Al Naqwa. 11 is Bidayat Arab Al Sarah. Spots of Asaib goes in. Amazing Fellow about to move forward as well. The 14 is Amwaj Al Shabavaya. The 20 to go in is Smod Al Jandal. The 4 is Jaloria Al Dalam. Nawaf Al Fayroz, Al Fayrouz as we usually call him, but that was Al Fayroz now on this particular race card. We have a dismountee. Looks like it's the 11. Alexis Moreno has got off Bidayat Arab Al Sarah. Horse number 9 is Gim Al Baha. The greys in the field. Also waiting for the 9 to go in. Oh, bit reluctant. It's probably not helped in the reluctant stakes with the 11 horse there either. It was rather nearby when this one was rearing up. Or sort of walking backwards rather than rearing up, but getting a bit flighty. Gil Malbar to go in. 2 to go. Gil Malbar goes forward. This is Bidayat Arab Al Sarah. A delegation of stalls handlers now making their way across to this 11, who has been persuaded, shall we say, that moving forward into its stall might be a sensible course of action. They're all ready. purebred Arabians, ladies and gentlemen. Ready. Off. And away they go. Slightly awkward out the gate was Amazing Fellow. One that's making good early progress is Gim Al-Bar, who gave us a few problems down at the start, but is going all right in the early stages of this purebred contest. Amwaj Al-Shababaya is also prominent as they make their way to the turn. And now making headway to take it up is Kazamar in the hands of Abdullah Al-Kradis. So it's Kazamar that leads to Gim Al-Bar, who's racing in second. Third horse is Shadan Al-Naqwa. And then towards the outside, we've got Jaloraya Al-Delam as they make their way towards the final 600 metres. Right towards the rear of the field at the moment is Smod Al-Janadal, and also towards the back of the field is an Amazing Fellow. So they're making the swing for home, and it's Gim Al-Bar who's got on very nicely here, striding out into the lead. 5 lengths to the good over Nabila Al-Saraya, who now moves into second. After that, in third position is Shaidan Al-Naqwa, who's boxing on. Then from the back of the field, trying to get going as well as Kazamar. But as they make their way inside the closing stages, look at this 9-horse go. Gim Al-Bar, who kept us waiting down at the start, is in a different parish to the rest of these, and racing up towards the line, it's Gim Al-Bar who scored. In second position, Shadan Al-Naqwa. Third horse home looked to be Kazamar, and the fourth, well, that's one for the judge. Horse number 9, Gim Al-Bar, has scored. All the Arabian race experts in the studio, they knew the Shrewdies were on. It's Gim Al-Bar in the hands of Mohammed Al Nasser. Once again, a horse, in this case, obviously not a thoroughbred, but an Arabian who's got to the front and kept things pretty simple. And those tactics have worked well today. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's a front runner favouring track, but it's just been something that has been noticeable by its success today. Gim Al-Bar, 1 minute 22.54 seconds, gives you an example as well of the difference between how long it takes an Arabian to run 1200 and a thoroughbred. Second was the 10, Shaidan Al-Naqwa. Third horse home was the 19 in the end. That was Wizmi Al-Saraya. And the fourth horse home was Nabella Al-Saraya. So that was the 1, 2, 3, 4 in the first of our purebred Arabian races today, all part of the Prince Sultan bin Abdullah Al-Aziz International Cup. We've got plenty more still to come, and a good few quid for the winner of that race.
We knew We knew this purebred Arabian game is easy. If you could find a way to get on, firstly, well done. And well done if you followed us with the horse number 9, Gim Al-Bara, who looked the best in the parade ring in a field full of horses that looked very, very immature. This one had signs of maturity, strong back end, strong neck, clearly very, very green. Took forever to mount, took forever to load, but has finished first, Rory. And obviously, it was never in doubt.
No, it was really one of only 2 who took the eye to any degree in the parade ring. And Hannah liked him, I liked him, you liked him. There wasn't a lot not to like about this one compared to the others, but that was more about the negatives for the rest of the field, and the fact that this is, rightly not really a race to be betting in, but a race to be watching for the future. But our winner has done it very nicely indeed.
Colours quite similar to the colours of honeysuckle. I mean, it's a stretch. It's a stretch, and I know you're very stringent on your colours when I say colours are similar to others. So I don't want to upset you already. We've got plenty more of the purebred Arabian races to go. It's something that will cheer you up.
Just
bolting clear off the bed.
I can see Kenny Alexander in the enclosure, but no sign. At all.
He's not invited to show today. They'll wait till Cheltenham. There's a race for him somewhere. Yeah, he's done that well though, Rory, hasn't he? He's spun off the bend and he's actually quickened away from them in quite impressive style. And I know at the moment he's the top 3-year-old purebred Arabian we've seen in Saudi Arabia.
He is, and he probably will be for a while. Yeah, this is a promising start. Difficult to know exactly what he's beaten, obviously, in the end, but he's done it. He's done it in professional style. As you can see, mounting out of a middle stall and immediately knows more about the game than most of his rivals. Gets to the front, comes across to lead on the rail. A little bit of speed from 1 or 2 out wide as well. So he actually dropped back to third briefly, but he was perfectly positioned. As Jockey would have been very happy with where he was.
He'd be happy to get that rail,
16 and 17 with the 2, Kazama and Shumuk Al-Bar, who showed speed to get alongside him briefly, but he was just in second gear at that stage, and he's gone through the gears at this stage to get away from his field, and registered quite a nice victory in 122 odd. Not an awful time for the purebred Arabians over this track and train.
The 2, the horse that you highlighted, just coming there on the inside, that's Nebla Al-Sarah. Ran a very good race for a long when she got very tired late on there.
Yeah, just to try and chase the leader and got a little bit tired and got run down for that place by the 2 who are chasing her at this stage. But she's run a creditable race in second. She was another one who looked to have a little bit more scope than most. So how much she's going to improve from first to second start, I don't know. And really, there were 2 races going on. The filly who won it had plenty in hand, and then you had a couple sort of running on to dispute the places late in the day. But very nice introduction for this chunky grey filly who does have the look of a sprinter about her.
Yeah, she was a big, strong, strapping type, and she caught the eye in the parade ring. She looked the most physically forward of all of these, the most precocious, and she has justified those good looks with a very easy victory. Ears flapping all over the place. She's not even grown into her ears yet. These are very, very young. I'd almost be tempted to say almost too young to be running, really. Some of these looked very, very leg-weary when they came home, and because they're all still growing, really, aren't they?
They are. Some of them won't grow to be particularly big, obviously. Some very lightly made. This in a slightly different mould. Powerful, short coupled, a sprinter in looks and a sprinter the way that she's gone through the race as well.
Let's move on though, because race number 6 is our next race we are going to have a look at. At the moment, Rory, we're 1 from 1 in the purebred Arabian themes. Can we make it 2 from 2? Especially now we have got some ratings here, so we do kind of know what we like.
I'm going to say yes. Because we do have quite a big standout in terms of the ratings here, but you may disagree.
No, I agree with everything you say here on this case, Raw. In fact, I'll leave it up to you. Who's the one that stands out?
Abdul Wahed has got a runner in the race. Muazzez Al Khalidiyah down at the bottom. He's got half a chance, but Masood Al Khalidiyah stands out in terms of form. Mohammed Al-Daham riding as well, top rider. He's got an official rating of 113. I'm not entirely sure that's completely justified, but was third to Turkey Al Khalidiyah and Mustabsil Al Khalidiyya in the Prince Abdulaziz bin Musaid bin Jalawi Cup last time out.
Oh, great naming there.
And the rating has gone up from that. I'd say slightly north of 100 is probably more accurate, but even that gives him £10 to spare.
Yeah, it should be a bit too good for all of these. Before we throw to John, just a quick mention, Ed Rarfield's back in the chat, people. Ed will be saying, go on, Jimmy Jerkin. We've not seen Ed for a while.
No,
the Scottish-American Ed, big fan of the show, and we're a big fan of his, does all of the social media for Jimmy.
No surprise that he's tuning in today with that very promising
Music City
music.
Yeah.
Music City making his debut could be a very nice horse indeed.
Yeah, Ed, it looks like you've got yourself a smart one. We've got a smart one in the commentary box in the shape of John Blance. It's all yours.
What a link. I mean, goodness me, that's what Callum Helliwell's paid the big bucks for. Anyway, horse number 1, Schmock Shah, is the man of Alexis Moreno. 2's a non-runner here. 3 is Prince Kalino, Abdullah Al Khamis. 4 is the aforementioned Masood Al Khalidiyya, Mohammed Al Daham. 5 is Al Sakab, the man of Asil Al Sahani. 6 is Elige de Zamaglia, Mohammed Al Hubail. 7 is Al Mash Al Bahar, Nawaf Al Fayruz. Horse number 8 is Najashi, the mount of, I think it's Naif Al Mediana, but I might be wrong about that, so if I am, I apologise. Horse number 10 is Apache, Yusuf Al Bakawi. Number 11 is Awamir, Mohammed Al Nasser. And number 12 doesn't have a rider, or one that's been given to me anyway, Muazzez Al Khalidiyya. That's horse number 12. So 12 declared, 2 non-runners now, the 2 and the 9. So we're down to 10. And it's back to the boys in the studio, the Arabian experts.
Yeah, thank you very much, John. They're in the pre-parade ring for this. We do have a couple of ratings for them. Really intrigued to see what you think about the horse number 2, Rory. K.
Yeah, that's a non-runner, so, you know.
Oh, there we go. Don't have to worry about it.
I think the only reason the name's been taken out because the horse was a non-runner.
Oh.
There's another one like that appears to have one.
Is that the eye that we see later on in the card?
Also a non-runner, so that explains why that.
Sense.
We're not dealing with one letter named horses here.
One who does have a full name is Schmock Shah, who we do know a teeny tiny bit about.
Yeah, Schmock Shah has got a rating of 74. She's a chestnut mare who's had a few chances, but she is running pretty well at the moment. 3rd of 20 in a handicap won by Badi Al Sham a couple of starts ago, just a 0-65 event. And then backed that up with a 4 3/4 length second to Tofa in a winners of 1 last time out.
Hannah, you are already in the parade ring. The horses are coming past you. Who do you like?
I'm looking at the one horse here, Schmock Shah. She's got her ears pricked, noseband on, very dull in her coat, liver chestnut, quite fluffy underneath, but her temperament is quite nice. Number 4 is the next horse, just behind actually, Masood Al Khalidiyya. A gorgeous shine on this liver chestnut. He's having a bit of a head shake, but nothing to worry about at all. I like his hind end actually, very defined. And the last horse we're going to look at is number 5. This is Al Sakab. Got a rather large head, this horse. He's got the noseband and the headgear. Quite a fine, actually, horse. Underneath, he's tucked up. Not a massive amount of definition on the hind end, but he's carrying himself quite nicely. But it's the head, actually, quite larger than the rest of his body. But out of those 3, I do like the number 4, I think. For me, Masood Al Khalidiyya. Nice shine on the coat. Very muscular. That was my paddock eye catcher as soon as he came in. So it's back to you guys in the studio. What do you like?
Oh, Hannah, I'd like to know who's running in this one. We're having to kind of look over our shoulders to find out who's taking part in this race, Rory, because there's no point in talking about horses that aren't involved. So let's move on to the 4. Masood Al Khalidiyya is the 4. We know that horse is running, and that has the rating that they all have to beat, apparently.
Yes, Masood Al Khalidiyya, as we said, was 3rd in a cup competition and not beaten very far last time out either, running probably the race of his life, beaten 3/4 of a length by the mighty Turkey Al Khalidiyya on that occasion. He was in the Gulf Cup before that where he was unplaced, and again disappointing back in November in an open contest. So you know, his run last time out is a little bit of a standout. He did win an open here in October, beating Katir Al Khalidiyya and Own We saw Owen run last week. So he's, you know, although he's not the most consistent in the world, he does have form that gives him a massive chance of winning this race.
Let's see Masood Al-Khalidiyah in action here. This is a one. Now, I'm no purebred Arabian expert, but this thing should be far too good for this lot, really.
On the form book, he should be. It's worth pointing out now we're seeing him running in the Al Sabah colours here, who've been carrying all before them. Tamer Al Dahani training. Doesn't train him here. This is now. I don't know whether he doesn't run for Tamer Al Dahani because he's coming back. But you see, he's just getting run over a little bit of a flash of the tail there, and he just gets run out of things late in the day. But clearly that form is good enough to win a much weaker race like this. But he's racing for different connections now, which would be your only worry. But he's been running well recently, so it's not like if he was off the track for a year and running for different connections in this, you might be a little bit worried about it. But he ran the race of his life last time out, which is only a matter of weeks ago, just over a fortnight ago. I found less than a fortnight ago. 13 days ago, strictly speaking, on the 27th of December, our first day back.
We strive for perfection here, Rory. So if it's not a fortnight ago, it's not a fortnight ago.
We don't think that Jcsa
is
the
8 might be going.
in the parade ring. Everything else that hasn't been already declared a non-runner is in the parade ring. So we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them.
So we've got horses numbers
John
1.
went through them and there were 10. So the 8 is the one that's missing.
Yeah, it's the one that's missing. So horses 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11 and 12 are your runners. So note, there are a few non-runners in here that are well worth noting. It also doesn't help that they didn't all come in at the same time as well, which is where my panic stations kicked in.
Of course, it doesn't really matter whether your selection's a non-runner or not. You're not going to be having it in a bet in this contest. But it's worth pointing out if you did like horse number 8 and you wanted to happen during the race, it probably hasn't run.
Steady on now, Rory. Someone somewhere might have had their absolute conkers on the old Masood Al-Khalidiyah.
They absolutely haven't. And
let me tell you, my mum at home has found a way to get Masood Al-Khalidiyah into her selection. She's very confident.
Only if your auntie's laying that one cabbage to 2.
And then you throw the cabbage at the bookmakers. Is that right? Am I right in that story?
Chuck them in the hod.
There you go. And let's talk about the horse we can see in shot here. This is a good-looking livered chestnut. This is the 11 Awamir. Comes here with a rating of 80, which on paper gives them a lot to find here.
It does, but it gives them place claims if running up to that mark. Mohammed Al Nassar riding Awamir, the Qatari bred. A win would maybe asking a little bit too much, but has place claims, the 9-year-old, on the pick of his form.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Who have you caught up with?
I've caught up with Hamid and he's going to tell me about his horse. So he owns horse number 12, Muzel Al-Khalidiyah. Tell me about this horse.
Actually, we got this horse gifted by Saad bin Mishraf, and great thanks to him. And I hope he's going to win today.
Yeah. Well, like I just said to you off air, he looks very, very well in the paddock. He looks very toned and fit.
Yeah, actually we're in thoroughbred horses much. This is our third time in Arabic horses. But I hope it's going to be a great start with Arabic horses.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you very much for that. Thank you. I know you weren't so keen on having a chat with us, but we very much appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes, colours we know well in the thoroughbreds here aboard Muazzaz Al-Khalidiyah, gifted to the owners, and Asel Abdulwahed doing the training as well, a trainer that we know plenty of, hopefully Saad.
We will, if this wins, we'll have a nice interview post-race as well.
Yes.
We will, if this wins, we'll have a nice interview post-race as well.
Yes, hopefully Saad will be in fine form and fine voice. Prince Kalino is the 3, with Lake coming in here. He's an entire horse, age 6 years old.
Yes, Prince Kalino, no official racing for him. He is, as you said, an entire 6-year-old doesn't absolutely jump off the page actually in a race like this, and he'll be doing well to get involved in the finish.
Yeah, it will be tricky enough for him here. Hannah mentioned the 12 looking really well in the parade ring. Rory, are you still looking at this on... sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just going to hark back to Mubazez Al-Khalidi was struggling to get his form up because obviously we don't have the race cards online as we do. His best recent effort was winning a 0-85 handicap from Hashem here in October. He then stepped up to list a company in that race where Sir Aymer beat Al Jerez. Do you remember that one?
Yes,
the one time that Sir Aymer actually travelled sweetly through. It made you think that he's a front runner on the back of that, but no, he's a hard horse to motivate. But he was on a going day there, and that was a very strong listed contest that he won by 2.5 lengths from Al Jerez. And Muazez was 6th of 11. That
I mean, look at the 4 though. I mean, this for me is you couldn't put me off Masood Al-Khalidi, who looks unbelievably strong walking around at the start. He's built like a running back. Look at the strength of the neck and the back end. Love to see him doing his thing, and hopefully he can go forward. Mohammed Al-Daham is on board as well. He'll be looking to continue his good run of form that he showed recently, and he's another one who'll be a nice interview for Hannah if he was to win.
Yes, I mean that's all that's not all we can hope for at this stage, but it will help help to give us a little bit of colour in these cards as well. I'm going to be with Masood Al-Khalidi in this contest. I think he's got Muazez Al-Khalidi to beat, but Masood should have the beating of them.
So Rory and myself are going for Masood Al-Khalidi. Hannah, who was your final pick?
I have to agree with both of you, Masood Al-Khalidi. He did look fantastic in the parade ring. Dapples on his hind end as well, which is always a good sign. So we'll lock that one in. But as I mentioned when we were interviewing Hamad, also number 12, Muazez Al-Khalidi, also looked very well in the parade ring. But to finalise that selection, number 4 for me, Masood Al-Khalidi. We'll hand it over to you, John.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, the Arabians loading up for this 1400-metre contest. And there's the 6 in shot. That's Ligue de Zamaglia. Mohammed Al-Hubail is riding that one. Slightly smaller field for this race than in the first contest, the first Arabian contest. Even smaller field for race 7. Got plenty of these going all the way through till the 12th on the card, and there's plenty more where that came from tomorrow as well. So stand by if you like your purebred Arabian racing today and tomorrow. Very much the days for you. The 7 is Almash Al-Bahar. 10 to go in is Apache. There is Apache, the grey there, in those light blue colours. Moving forward is Prince Kalino. The 1 is Shmoksha. Shmoksha is in. Still waiting for Apache. Also Awamir. 2 to go. Apache and Yasser Al-Bakawi is in. Just waiting for the 11 now. Awamir. Got the old blindfold on for stalls entry. Awamir is in. 1400 metres. It's Prince Sultan bin Abdullah Aziz. International Cup race 2 of the Arabians. Oh, goodness me. That's Shmoksha, who sat down in the starting gate. Oh, goodness me, he's getting very, very worked up. Alexis Moreno's got off. Shmoksha's now completely facing the wrong way in the starting stalls. It's far from ideal. Now, will they run? I can think of 1 or 2 jurisdictions where this horse would be instantly withdrawn, but they may decide to get it vetted and put in again. 2's coming out to, or the 3, sorry, coming out to Prince Kalino. Maybe that one's a little bit spooked by the antics of Shmoksha. So we've got 2 horses being assessed now down at the start. Oh, they're all coming out. There's the 3 being looked at. Prince Kalina. Didn't seem to be hugely affected by what went on. So anyway, we're waiting for the reloading here, so we're quickly back to the lads in the studio.
Just looking at the in behind of the 3 there, who is Prince Kalina, the horse we don't know too much about. Clearly is past the vet, but didn't look the most comfortable there. A couple more going forward here. You're seeing the horse with the lovely colours with the lightning strike down. That's the 11 hour mare here. John, I think they'll be ready to go now.
Yeah, looks like they're going to go without the 1 here. Or are they? Gentleman there looking over his shoulder as if the 1 horse might be about to load, but been given no steer exactly on what's going on with Jcsa. Looks like they're closing the gate, so I'd be surprised if Jcsa now runs. Rest continue to wait patiently. One confirmed a non-runner. Starter still holding them. Not entirely sure why. Everyone else seems present and correct, but the walkie-talkies are out. I'd give you some information about this, but there's just none. I think there's an issue with Alexis Moreno as well, the jockey who was unceremoniously dumped from Jcsa there. Anyway, the rest of them are in, and they are now ready, and they're off and racing. Prince Kalina was very slowly away. Another one that was tardy from the gates was Apache as they make their way through the early stages. Al Sakab is the leader. Also prominent is the 12 horse, that's Muaziz Al Khaladir, one of the fancies. Up the inside is Masoud Al Khaladir, the horse that the boys like in the studio. And there's a wave of 4 across the track there as Awamir in the black and gold is also prominent. Just off them is Prince Kalina taking a bit of a hold, and then round the outside is Apache, followed then by Elige Al Zamaglia, and then right at the back of the field is Almash Al Bahar as they start to make the turn. They're still 3 wide here. Masoud Al Khaladir is going the shortest way. Awamir, though, the black colours has come through to just about take it up, and Muaziz Al Khaladir is round the outside. So it's Awamir that leads them into the home stretch. Awamir in the blue sheepskin or the purple sheepskin noseband to Muaziz Al Khaladir. Then Masoud Al Khaladir just beginning to struggle a little bit now. Then we've got Apache who's trying to stay on. The rest are a long way back. They're down the lane now. Awamir, Mohammed Al Nasser. And the abilities of so many of those Arabian horses with the suffix Al Khaladir, you'd have thought that Awamir and Mohammed Al Nasser were maybe getting involved in an inadvisable speed battle there with the Al Khaladir on either side, but in the end Awamir has burnt the pair of them off and won very convincingly to the winner there. 1 minute 37.50 seconds. Another victory for Mohammed Al Nasser. Muaziz Al Khaladir in second. The 4's finished in third. Masoud Al Khaladir and the 10 in fourth. Apache, that was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Fifth horse home was Almash Al Bahar. But the 11, a comprehensive winner of our second Arabian race of the day. Still plenty more to come from here at Riyadh in this particular sphere, as indeed there will be tomorrow.
A second winner on the day for Muhammad Al Nasser, who has guided Awamir, not the French-bred Awamir, but the Qatari-bred Awamir, to victory here, Rory. And it was quite an interesting tactical battle, that race, because plenty of pace on early. The horse that we all thought was going to be the winner, Masood Al-Khaladiya, stopped very quickly, and it was up to the 11 and 12 to fight out the finish, and it was the 11 that came out on top.
Yeah, bouncing back to form, having been a little bit in and out, to say the least, of this season. Form figures coming into this contest for Awamir: 6th, 10th, 9th, 8th, 12th in the last year, so hasn't been close to his best. Has run in some decent races over that time without running up to his very best form, but suited by the way this race panned out. Not put off by the lengthy delay at the start as well. We obviously had Jcsa withdrawn, having gone down in the stalls, and Alex Moreno taken off the track. So we're waiting for news on Horse and Jockey after that. But
we send our best wishes out to Alex as
absolutely,
well.
yeah.
That was a nasty incident at the start.
It certainly was. Those kind of incidents are always really bad. And the horse desperately trying to get up. They often try to turn themselves around as well, as Jcsa did. At this stage, the favourite had no excuses, got up on the inside, got a lovely toe into it. But Awamir next to him just going that little bit better at this stage, and goes on with Muazzez Al-Khaladiya, who is the other obvious one on paper, on the outside of that trio. But as we said, Masood Al-Khaladiya, having run really well in a cup race just less than 2 weeks ago, has immediately sort of gone backwards on his first run for a new yard after leaving Thamar Al-Dahani, and finishes a very leg-weary third in the end. But Awamir sails on serenely in the distance to win this 1400-metre contest with a bit to spare, and nets connections 50,000 SAR in the process.
Yeah, it's not bad if you're the owners of the second, are you? Because you just had a nice performance there in a thoroughbred race early on in the card, and then in one of your first forays into purebred Arabian racing, you get to take home 20,000 SAR. So I'm sure they'll be more than happy with that performance of the eventual runner-up.
They're very happy with that. That was the horse that was gifted by the sons of Saad bin Mishrif, and that's as you said, a very nice start for those connections.
It will certainly pay for the journey home. It'll put the petrol in the horse box as well. I'm sure they'll be chuffed a bit with
it's
that.
It's a lot cheaper going home from Riyadh than it is heading home from Voslas or Patrick, for example.
Yes, as we see your winner here, Awamir. Nice looking liver chestnut. I like the purple noseband on this one. Well turned out. Nice looking sort. Hannah, have you got an update for us down there in the winner's enclosure?
Yeah, I've got an update for you. It wasn't ideal, was it, horse number 1, Jcsa, with Alex Moreno. So what happened was, as we saw that the horse had gone down. Now, this horse actually flipped over, and as Alex went to get off, he actually got caught between the horse and the stalls. So I've been told that it's hit the top of his thigh that's injured, where he's essentially been squished. However, the good news is he is okay, but he's being checked over. So he's in the clinic being checked over. I'll let you know if any more updates. Thank goodness he is okay, but of course it just goes to show how dangerous it can be, and thank goodness the stall handlers are there on hand. Well, we're going to get away now for our next race, so John Blance, it's now over to you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, small field here going to post. Horse number 1 is Mursal Al-Khaladiya. Mohamed Al Nasser looking for a treble. What an afternoon it's been for him so far. Horse number 2 is Thuhamiyat Al-Khaladiya. There's a definite theme running through some of these horses. Abdullah Al-Hussein aboard. Horse number 3 is Radar Al-Khaladiya. Horse number 4 is Soweiti Khaled Al-Khaladiya. Horse number 5 is Alamima Asilat. Yes, Al-Bakawi. By the way, Soweiti Khaled Al-Khaladiya is the mount of Adil Al-Faradi, spelled in a slightly different way, but it's definitely Adil Al-Faradi. And horse number 6 is Maria Siala Abdullah Al-Khamis. So 6 of them go to post here for race number 7. It's over the 1600 metres, more Arabians here, and we can get back to our friends and colleagues in the studio, Mr. Rory Delagi and Mr. Callum Helliwell.
Thank you, Mr. John Blance. It's me, Rory, and around 25 others enjoying the rest of the evening action today. And thank you very much for remaining tuned in to the JCSA's English-speaking broadcast. Any questions you have, whether it be horse racing related or at this point anything related. We'll be happy to give it our best chance at trying to answer. And thank you again for tuning in to this coverage. Hopefully we'll find some maybe Obeya Classic clues of horses that might actually take their chance in that race in this contest, because it's actually quite a classy affair, Rory. Sneakily classy, I thought, of this one.
Yeah, for a desert bred contest, again, I think we struggled a little bit with the exact definition of
what defines the
bred.
desert?
Hannah's got a fair clue because she's been doing a research on that, so we can have a chat with her down in the parade ring. But obviously, horses we know plenty about, like the likes of Tahamiat Al Khalidiyah, Soweti Khalid Al Khalidiyah, are both listed as a desert bred. So you'd like to think that anything coming out of Al Khalidiyah Farms would qualify under that title. It tends to be the races confined to desert breds. Purebreds tend to be a little bit weaker as a rule, but this isn't a bad race. 3 of them rated either in the mid-90s or as high as 100. We've got a newcomer, as far as I can tell, Maria Ciala, who I can't tell you anything about at all. I can tell you that Mursal Al Khalidiyah, the top one, is rated 62 and has very little chance at the obvious chance at the weights.
13 years old as well.
Yeah, I know, and still in a tyre as well.
At what point is he not thinking about racing?
Well, yes, he might be enjoying himself, and that's the most important thing. And his jockey, of course, is looking for a treble as well. Al Yamami Asilat, number 5, has raced once and was beaten 132 lengths on debut. Yasser Al-Bakawi looks like he's got his work cut out to get that mare competitive today. So it appears to be a 3-way go.
Sorry, I'm just absolutely losing my mind. Just get an update on December. I know we'll just step away from the purebred Arabians. I'll just take you through some of the winners we had in December for jockeys. So we mentioned Ricardo, Camillo, Adele, Mohamed Al-Daham, Alex Guarani were your top 5. There was a clutch of jockeys on 5 winners, which Abdullah Al-Saidi, so that young apprentice, he had 5 winners in December. Khalid Al-Mamoni had 5, and Mohamed Al-Hubail had 5, and then the drop down to 4 is when you. This is why it's interesting about the purebred Arabians.
Yeah.
Abdullah Al-Orfi, who probably rides the best purebred Arabian in the country. I'm getting very much Tom Quealy vibes on Frankel with him. It's like he rides one good horse, but otherwise he has quite a quiet rest of the season because he has 4 winners in December. That's the same as Ney Salanazi. Sylvester de Souza from a very small batch, he had 4 winners, and Wigberto Ramos had 4 winners as well. So Wigberto, that's a big month for him.
We were talking with Wiggy early in the season, wondering if he was going to have a winner at all in Riyadh this season. He had 1 winner in Taif. He's obviously been around here. He was the first jockey to come from overseas to ride in Saudi Arabia on contract, and he's largely responsible for selling Saudi Arabia as a destination for Central American and Southern American jockeys to come over. And now there's a whole family of jockeys from Panama and from Colombia. But it was Wiggy who did all that work. But he's in his 50s now. He's clearly coming to the end of his career. He doesn't get the rides that he would have got at one stage. So nice to see him having a bit of a revival last month with 4 winners.
And remember, he took a mother and father of a fall in November, I think,
he missed most of the month. He had came back with a quite badly broken finger. But I think it was worse than that for him at the time. I think he might have quite bad bruising of the ribs and stuff as well. It was one of those incidents where a horse went down in front of him. There's nothing you can do about it. You can't prepare yourself for it, and those can be the worst falls. And
what was interesting, I remember getting the update with, he's fine, he'll be back tomorrow. It's like we found out from him he was not fine at all. He was still in the German hospital, a hospital that gets mentioned quite a lot here in Saudi Arabia. Clearly, there's a link between the Jockey Club and there, because a lot of those jockeys that had their recovery in there as well. We heard Louis Morales did a lot of his recovery there after coming back.
And you hear
from home.
You hear a lot of good things about this state of the health service, if you'd like.
Well, now we're talking about the health service. Go on, yeah.
Today, this obviously today and tomorrow are the Prince Sultan bin Abdulaziz International Cup Festival. These 16 purebred Arabian races. Of course, Prince Sultan was known as Sultan the Good.
And why was he known as Sultan?
Former Deputy Prime Minister, was second in line to the throne for a while as well. But he was a very wealthy man, but he gave a lot of his wealth to provide education and medical treatment to those in need and those who were too poor to pay for it. So a lot of what we see going on here in Riyadh at the moment is down to Prince Sultan's legacy. And again, you'll see if you look at the race card, the card is sponsored by that trust set up by Prince Sultan back in the day.
Which is wonderful to see, and to see that man's legacy stretch on today and celebrated over 2 days of racing. We'll start at the top, work our way through them, only the 6. We've already mentioned that most of them don't have much of a chance, but Hannah is down there. She's had a chance to have a quick look at them. Hannah, only 6 to pick from here, and some of them have shown very little form.
Yeah, indeed. Only 6 in the parade ring. It's very quiet, I have to say, ahead of this next race. But we can have a good look at them. And we're going to start at the top, of course. Number 1, Mursal Al Khaladia, who looks wonderful in his coat. Wow, typical purebred Arabian shape as well. The high head carriage and carrying his tail. Looks nicely muscled as well. A large loose ring snaffle in, and also got the nasal strip on. Number 2 is the next horse we are going to look at. Number 2 is Tuhamiyat Al Khaladia. We've got a bit of a gap here in the parade ring, and this fella she looks gorgeous. She's really having a little look around. Beautiful face on her, a real looker. A nice coat as well on this horse, looking a little bit on the fluffy side, but not too bad. Belly on it, but it does have good definition on the hind end. Temperament wise, it's having a look around, having a bit of a chew, but nothing too alarming. I think he just wants to crack on with the job, but he's still walking quite nicely. Number 5, Alihimia Al Silat. Got the head gear on. And body-wise, well, you can see his muscle underneath, those obliques. However, it wouldn't be a real looker for me. His tail's quite tucked in. Considering it is an Arabian, I'd like to see a bit of a different shape on this horse. So, yeah, there's not a lot that you can really like with this horse, I have to say. Now, the last horse, of course, number 6, Maria Ciala, is the final horse. A very small horse indeed, quite muscled. Again, the tail is tucked in slightly, and that to me is quite alarming. She's not really carrying herself. She's got a high head carriage, but it's the hind end that bothers me. She's got the earplugs in and the noseband as well. But I have to say, now we've seen all of them, for me, number 1 and number 2 are the ones that look the best in the paddock. So yes, only 6 of them going to post in this desert bred, purebred Arabian race. So it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, only the 6 going to post, Rory. We could put a line through a couple of them who have been heavily beaten. That gives you a short list of how many?
I'd say it gives us a short list of 3. I think that should be fairly safe to go with.
Let's talk about those 3. Who's the first one?
Tuhamiyat Al Khaladia, number 2, an 8-year-old bay mare with an official handicap rating of 94, ridden by Abdullah Al Hussein in this contest. Last seen finishing second to the reopposing Riad Al Khaladia in a Desert Bred Open in the middle of December, just after you and me had headed home for a short break. That was a small field contest, and Tuhamiyat Al Khaladia was beaten 7 lengths by Riad Al Khaladia at level weights. So she does have a bit of work to do to turn the tables. Although it's worth pointing out that, you know, if you dig deeper into the form over the last year or so, the pair of them are fairly evenly matched. But on that recent meeting between them over the 1,600 metres, same course and distance as today, she's got a bit of work to do.
The other horse who of note is Suwaita Khalid Al Khaladia. Goes in colours that we know very well. I was saying I was slightly surprised to see that this horse featuring in a desert bred contest, but clearly bred in the desert and has every right of running, and surely is one they have to beat with a rating of 100.
Yeah, again, is weighted to go very well in this contest. Just see if the has a rating of. They're not weighted according to the weights they're carrying here, but Hannah's got more for us.
Hannah, it's all yours.
Callum. Well, this is Kyle. He is the vet for the stables, and we're going to talk about horse number 1, Mursal Al Khaladia. Now, as I said to you, we don't know much about today, but we want to talk about this horse first. Tell me, it looks very, very good in the parade ring, I have to say.
Yes, he's a stallion, have 12 years old. He's a little bit old, but he's a good horse. He came almost the same race 4 weeks ago with basically the same horses, and he came 50. We hope he improve a little bit today. But this race is for desert breed. Desert breed is a kind of breed for Arabic, just have here in Saudi. So we cannot mix with other Arabic horses, just desert breed. It's a local kind of breed.
Okay. Okay, yeah, interesting. So this is handy for the viewers at home. So they have almost their own category.
Yes, yes. It's like this category is just for this kind of breed. That breed they keep like this to preserve the originary breed of Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
So these horses, they not even can export, just stay here.
Okay, I
So-
see. That's interesting. It's handy for our viewers as well. Well, tell us about today because, you know, we have minimal information and I'm sure our viewers would love to know more about today. Of course, it's a festival for the Al Khaladir stables, the purebred Arabians. Tell us more.
Yes, I worked in Al Khaladir 5 years ago. It's a beautiful place. Before they used his own racetrack to make this festival, and I think 2 years ago, 3 years ago, changed for here for the big racetrack. And Al Khaladir is for sure the biggest breeder in Saudi Arabia, and they have this beautiful festival every year. In the end of the day, in the race 12, you have a very good and big race, 1,600 meters the mile, and very good horses coming. We have one horse as well in this race called Madrasa. Inshallah, we have good luck today. This horse is very good. And also tomorrow we have a big race, more than $1 million of US dollars as a prize. This festival is beautiful. Probably one of the beautiful festivals of Arabic racing in the world.
Oh, interesting. Okay, so it's a really good celebration and, like you said, beautiful of the Arabian horses. So that's good to know. Well, this is handy to know you're here tomorrow because I'll be hunting you down to chat more. Thank you so much for that, Kyle. Good luck in this race.
Thank you very much, you guys. Any information I can give it to you, I appreciate. I can give. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Oh, one of the nicest men in racing, Kyle. Absolute gentleman. Was an absolute lifesaver for me before some of the purebred Arabians when we were looking at horses earlier on this season. So it's great to see him still here. And just a confirmation of desert bred there. Should really be called Saudi bred because it means the stallion has to be Saudi, the dam has to be Saudi.
But if the dam was imported, then that would be, you know.
She doesn't count.
No, but I'm saying you say Saudi bred.
Yeah.
But if the dam was imported and that was covered by a local stallion, then the foal would be Saudi bred. You know, Irish bred horses are horses who are born in Ireland. You know, both parents could be from different parts of the world. But basically, where a foal is dropped is where it's bred, essentially, according to breeding suffixes. But this is different. This is a rule that says that both the sire and the dam must be locally bred, so that you are, as you heard Cal say, so that you're maintaining that pure thoroughbred blood, that pure Arabian bloodline.
And it's worth mentioning that with purebred Arabians, it doesn't have to be live cover. So the stallions can cover absolutely heaps of mares. And, as I discovered recently, cloning is a thing in purebred Arabian, most likely in the endurance community, but it is legalised and is allowed, which means that you will see absolute multiples of the same horse running in multiple competitions as well.
Here?
I think you will see it here too. I think you'll see it sooner rather than later here. But it's definitely a theme. The research that I did before I first came out to Saudi Arabia, I read a big article about cloning in the endurance scene because obviously it's worth squillions.
Yeah.
So huge amounts of money changes hands. So interesting to see how it goes forward in this division of purebred Arabian action. Selection in this one, Rory?
Yeah, we barely touched on Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir as the top rate. He turns out very quickly having run on the Imam Turki bin Abdullah sword on Saturday when he was well behind Tiral Al Khaladir, finishing 6th of 7th there. The quick turnaround is a slight worry for me. He is the one to beat, but given that Riyadh Al Khaladir has beaten Tahamiat Al Khaladir over course and distance in a similar race recently, I will stick with Riyadh Al Khaladir, who is getting 2 kilos from Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir as well, which is worth bearing in mind.
We're taking each other on because I'm sticking with Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir, hoping that Adel Al Faradi can do the most and guide this horse to victory, who looks very well. Hannah, who do you like?
Well, I have to say, I mean, I am really torn now. So number one, obviously, Mursal Al Khaladir, who we've just heard about from Kyle. As we said, he's the vet from the Shamari stable. And I was torn between number 2, Tahamiat Al Khaladir. So I'm going to go with number 1, Mursal Al Khaladir, mainly because of what he said and also how he looked in the parade ring. I thought he looked phenomenal. So John, which horse do you like for this race?
Thanks, Hannah. Going to go. It's not a particularly original selection, but Suwaiti Khalid Al Khaladir. I think the winner of this race will be an Al Khaladia, though. That is possibly not the best prediction of all time. And regular watchers of my shows will know I could still be wrong, but we'll see. So Waiti Khaled Al Khaladia to come forward, and then we will have a full complement of just 6 runners. 1,600 metres. Just a problem there with Mursal Al Khaladia. Well, 2 of these purebred Arabians getting a little bit het up in the starting stalls in the races we've had so far, but they're off and racing now. Maria Ciala was a little bit slowly away and just hanging somewhat awkwardly as they got out of the gates. And it's Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia that has come through to take it up in the early stages, followed then by Tuhamiat Al Khaladia, the red jacket, who's racing right on the rail there, along with Al Yamima Asilat, who's racing in 3rd. Taking quite a hold there in 4th position is the striped jacket of Radar Al Khaladia. Then towards the outer, Maria Ciala. And then now at the back of the field is Mursal Al Khaladia. So they continue their journey down the far side of the track. And it's Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia, who's got to the front early here in the hands of Adel Al Faradi. The 3, Radar Al Khaladia, is in 2nd. Then in 3rd, Tuhamiat Al Khaladia, Abdullah Al Hussein. Mursal Al Khaladia just being nudged along at the back of the field by Mohamed Al Nasser, who's on this 3-timer, this treble. He'll do well to get the treble from there, I think is probably the most diplomatic way of putting it, as they start to go inside the final 600 metres. And it's Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia to Radar Al Khaladia, and then to Hamiyat Al Khaladia. That's your leading trio. And they've gone on quite nicely from the rest, who are all really struggling, swinging for home, and slightly more vigorous ride now by Adel Al Faradi aboard Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia. He's got a 2 or 3 length advantage now as they go inside the closing stages. Radar Al Khaladia in 2nd, then Tumyat Al Khaladia in 3rd. But they're strung out all over the Arabian Peninsula here, and it's Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia who's doing the stringing, has absolutely thrashed them here, got to the front and stayed there. Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia has beaten Radar Al Khaladia. Tuhamiat Al Khaladia has finished in 3rd. 4th horse home, Mursal Al Khaladia. Well done if you're on the Al Khaladia boxed trifecta there. Horse number 4, Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia, has scored. Was the best of these on official ratings, and on the official ratings that we knew about, and well, has won it in that sort of a manner, really. 1 minute 52.52 seconds. Callum Helliwell gave you the winner. We've been doing all right on these Arabian races, having been a little bit sort of not keen to commit, non-committal at the start of the show. Suddenly the winners are flowing. Soweiti Khaled Al Khaladia, the winner. Radar Al Khaladia in 2nd, and Tuhamiat Al Khaladia in 3rd. 8.5 lengths, the official winning margin on race number 7. Still plenty more to come.
Yes, and it's a winner here for Sawati Khaled Al Khalidiyah, who, Rory, like I said, just as the horses cross the line, a lot of these Al Khalidiyah spend their time racing against their stablemates who all dominate the field. But when he's got it is Fazak Al Sanaitan as the jockey. Oh, I'm really pleased with myself with that. Fazak Al Sanaitan is your rider here on board. I was trying to think, I'm sure he's the White Stable's third string rider here, and he's taken advantage. It's not Adel Al-Faredi, it's young Fazak Al Sanaitan who is your winning rider, and he will be over the moon with that success. But the way he rode it and the calmness of the ride gave very much Adel Al-Faredi vibes.
Yeah, it was a straightforward ride. Got to the front fairly easy. And dictated the race. Riad Al Khalidiyah kept trying, but it's obviously just having to work a little bit harder. And then Sawati Khaled Al Khalidiyah all the way through the race before sort of fading, but holding on to second place. But the winner's done it nicely, and young Mr. Al Sanaitan has got the job done. Not sure about Fazak though. Yeah. Fazak was just
it's on his breeches.
Well, you know, can you read joined up riding? I'm not sure you can.
Well, firstly, I can read. There was an accusation just slightly there that I couldn't read. I can confirm I can read. This horse, Fazak, gave this horse a cracking ride because he just allowed him to dictate, something he's not been able to do for a while, and he's absolutely thrived on it.
No, he's dropping massively in class, having run into Talal Al Khalidiyah here last week, and the only concern for me was just a very, very quick turnaround from that race where he was a little bit outclassed, but wasn't beaten that far in sixth place. But he bounced out very quickly and was just very happy being able to dominate against slightly lesser rivals. He didn't have tons in hand. He was giving 2 kilos away to the two mares in this race, and he had 5 pounds and 6 pounds in hand of them on the rating. So it was entitled to be a reasonably close race, but his class is just told in the end.
It's well worth noting, and this for maybe I imagine if you're watching this part of the show, you are a fan of purebred Arabian racing, but Talal Al Khalidiyah beat this horse doing handstands by a country mile, which just sort of explains the standard that he sets amongst the purebred Arabians. Take nothing away from the second and third, who are average horses, well, slightly above average horses in their own right at this level. But Talal Al Khalidiyah is in a completely different stratosphere to this lot.
He's rated 129, so yes, he's in a different league here. But it'd be interesting if I don't think we're going to get an interview with the jockey, but it'd be interesting to see what Hannah might have called him. You were calling him Fazak last week, I can tell you that.
What did I call him? Faras Al Sanaitan?
Faras
Al Sanaitan. Yeah, he's got Fazak on the silk, so I was calling him Faras. We do know it begins with F.
I don't think it does say Fazak on it.
Does it? Well, there certainly was an F
like
at the end of it.
It's joined up handwriting, and you youngsters don't know how to read it, do you?
Firstly, I don't like the term "you youngsters." Don't like your tone. And we're just going to keep on going, but I will make a complaint about that. You youngsters don't know how to read joined up handwriting. No, we can only read off a screen about half an inch from our face. But during this race, it was never really, at this point, the writing was on the wall for your selection here, Rob.
Oh yeah, it was off the bridle, trying to chase down Sawati Al Khalidiyah and Riad Al Khalidiyah. She's stuck on gamely, but she just wasn't any match for the one in front. His class edge wasn't massive on paper, but sometimes all you need to do is be that little bit better. And of course, dropping down in class often helps these horses just to show exactly what they've got. When they're getting beaten by the better horses, they're often monstered in the races, and they're not able to show exactly what they can do. And it's when a horse like this is able to get out in front that you get an idea of what they're capable of.
We talked about a cloning and stuff. I thought he looks almost a spitting image of Afsan Al Khalidiyah, doesn't he?
He has a little bit of Afsan Al Khalidiyah.
Yeah, I just saw the head on as they were going down the far side. I thought, oh my goodness, that's quite scary.
But
how similar to Afsan
no, I think there's the old Asfan is just a little bit more handsome than this.
Yes, he's a bit of a chunky monkey, isn't he? There, your eventual winner here, Sawati Khaled Al Khalidiyah. But we move on to race number 8. There's more colours that we know more about. We've got the colours of Vizier with Basik and Bake in this race as well. We've got Mutawaja, Akbar, Lucas Gaitan has a runner in this. Lucas Gaitan has 2. Kufuda Pine Is it Fuda Pine, Fuda Pine? Who knows? Who really cares? We know who the horse is, and hopefully he can bounce back to form, because when we saw him in Type last season, he looked quite special, but it's not quite been plain sailing since.
No, he's a bit of a flat track bully, is the bottom line with Fuda Pine, and obviously he was English trained for a while when we saw him there, so he was Fuda Pine, but then he went to Lucas Gaitan, and he's obviously Fuda Pine now. And you know, if he goes to an entirely different trainer, we might have a slightly different pronunciation of his name as well.
I love the term flat track bully. I don't know whether you remember, but Old Brave Man's Game was once referred to as a flat track bully, and people were shut down immediately by the Paul Nicholls camp saying, no, he's got so much more ability than that, and it turned out, no, the general, the racing public knew quite quickly he was the definition of a flat track bully.
Yes, let's wander right off topic of the Paul Nicholls' horses here. I'm saying nothing to wind the great man up, and we've got a very different race here, 1,200 metres.
Talking about great men, the man who can take us through the runners and riders is Mr. John Blance.
Yeah, just to take us off track even more. I think the term flat track bully was originally coined to describe Graham Hick, of course, the English batsman who smashed up loads of runs against county championship bowlers, but then never really succeeded in the test match arena. Again, that's a slightly niche reference. Anyway, we've got race 8 coming up here. Horse number 1 is Basek and Bake. Rayan Al Tawesh is aboard, a very interesting variation on the spelling of his surname as well there. Horse number 2 is a non-runner. 3 is Mutawaheja Athbar. Lucas Gaitan, the trainer of this one. Always want to keep an eye on those. Mohammed Al Hubail rides. Horse number 4 is Maleha Zaman, Khalid Al Mamoni. Horse number 5 is a non-runner. 6 is Nafs Al Ahmad, no jockey for that one. 7 is Bark Al Nasiat, Abdullah Al Hussein. Horse number 8 is Fuda Pine, the mount of Alexis Moreno. Horse number 9 is Mutahed Al Khaladir. Well, Alexis Moreno's down in the card. Yes, there might be a different jockey, and one or two of these have been not necessarily what's in the card, but I could only read what I've been given. Horse number 9 is Mutahed Al Khaladir, the man of Abdullah Al Kradis. So there we go. Race number 8. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you, John. Yes, looking forward to this one. Lucas Gaitan's got a couple. Ghazal Al Zaman runs in the same colours of Najib Al Zaman, the only horse really last season to give Afsan Al Khaladir a bit of a fright.
Yeah, it's a really interesting contest here with a couple of highly rated horses. You've mentioned Fuda Pine already. You've also got Mutawaheja Athbar, representing Athbar Racing Stables as well, with a high rating. You'd like to think that Lucas Gaitan, who's been struggling a little bit for winners, might be able to bounce back.
I was about to say, this seems like an ideal opportunity for Lucas to set the record straight with his horses, who have just been a little bit disappointing of late.
Yeah, just a little bit of a losing run, 13 horses, which is not a huge losing run.
Sounds crazy compared to...
but he's got such a high percentage strike rate, and he doesn't keep a huge stable, he doesn't run his horses for the sake of running them or run them to get fit. So you don't expect him to go on a losing run. But a few of them have just been not seeing the races out recently. But you'd like to think that even if one of his doesn't quite run to form, the other one will be able to pick up the pieces here. Mohammed Al Hubail on Mutawaheja Athbar, and Alex Moreno. Well, Alex Moreno due to be on Fuda Pine. So we trust our.
Do we trust our race card?
We don't absolutely trust our race card with some jockeys missing, but yeah. So I don't know what the latest news on Alex is. We'll see.
Well, I can see Hannah is down there in the pre-parade ring, and I imagine she's collared the man, the myth, the legend that is Lucas Gaitan.
Callum, yes, he's right here, Lucas Gaitan. He's got 2 runners in this race. Let's start with number 3, Mutawaheja Athbar, and then we'll talk about Fuda Pine.
Yeah, well, Mutawaheja, she's a very good filly, good pedigree, and last time she was second. She's a filly that probably she goes very fast in the beginning, and maybe the last 100 meters she slowed down a bit. Today we tried without blinkers, so probably she can see other horses. She can maintain the last 100 meters. So well, we hope that probably she will go to the front, you know. And then Fu is a nice horse. Also, we've been trying him more distance. I think this is the best distance for him. So also, I think he raced with tough horses than this. So I think today he can win or do very good.
Yeah. Can I confirm on the name? Is it Fu de Pine?
Well, it's Italian, so maybe they call him Fu di Pine or yeah. So well, we call it Fu, just Fu. It's easier.
Yeah. Well, you know, we saw Alex Moreno earlier got injured. Will he still be riding? What have we got an update on him?
Well, for what I know, he's okay, so he will ride. Yeah, I was checking the horses, but yeah, they told me he's okay, so he will be on Fu.
Okay, that's good news because it looked quite nasty. Well, whilst you're here, we may as well have a good old chat because we've got some time. So talk to me about how you feel you've done this season with your runners.
Well, I think we did very well. We won Thai Cup in Thai with Salam Al Khair. A bit unlucky probably the last couple of weeks with a couple second places. Well, I think we did well with the amount of horses we have. I'm doing good with the Ravens. I think that it's not my specialty, but I think it's a good season. Probably not the best, but it's a good season.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say, are you worried about the string?
No, I'm not. No, but well, let's hope today these horses some of them can win. I don't care which one of both. But well, yeah, as I said, I was a bit unlucky, I think, couple of weeks ago. But I hope today we can do.
Brilliant. Thank you very much and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, seems a picture of calm, despite the horses not running to the best of their ability recently. What's been happening is we've been watching these races. They've travelled into the race really well and then just stopped.
Yeah, I mean, some of them haven't just find as much off the bridle as you would expect, but they tend to be strong travellers anyway. And it's worth pointing out you're looking at a small sample size anyway, so it's easy to read a little bit more into that than might be the case. If his pair here should dominate, they should really finish first and second on all known form, and if they don't, you'd be slightly concerned. But having the question put to him there by Hannah, Lucas seems happy enough with what he has. I don't think he maybe has as strong stronger hands for the right races as he had last year at this stage. But you know, the horses are he's still a high percentage trainer, and all he needs is a couple of winners to put that right. We're talking about this losing run. Just before the losing run started, he had 3 consecutive winners. So actually, you know, even sort of taking that as a whole, his strike rate through December and January is perfectly okay. He's not struggling in the grand scheme, but you do want to see him break that little losing streak.
They've had a nightmare here. They've taken him around the big parade ring rather than the shortened version, and there's only a small amount in the field. So poor stable staff are going to be doing lots and lots of walking for this one, unless they are told to cut back a little bit earlier. We're just seeing Basek and Bake in shot here. Comes here without a rating, but Hannah is going to have a look at them in the parade ring.
Yeah, let's have a look, shall we? We're going to start with horse number 1, Basek and Bake. This horse caught my eye, mainly because on the toes, as you can see, got quite a high head carriage and the tail, but nevertheless looks great in his coat. And of course, on the toes, the muscles look great also. Number 2 is who we're going to have a look at next. We'll go through the card on this one because we've not got many in this race. So this is She's looking rather well indeed. A lovely coat on her. She's having a good look around. Nice head on her. Looks really nice, positive sort of horse. Quite tucked up underneath as well. Sorry, number 3, Mutawaja Athbar. Sorry, a gorgeous grey, very sweet eyes there and ears. I like the look of this horse. This is Lucas's horse, so we'll see how this one runs. He seems pleased with her so far. Number 4, Malaher Zaman is the next horse. Well, he's looking great in his coat. You can see him coming up here. He's got the headgear on, a larger loose ring snaffle as well. But the hind end, he isn't walking as great. However, you can really see muscle definition, and underneath he's also tucked up. He's looking rather well. Dropping back now to our next horse. Horse number 6 is who we have here. Nafs Al Ahmad, a chestnut with a very high head carriage and a winter coat, looking very fluffy as well. Carrying himself quite nicely. I would say I'd like some more muscle, but yeah, the main thing is he's looking very fluffy. Doesn't mean he won't run well, however. He's a finer sort. And the next horse, a grey we've got here. This is number 7, Bark Al Nasayat. Got the noseband on and the earplugs in. Also not walking too bad. This horse got a bit of a belly on it, but you can see his muscle definition there. Let's have a look at Lucas Gaetan's other horse, horse number 8, Fou de Pinet. As he pointed out, it's an Italian name. This is a horse coming up. He's got the Dexter ring bit in, the noseband, and a real nice shine on his coat. Good definition. Temperament-wise, he looks a nice sort, actually. And the last horse in our paddock here is number 9, Mutahed Al Khaladir, has their headgear on, having a bit of a shake of their head there, but nothing to worry about at all. Nice definition on the hind end with this horse. Quite long, actually, in shape as well. But his head shaking wouldn't bother me, really. He's not doing anything naughty or untoward, and he hasn't earlier on either, so that would be okay. I think that's probably just him. So let's look at some of the runners in this race. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, they are in the parade ring here for this contest. They're going over the 1,200 metres, which, Rory, I have to admit, must suit Fou de Pinet down to the ground. With the last 2 attempts over further have been largely disappointing. But at Taif, over 1,200 metres, he's nigh unstoppable.
Yeah, we're not in Taif now, though, are we?
You're not in Taif anymore.
But yeah, I mean, there has been an effort to get him to stretch out, but he's a free-going front runner who is best at a sprint trip. And as you said, dropping back to this distance is much more in keeping with the couple of runs he's had at further. And he's got the form in the book to win this. He was a little bit disappointing over 1,400 metres last time out. And indeed, he was beaten over the 1,200 when he raced too freely the last time. He raced over 12, but I don't think he was 100% at that stage. And if he comes back to himself, he's got to go pretty close. He was last seen in the Gulf Cup here, as I said, over 1,400 metres. He won an open from Rakud Al Ansari early in the season. That was over this 1,200 metres at Taif. Won that pretty easily, but that was a pretty easy contest, all things considered, for him. Was disappointing in the sprint championship there on his next start, finishing 4th behind Jade de Faust. But a return to his best gives him a big chance here. He just doesn't save an awful lot for himself for the finish. That's his
He's got one gear,
weakness.
hasn't he?
Yeah.
Hopefully that'll be enough. Bafiq and Bake is the 1. Do we know anything about this horse that comes without a rating?
No, he's a 6-year-old. I'd like to think there was something somewhere, but there's no form for him. So this looks like it's a belated racecourse debut. He looks okay.
Yeah,
he represents
really
a good
good
stable.
at the coach.
It's just very unusual to see a horse representing this stable and looking at that, making his debut so late. Yeah, that's all I can tell you about him, I'm afraid.
Let's go down to Mutaweja Atbar, Lucas Gaetan's other runner. She was 2nd last time out, according to Lucas.
Yeah, and she's got every chance on the rating. She's got a rating of 109, as opposed to the 108 of Fou de Pinet. She's actually rated to win this race, and as a mare, she's getting 2 kilos as well. So if she finds her best form, then she's an interesting one. She wouldn't be such a blazing speedster as Fou de Pinet is, but you'd have thought she has to be at big danger. And there was nothing that Lucas said to put you off her. And Alex Moreno is on board, so
yeah,
the concerns about him were unfounded. Although it did look a nasty incident earlier on.
Yeah, we did get some confirmation from the stewards there. Just while Hannah was talking to the trainer as well there, so thank you very much to the stewards for getting in touch with us and giving us the all clear with Alex, which is good to see he's okay, because it did look quite nasty. They've not been in the parade ring for very long, heading their way straight out. We don't know much about Malaya Zaman, do we? The horse that comes here rated 76.
No, has a rating of 76, but I can't find any form lines for Malaya Zaman. Again, half the issue here potentially is that we get slightly different spellings of these horses' names than we normally would in our race cards. And if they don't match the spelling on the Jcsa database, then you will be able to find them there or another
any database really, yeah. In behind we've got Nas Ahmad. This is a horse who I imagine with colours and connections we'd be quick to go past.
Yeah, another one. The owner's Siala Stud had a runner in the previous race who was tailed off. This looks massively outclassed in terms of looks, and it'd be a huge surprise to see that finish in the first 4 or 5, to be honest. But stranger things have happened. Not many stranger, but
they do happen at sea.
Yeah.
The 7 is the Bark Al Naysayat, who's just going down to post now, looking smooth.
Yeah, runs in the colours of Malik Al Taibi, Abdullah Al Hussein on board. No public forum for Bark Al Nasayat as well. And when you consider that you get 2 horses rated in the high 100s in here, it'd be a massive surprise if something with no public form would be able to win something like this first time out.
And then finally, Mutai in one of the premier 3-year-old races for purebred Arabians. Now, Mohammed was on board. I had a chance to catch up with Lucas Gaitan immediately after the race. He was fuming at the way Mohammed had dealt with that horse in the prelim. And then there was a bit of a stint where he didn't get a ride for Lucas for a long time. So I think he'll be looking to rebuild and repair that relationship, because he's well liked in the team, because he does a lot of work riding out for them in the mornings. But on that occasion, he got everything horribly wrong. He's clearly a horse who was very, very buzzy. And basically, in the words of Lucas, he just kicked him in the belly and hoped it was never going to work, and got dumped down at the start. He was meant to be ponied. He wasn't ponied. He sort of just did his own thing. So Mohammed Al Hubair will be looking to build some bridges for the Gaitan team. So looking forward to seeing how he gets on here. He rides Mutawaita Akbar. Can you see her beating Fudapine?
It's possible. Again, in my view, Fudapine potentially beats himself. She looks well. She's clearly in pretty good condition. He's liable to put pace to the race, and we saw that if you can get loose on the lead without being under maximum pressure, that can be enough to win if you've got a bit of class, even if you are going through a little bit of a lean spell like Fudapine is. So that might be the key aspect to the race, but he can't afford to be off his mettle at all with Mutwahej Athba in the race as well, and she'll pick up any pieces if he over races as he can do. But I'd like to think in a small field like this, he should be able to relax better than normal. And this is the kind of race that Lucas must have dreamt of, to get this horse's confidence back, because that's something he's wanted to do for a while. But there are very few races for a horse who's won races like he has, where he can just dominate. So hopefully this is exactly what he needs.
Yep, well, he will be there to be shot at. We just saw Basek and Bake just be taken on the other side of the vet tape. That horse was properly on the metal. Really, you could just see in shot here, you can see he's curled up like a coiled spring, ready to go. The vets will take a look at him. He's just behind the tape. I'm looking forward to seeing how he gets on. For me, he's the danger, because the connections you can't deny are very, very dangerous. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes here, because obviously with no visible public form, it's hard to tell. But remember, a lot of these horses have been running at Al Khaladia racetrack, which is not registered, where this event used to be held. So if Basek and Bake is hacking up around Al Khaladia racetrack and we just don't know, it could be very dangerous.
Yeah, I very much doubt that. I mean, I don't think we have competitive races there other than invitational events like this, which are now held at the racecourse. There's always 1 or 2 pieces of form that we couldn't see every year, but this is essentially it. And if anything is capable of showing running to a mark in the high hundreds elsewhere, they would be running at Riyadh very quickly.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you think, wouldn't you? Let's get some confirmation of selections. I'm with Fudapine. Rory, you joining me? You're going somewhere?
I think I might have to go against you here.
Trying to catch me down
Mutwahej Athba.
Okay, so I like the 8. Rory likes the 3. Hannah, who do you like?
I'm away from all of you. I like the 4, Melaha Zaman for me, purely on looks. Thought he looks great in the parade ring and great muscle. So that's my selection locked in there. Number 4 for me, please. John, what do you like in this race?
Well, I've sat here many times, Hannah, over the years and watched Lucas Gaitan. I wouldn't say farm these races, but he's got a pretty good record in them. So I'm going to go with the slightly hard to predict, but undoubtedly talented Fudapine. And I'm happy to go with Pine, if that's what Lucas says. Of course, both Spanish and Italian are official languages of Argentina. Horse number 9 is Mutwahej Al Khaladia, and the 6 is Nafs Al Ahmad. Six to move forward. Nafs Al Ahmad. Rather striking individual, this Mutwahej Al Khaladia. Not quite as stuffed with Al Khaladias this time round as he were in the previous race. Abdullah Al Kradis goes in with that one. 1,200 metres, more Arabians. Nice little shot there. They're off and racing. Good early speed from Basek and Bake down on the rail there. The dark blue and orange colours towards the outside. Mutahed Al Khaladir is being ridden vigorously to try and obtain a posse. After that, in third position is Fouda Pine, and they're followed towards that one's outside by Melaha Asma. As they make the turn. Fouda Pine, I should say, racing in fifth position at the moment. Bit of a gap back to the rest, and they are Bark Al Naziat and also Nafs Al Ahmad, both of whom are woefully outpaced. So they're going along at quite a lick here. Basek and Bake it is who leads them to, in second position, Mutawajer Athbar. They're followed by Mutahed Al Khaladir, who's racing in third. Then after that, now getting a little bit closer, is Mehad Al Zaman. And now one that is beginning to pick them off is Fouda Pine, coming through with a pretty strong run. So they're heading into the home straight, final 400 metres, and it's Mutawahed Athbar who's gone on to take it up to, in second position, Basek and Bake, the early pace setter. Then Maleha Zaman, who's now trying to move alongside Mutawajer Athbar, who's taken it up. These two have gone on. Fouda Pine continues to finish well, but is running out of Saudi real estate inside the closing stages. Maleha Zaman has gone on, but here comes Fouda Pine, produced on the line. Fouda Pine, the winner, to, in second position, Maleha Zaman, and Mata Hajar Athbar has finished in third. So a 1-3 for the Lucas Gaitan stable. Another winner for Mr. Purebred Arabian himself. It's Callum Helliwell, who told you he knew Fouda Pine was going to win this, and it was beautifully ridden as well, because Alexis Moreno knew that that was unsustainable gallop there. I don't have these sectionals on hand, but years of watching horse racing told me they were going a bit too quick there, certainly for Arabians, and it was nicely picked off in the closing stages. Fouda Pine, indeed. Maleha Zaman has come a little way off the pace as well. Third horse home was Mutawajer Athbar, the long-time leader, or the early pace setter. Basek and Bake has come home in fourth. So Fouda Pine has won our 8th race on the card. Still plenty more to come, though. If you like your purebred Arabian racing, still 4 more contests today, and plenty more where that came from tomorrow as well. But Fouda Pine's won. But Lucas Gaitan has taken another of these races.
The winner himself, Lucas Gaitan, is here. Talk to me then about that ride. Dropped-in trip for that horse.
Yeah, he's a horse that we always hope good things from him. Probably the longer distance with good horses in mile is not ideal for him. Oh well, today he dropped. We know it was probably not the toughest race he raced. I got a bit afraid the last 50 meters because Mutawajer stopped and he was still not reaching to the front, but luckily he did it. And I was very happy for all the team.
Yeah, so the change in tactics this time, because like you said, it was a bit more held up.
Yeah, it was not probably as I expected. I thought he was going to come closer, but well, that number 1, Basek and Bake, he's a record holder in America. He won 3 races there, I think. The horse that is second, he won very nice last time, so they are good horses, but luckily we did it.
Yeah, well, it's nice to see you back in the winner's enclosure, so congratulations.
Thank you. I was missing it, so well, thank you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. He's about to go in for the photo. So let's join the celebrations, shall we? We've got more connections in, and then we will grab Alex Moreno and we'll talk to him about as well what happened earlier on, because it's good to see him back on the horse. That could have been far more nastier earlier, that incident in the stalls, but nevertheless, he's come back with a winner. So now he's just about to untack, and then he will come and weigh in, and then we can grab a quick word from him. As Lucas Gaitan said, it's nice to see him back in the winner's enclosure with a beaming smile on his face. Of course, he's always a happy guy, always a great person to talk to. So he's just about to weigh in, he's popping his stuff down, and we'll wait for the all clear. And that's the all clear. Congratulations, Alex. Good to have you back in the winner's enclosure, and good to have Lucas Gaitan back in the winner's enclosure. Talk to me about this horse, Fou de Pine. Fou de Pine, we found out.
Well, you know, he was good. We tried to run him from behind, as everybody saw today. Well, he was good.
Yeah, you could see that the tactics that were put on were much better this time.
Yeah, it was much better. They feeling more speed than him. So we try to put it in to make the pace. And, you know, we come from behind. So that's what we're doing. And we have a good success for today.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's good to have you back in. We thought you wouldn't be in one piece, but you are in one piece from the instant earlier in the stalls. I did briefly update everyone, but just tell me in your own words what happened and how are you?
Well, I'm good. You know, pain, at least I normally think. Well, the filly, I don't know, she was nervous. I read it before, she was good. She was finished second. She surprised me like everyone, you know, she just free bomb. And she scratched me on my knee, but I'm good. I'm here.
I mean, you're here, but that's scary because you were essentially squished between the stalls and her, weren't you?
Well, we know pain is pain, you know. I was waiting a short time to the pain going, but I'm good.
Yeah, well, the life of a jockey, eh? You did very well, and we're glad to see you back with a winner. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pain is pain. I want that tattooed on my chest. Brilliant line there from Alex Moreno, riding full of confidence here, Rory. And if we're talking about timing things to perfection, he has timed this right down to the wire.
Yes, dear John, I was captivated by that interview. Yeah, different. We saw a different style. They've been trying slightly different things with Fou de Pine just to help him see his races out. He's been burning himself out a little bit and against better class opposition. And we've seen one or two others from the stable tried with exaggerated waiting tactics, and he was held up behind inferior horses in the early stages, and you thought at halfway he might be in a bit of bother. We're going to get a chance to see the replay now. He's coming out of stall 8. And normally he would go forward and lead in his races, but he's 5th after furlong when they settle down. Basak and Big on the inside is the one who's setting the pace.
Bit of information on him, 3-time winner in the US of A, making his first run in Saudi.
Yeah, and he's shown a bit here. Probably would have needed the run. He looked okay in the parade ring, but possibly carrying a little bit of condition. Mutahed Al-Khaladia, wide in stall 9, was also up there early, but that begins to struggle at this stage as Lucas's other horse, the mare, Mutahed Athba, goes off in pursuit of the winner in second place and looks the likeliest winner at this stage because it's a fair way back to Fou de Pine, and most people who've watched him in his races would have expected him to be closer and maybe would have suggested that him being in 5th place at this stage would be a negative, but that was a deliberate ploy by Alex Moreno and indeed almost certainly from Lucas, just to help him see things out, to get him relaxed. Don't get him racing straight away in his races, because he's really only racing for 4 furlongs when he goes to the front, and then he's vulnerable later on. And here he's been able to see it out better. He's not absolutely flying past them, but he does find off the bridle, which he hasn't been doing recently, and this will surely do his confidence a fair bit of good. You can question the form a little bit. The runner-up had a rating of 76. The winner's rated 108. But Malaya Zaman clearly came here in pretty good heart. Not the pick on looks by any means, but clearly fit for this. But Fou de Pine back in the winner's enclosure, and connections will be delighted that they perhaps have turned a corner with him.
Yeah, I've got a big old soft spot for this horse. He was such a star when we first came out here in Taif last season. Feels like a very, very long time ago now, but he just blew me away with the way he was able to win those races in Taif. We've just not seen a purebred Arabian with that level of speed that he had, and it's been tough going ever since then, but there's the tongue and there's the finger waggle. He knows. Alex Moreno, a jockey full of confidence, has timed that down to perfection in the skin-tight silks. I'm not a fan of skin-tight silks, to be honest there, Rory. I know technically they are definitely the best option to have, but for me, not a fan. Just don't like them. I like a little bit of sag in my silks.
Do you indeed? Well, fair play to you, but you can certainly go a little bit faster with your aerodynamic silks.
Absolutely aerodynamic. That's a word there. That's why I'm always learning with you on this show. Always learning. Never. Every day is a school day.
That's the first time you've heard the word aerodynamic.
It is. Yeah. I ignored everything.
In fairness, also the first time I've heard the word Fazak. But
yeah, but hey, if we're going to lean on Fazak, you can Fazak off. we move on. It's interesting. Well, I think Basek and Bake will be a horse to look forward to going forward. An interesting run on Saudi debut, showed plenty of speed, clearly has ability, he's able to get his head in front.
Didn't come here with a rating, obviously would be entitled to a rating having run in the States, but the local handicapper, it appears, hasn't given him one. I wouldn't guarantee that's the case because we haven't actually seen the horse on the in an officially sanctioned Jcsa race card. It may well be that if he does turn up again, he will have a rating based on his previous one.
But thinking about this, he might actually turn up because this race isn't under Jcsa rules, so he could run in his next start under Jcsa rules, basically off a blank slate, like this run didn't even exist, which would make him a very intriguing proposition. Certainly one for your Saudi black books, that is for sure. Let's move on to our next contest. Oh, just hearing something in my ear. Yeah, it's hopeful if I can see it. What's going on? Alex Moreno's done something, and I can't wait to see it. Oh, he's getting his money. He's getting his trophy there. Alex Moreno getting his trophy. Let's see him lift up that big old check. Oh, look at the whole team. The whole team be over the moon with that. It's not such a big check. It's a smaller check for the groom as well, I imagine. So that's nice to see that the groom's getting a prize too. And they're the 100,000 SAR that you don't get to take home because you have to give it away. Although he did get first and third.
This is true, but I don't know if you've ever tried taking a big check like that into the bank. They're not that keen to get them, to be perfectly honest.
Rory, I'm not going to lie, I've never had a big check. When have you had a big check?
Well, I should have had a big check a few years ago, but that's a different story. We can touch on it another day when they get a big delay.
And there's Alex Moreno enjoying that moment, and the rest of the team. Well done. Lift up that check. Yes, young man, hold it up to the sky. John, it's over to you for the Runners and Riders for race number 9.
Yeah, mucho dinero there for Lucas Gaetan and Alexis Moreno. Right, the horses are in the parade ring for the next. This is over 2,000 metres. And horse number 1 is Al Soweda, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 2 is May Atab, Ayad Al Tarisi. 3 is Haydar. 4 is Shamik Gudar. 5 is Kazaz, Mohammed Al Hubail. Horse number 6 is Tandil Al Jazra, Naif Al Anazi. 7 is Jalmood, Abdullah Al Kradis. Horse number 8 is Moa Jazar, Abdullah Al Khamis. Number 9 is Prince Aimer, Abdullah Al Hussein. 10's a non-runner. 11 is Badi Al Cham, Khalid Al Mamoni. Horse number 12 is Nebras Al Amal, Ali Al Rashid. And horse number 13 is Jason de Cielet. Out of that man, Alexis Moreno, going for a quick Arabian double after his victory in the previous race. So the horses are parading. And let's get to Hannah now, who's in the parade ring.
Well, no, I'm not in the parade ring. I have found someone here. This is Hans-Peter. And Hans, you've been in Saudi Arabia for 4 months, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
So this is all very new to you, but you've handed out a cup today. So tell me firstly about yourself and what you're doing here today.
I'm Hans-Peter. I'm the Netherlands ambassador to Saudi Arabia. So I arrived 4 months ago in Riyadh and
Also
having
very happy
a
to
great
shave.
time.
I love it.
So much dynamic. It's such a dynamic country. So many things are happening, and it's very, very nice to be in the midst of it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, of course, like you said, this is your first time here. So what are your first thoughts on the racecourse here? And I'm sure the experience of handing out a cup was very exciting also.
To be honest, I don't have that much experience in the world racing industry. But simply handing out a cup to someone who won a race and who put all that effort in winning that race is something deeply satisfying.
Yeah, well, and something else that I've tried to get across to our viewers as well, because lots of our viewers would have never been here before. So could you tell them what it's like here in your own words?
That's difficult because it's the first time I've been at a race course ever, so I don't have a lot to compare with. But I find it also kind of romantic to be in a race course in the middle of the desert.
Well, I'm sure you'll have the racing bug now and you'll come racing more, I'm sure.
Definitely. And I see over there that I can buy tickets for the 21st and 22nd of February when there are really big races there.
Yeah. Will you be here for the Saudi Cup?
Definitely.
Definitely. Brilliant. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day. There we are. We've met a new racegoer.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Thank you, Hans, there as well, coming over here, being the Dutch ambassador in Saudi Arabia. It's wonderful to see. Again, we talked about it with sponsorship last week. It's huge about just opening up to a different audience and growing this sport as a whole, because obviously everybody watching will see that the grandstands aren't heaving full. There's no getting away from that. But the racing, and the quality of the racing is improving year on year, and attracting more different and a diverse audience is hugely important.
It is, yeah, and you know, the wider range of people we can see at the races and speak to and talk about their experiences, the more we learn. And of course, the more people learn about racing here and realise that it's, you know, racing in Saudi Arabia is a bigger thing than racing in the Netherlands. I can tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is a tremendous racecourse in terms of its size and scope, comparable to you know, some of the biggest dirt racetracks in the world. With plans to make it bigger and better still.
Yeah, and plans to have racing in other parts of Saudi Arabia sanctioned under the Jcsa banner as well. So all is positive. The signs are looking very good here for racing in Saudi Arabia. The signs are looking very good for us to start seeing some horses in the parade ring as well. As you can see on your screen now, they're making their way out of the pre-parade ring into the parade ring. We are live here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Thank you very much for everyone that still remained involved here for the rest of the show. We found a few winners as well as these purebred Arabians are running in this festival of Arabian horses, and we look forward to celebrating this festival again on Friday, and then on Saturday the thoroughbreds come out to play in a bumper card on the Saturday.
Although ironically no bumpers on the card. I always find out strange people talk about bumper day of racing and you find out no bumpers at all.
No bumpers on display.
It's all flat racing instead.
Yes, no doubt about it. Favourite flat race?
It's a bit of a niche joke, really. Champion bumper.
There it is, there it is.
No, that's not true. But it was obviously a setup, so I had to go for it.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with you. Thank you very much for going with me for this one. With this contest, Rory, a bit of a trickier race than we've had previously. This will be harder to find the winner, I think.
It'll be very hard to find the winner. Although we know most of the horses, but you have to be a little bit patient with me trying to dig out the form, because obviously, you know, you've got to be typing them all out long hands and hope we get the spelling right.
Just on your toes and hoping to get the spelling right. The first one I'm seeing is the 2 in those pink blinkers. That's Mia Tarp. Comes here with a rating of 58, and you'd imagine would have plenty to find.
Yeah, I'm not entirely... Well, again, we're dealing with race card numbers according to alphabetical order here. Not quite alphabetical order, but they're not in order of weight, and it's a handicap, so you've got to be slightly careful about that. So Mayatab carries the bottom weight of 54 kilos, but is only rated 58, but it's a 0 to 70, so it is in the handicap proper, and does have...
I've got some form as well.
Yeah, we do have form, but my form site is
well, do you want to use mine? Here we go.
Yes,
see, look at that. This show doesn't throw itself together, does it?
Was a winner of a 1600 metre maiden in Taif. Hasn't been seen since the end of the Taif season back in late September, so does need to prove that he can show the same level of form here. Has form at this track as well. But failed to win last season. But been running well enough in Taif, and if it's fit after a break, is not handicapped out of things.
Yeah, just been off for nearly 4 months, which would be a slight concern here. We'll take a look at, I think Haydar's also in this field. That's the 3. Big strapping type Haydar, certainly one that I'm sure Hannah will like the look of in the parade ring as well. I'll get you a line on Haydar.
Well, I've already got Haydar on front.
Good man.
Out of form just at the moment. Was a winner here in a very similar race. A 2,000 metre 0 to 70 handicap back in November. Disappointing since, but this is more like it.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Have you taken a look at any of these?
I have indeed, yes. We're going to start with number 2, Mia Tarp, who's getting a little bit warm underneath. Looks quite fluffy as well, so I don't think that's helping. I'm sure you'll be able to see these horses in just a moment. Got all the pink on this horse, so you will absolutely love this. And, you know, it's been a quieter day, of course, in the paddock today, but still plenty of lovely purebred Arabians to look at. So of course we haven't got the 1 in here, so we're going to start with the 2, with the pink bridle on, the all pink May Atab, got the noseband on and a larger loose ring. Snaffle having a look around as we've got more people arriving on course. Looks lovely in the coat and great hind end muscle too. This is a real looker, number 2. Haydar is the next one, number 3. We're going to have a look at. Oh, we've got a bit of a standstill in the paddock, but we're going to move on to horse number 3, just as the 2 gets moving. So Haydar's looking wonderful in the coat, a real strong lad, very muscly indeed, got the headgear on, but body-wise, as I said, looking lovely in the coat, really muscled, and underneath as well. He's a real eye-catcher, is Haydar. Number 8. Is the next horse I'm going to have a look at in this parade ring, Jcsa, which is number 8. She's having a bit of a jig jog, is Jcsa. She's getting a bit as they've come on the loudspeaker. That's when she started to break into a jig jog. She has got the ears back, doesn't look very happy, so hopefully she can hold it together. Has the noseband. She is looking a little bit fluffier, not a full winter coat, but just slightly. Looks a little bit soft on the hind end muscle-wise, but she's tucked up underneath. And the final horse we're going to look at is horse number 13. This is Jason de Quialites, chunky purebred Arabian. And that's something that I've learned about these purebred Arabians. Just because they're chunky doesn't mean they do not win races, that's for sure. Big head, huge thick neck, quite a long neck actually on this horse. But the thing is, he does look kind of soft, muscle-wise. However, you can see there's power under there. So perhaps, I think the better word is, he's not so defined, but he's thick with muscle. So that's some that I've looked at in the parade ring. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Let's make our way down. We've spoken about Shamik Gouda. Let's talk about Kazaz, the 5 horse in this field.
Kazaz carries 57 kilos, is rated 64, so 6 pounds off the top weight. A son of No Risk Al Mori, UK-based sire, or certainly did his racing in the UK, didn't he? Was a high-class performer in the Shadwell Silks. I don't have Kazaz's recent form in front of me. Do you have it in front of you?
I did. I can find it very quickly. He's shown nothing recently. I think it was 3 starts, all well out the places. But I can give you all the information now. No one knows quite how old this horse is, but we'll get there. His last 3 starts, he finished 14th, 12th and 11th. Beaten 22 lengths, 32 lengths and 25 lengths. They were all in 0-65 and 0-75 company. He will need a big step up in form.
Yeah, it looks difficult to envisage that at the moment. You can understand horses have been running in open races and cups, dropping into this sort of class, bouncing back to form. But when you're running in similar grade and you're finishing out of the frame on a regular basis, that's a bit of a negative.
Yeah, you'll find it hard to win here. He's also pretty exposed over this trip as well. He's been regularly beaten at 2,000 metres. This next one is the 6th. Now, I think this might be Tendil Al Jazra.
Tendil Al Jazra.
Yeah, because I recognise that.
Down as
Tandil.
Tandil, but
yeah, so I think it's Tendil Al Jazra.
I agree with you that it should be Tendil Al Jazra. Now we're just going to find out
whether we find Tendil Al Jazra on the wonderful database that we are using might be a different story.
This is probably the worst timing. I've got notes on every single runner that runs here, but I've also got the backup of my laptop, which is now not connecting to either the Jcsa site or my other database, so I can't take the format for Tendil Al Jazra. And I'm sorry to say that I haven't memorised every line of form of these 0-70 purebred Arabian handicappers.
Well, one thing we do know,
which I would have done if I'd known which ones were running yesterday. But there you go.
One thing we do know is that Naif Al-Anazi does ride, and he'll be looking to give this one a kick in the belly and get it out in front early and try and be caught. Now, Jalmod is a horse we do know plenty about. Ran last week. Jalmood, yes.
Not to be confused with Jalmod, because the Jalmod is also.
Oh, there are Jalmod and the Jalmood.
Jalmod and Jalmood.
Well, there we go. I've talked about Jalmod.
Of course, if you want a little bit of history as well, was one of Sheikh Mohammed's early Derby horses back in the day. John Dunlop trained him. But not the same Jalmood, it has to be said. This one is, again, racing off a weight of 57 kilos. has a rating of 66. Is a little bit in and out Jalmood, tends to be kept very busy, but has the ability to win a race like this on one of his going days.
He's got bits and bobs of form, hasn't he, especially over this sort of trip and course and distance, and wasn't disgraced last time out when finishing 6 of 20 on last week, 3rd of January. So best of luck to everyone supporting Jalmood here in this contest. That's the 7. Jcsa is the 8. Do we know anything about that one? Raw, 67ly rated horse here.
Yeah, we should do a little bit about Jcsa, and I am hopeful that with the wonders of technology, I can bring up Jcsa's recent form. She's a 5-year-old bay mare. She's only a kilo and a half off top weight here with a rating of 67, and she does have some useful form to her name. Winning last time out, it was a filly mare maiden over 1,800 metres. She has been put up quite a lot in the handicap. It's just her 4th career start, though. It was a big step forward. She's unplaced in her first 3 starts, but she won a 7-runner maiden last time out in good style. The handicappers slightly taken umbrage of that and raised her £11 in the handicap, and this will be the test to find out exactly how good that form is. But she will go well at repeating that, and she is unexposed compared to most of these, so she's certainly one to bear in mind.
Prince Aimer comes here under Abdullah Al Hussein. He's built up a good reputation with this horse, 2nd the last 2 starts, so certainly comes here in good form. Both his runs came in December, similar company to this, but over 1,400 metres. Is the step up to 2,000 metres a slight concern?
It would be. I mean, this horse has been around for a fair while. He's well into the veteran category now at the age of 11, Prince Aimer, and his best form of late has certainly come ashore. He's been tried over a range of trips throughout his career, but I would say that looking at those reasonably good recent efforts, he was 2nd to Cetic. That horse very much given the run of the race from the front last time out, but he did best of the others, chasing that down into 2nd. Again, he's got form over several years. He does stay this trip, but he's come back to form over shorter in his last 2 starts. So maybe it's simply a case of now that he's found his level again, he should be competitive. But I don't like siding with 11-year-olds as a general rule.
I think Nebraz Alamau finished 2nd to a horse we previously mentioned. That's a 12 here. It was last seen finishing 2nd in a filly mare, the Arabian Horse's Maiden. Does that sound familiar?
It sounds reasonably familiar. Nebras Alamal. Let's hope it's Nebras rather than Nibras.
It is definitely Nebras. Yeah, I've got that on your other database. But when I say finished 2nd within a different parish to the winner, my goodness.
Has a rating of 53 and races off the minimum weight here of 54 kilos. Does obviously with no wins to her name yet at the age of 7. She's got to buck her ideas up a little bit, but this isn't a particularly deep contest. Beaten by Rhea last time out, was behind Jcsa when that one won on her previous start. She was held by Jcsa at these weights. I say at these weights. Jcsa's gone up a fair bit for that, so you can make some sort of case for Nebras Alamal racing off just £1 higher for that, £1 higher for that run, whereas the winner's £11 higher. So.
And Rhea was a very unexposed runner who no one knew much about from Qatar, who absolutely hosed up on that occasion.
To say, yeah, she was a racecourse debutante.
Yeah,
Qatari bred, and she won well. Really hard to get a handle on that form. I'm just thinking, didn't she carry the same colours as Kazaz is carrying here? Rhea.
I think you might be right. Is Kazaz another Qatari bred by any chance?
No, but is carrying those. Khalid Al-Mayman colours, the yellow with the, or the sort of limeish green with the yellow sash, which looks different on the race card to what it does on the track. I'm sure Rhea was running in similar colours.
Yeah, I think you might be right. It was definitely a favourite of our producer, who is an Arsenal fan, so he was over the moon with Rhea's victory. Jason de Violet is the final one here, number 13 on your race cards. The last one we'll have a look at.
Been pretty busy, Jason de Violet, listed as Jason de Ciolet on the race card, just to keep us on our toes, no doubt. But I'm not sure he's absolutely the most trustworthy, but he does have bits and pieces of form this season that give him a chance of getting involved here. And he is race fit. He only ran, I'm sure he ran last weekend, Jason de Violette, or if not, then it was the weekend before. So he should.
I've got him here.
Yeah.
Yes, there he is off. Thank goodness one of us has a bit of working Wi-Fi here. 11th of 20 last time out in his first run after a little bit of time off the track.
And of course he's...
oh no, sorry, that wasn't after a little bit of time off the track at all. It was quite a quick turnaround, but
yeah,
that was his first run this year.
Fairly busy, but yes, that was only 6 days ago when he was behind Al Suwaida.
Well, they're loading.
Good third to Haydar early in the season. If he repeats that, then he could go well.
Let's get selection here, Raw.
I'll go for No, I won't go for Al Suwaida because it's out of the race, isn't it? I'll go for Jalmood.
Oh, I'm doing the same, Rory. So both you and I are teaming up with Jalmood, the 7. John, it's all yours.
14th behind Golden Fleece in the 1982 Derby was Jalmood. So there you go, a piece of useless trivia for you. But Rory did mention it, and I thought I would have a little bit of a rummage around to see what I could find. And yeah, Jalmood, the namesake, runs here and is quite well fancied by our colleagues in the studio. We've got about 3 left to load here over the 2,000 metres. Heading in is Shamik Gouda. Next to go in is the 5, that's Kazaz. And the 9 is in as well. It's Prince Armour. Stand by. Gates back, away they go. Starter caught them in a lovely line. And through the early stages, Shamik Gouda is one of the best away. Also there is the aforementioned Jalmood. And then towards the outside, we've got Jason de Violette. And it's Jason de Violette that now goes on. Jalmood races in second, followed then by Shamik Gouda in third. Gap of about 2 lengths to Nebras Alamal. Followed then on the inside by Haydar, who's in the white and blue colours, followed then by the green jacket of well, it's Mayor Tab, who's after that. Kazaz, it is in the green jacket just in front of that one, as the pretty well strung out field makes its way through the intersection of the course and onto the back straight proper. And the lead continues to be held by Jason de Violette. 2 in second position on the outside, Jalmood, Jason de Violette and Jalmood, Jason de Violette. Followed then by Shamik Gouda, the blue cap, who's in third. Bit of a gap developing then to, in fourth position, Haydar, another one in blue and white colours with a distinctive blue headgear. They're followed by Mayor Tab, who's racing in fifth, and then right up the inside we have Kazaz, just creeping a little bit closer, and the jockey, Mohammed Al Hubail, seems quite confident on that one, making pretty serene headway now into fifth, and seems to have his sights set on one of the 2 a little bit further ahead. So they're making the turn towards the final 600. And the lead continues to be in the possession of Jason de Violette. To on the outside, Jalmood. These 2 have been at it hammer and tongs throughout. Here, still making nice headway. Into third comes Kazaz. He's got to start thinking about pressing the accelerator fairly soon, Mohammed Al Hubail, but he's travelled notably well. They're followed in fourth by Haydar, and then after that, Tandil Al Jazra, who's getting a little bit closer. So they make the turn for home, 400 metres to go, and it's these 2 combatants, Jason de Violette, and now on the outside, Jalmood, who's come through to take it up. Pushes now come to shove for Kazaz, staying on now from the back of the field, Tandil Al Jazra, but it's Jalmood who's hit the front. Jalmood going pretty strongly, has gone on by a neck or so, battling hard over on the far side. It's still there, is Jason de Violette, but as they race up towards the line, Jalmood by a half, Jalmood by 3/4, Jalmood with the win. 2 in second, Jason de Violette. The third horse home was Prince Amer, who got going late, and then Tandil Al Jazra. Another for the expert team in the studio of Rory and Callum. They knew Jalmood would go on and score, and was involved in a tough battle really the whole way round with Jason de Violette. Wasn't quite a firm versus Ali Dar, but it was a pretty long and protracted battle. But in the end, Jalmood got the better of Jason de Violette. Prince Amos stayed on quite well for third, and Kazaz finished in fourth. So that was race number 9. It's been won by this horse who's in the ownership of Mr. Al Mamoun Munalo. scored very nicely indeed. 2 minutes 23.72 seconds. Jason de Violet in second, 2:23.90. Prince Aimer in third, 2:24.80. And Kazaz was fourth. So that was the 1, 2, 3, 4. I might have said Tandil Al Jazra was fourth, but Kazaz has been awarded fourth now. But it's Jalmood, without any doubt at all, who's won. Still 3 more Arabian races to go. Don't you dare go anywhere else.
Jalmood is a winner of our last contest. The winning distance was only probably about 3/4 of a length, but the jockey seemed to be oozing confidence all the way around from the top of the back straight all the way down the home straight, looking all over for dangers when the real danger looked to be Jason de Violet on his inside.
Yeah, I'm never a big fan of jockeys looking around for danger, particularly if they're looking sort of under their arm or between their legs behind them, because when the horse doesn't find what is expected, it can look a little embarrassing. But he didn't get Jalmood unbalanced. He didn't do anything silly, and it was the right way to ride him, just to delay his effort a little bit. Just keep him, he kept him rolling forward. He wasn't sitting motionless on the horse, and essentially that was the case once he had Jason de Violet covered, which took a while. Jason de Violet
showed good toughness there.
He did. He was tough enough for a long way, and then just began to crack. You see him wandering off a straight line about a furlong from home, and that was the sign that he had nothing left to give. And Jalmood has given yourself another winner, Callum. So
yes.
Luckily, at least a winner from me as well. So you're not weighing on just yet.
No, we're plenty close enough that we'll still be hopefully finding plenty more winners as the day goes on. But yeah, Jalmood just came into this race with the strongest bit of form here and has pretty much been ridden like the best horse in the race. Kazaz travelled very dangerously, but was just a bit too far back, ends up fading back into 4th or 5th in the end, but looked to be ridden with the idea that he was going to get there, but sort of never picked up or changed gears.
Yeah, maybe that was the best way to ride it, given if he was finishing strongly behind them, that might have suggested that a more aggressive ride would have worked, but Kazaz a little bit weak in the last embers of the race. Fairly even break for all of them as we review it.
Shmak Gooda was the horse that was up there as well, that didn't stay there for very long. It's the front two make their presence felt early, and it's Jason de Violet, the horse that's actually taken the early advantage, but Jalmood has always got that place on the rail.
Yeah, the pair of them setting their stall out pretty early in the day, and they are first and third briefly at this stage with was it Haydar who was up there in second briefly? Haydar back and forth. There was one from a low stall.
Yeah, I think it's Shmak Gooda.
Giving Shmak Gooda from a similar spot.
Yeah, it's cross belts, isn't it, on the colours there? Yeah.
Oh, you got better eyesight than me. I couldn't spot the cross belt. Oh, you can't see from above now. But at this stage, it's now boiled down into a match as Shmak Gooda drifts away, and Haydar can't really improve from that position in 4th place. So it's a war between Jason de Violet and Jalmood, and it's Jalmood who always seems to be slightly bossing that, just on the outside of the runner-up, and just always forcing that horse to work a little bit harder. Apart from the looking around, I thought this was actually quite a clever ride from Abdullah Al Kradis. The second gets alongside again, but his riders had to ask him to get there. Essentially, the race is being controlled by Abdullah Al Kradis, who's basically saying, well, if you're going to beat me, you've got to come alongside me again. And Alex Moreno has had to make that effort on the inside, and Jason de Violet. The door's open for him to go there, but he's not he's not really been given a choice. He's basically said, you've got to come and do battle with me, and that means that Jason Debrief's just working that little bit harder, and it's quite a canny little ride.
Very rare to see the horse in the rail struggling like that and being sort of out sort of galloped.
Yeah, but he's been
position.
given the rail rather than him earning the rail. He's been gifted the rail by the jockey of the winner, who's very happy to let him do that because he's able to sort of pin him in a little bit and control the race and make sure that he's always marginally in front, and that's counted in the end. I thought that was quite canny from
Abdullah Al-Kredis had a couple of winners last week. I think he had 3 winners last week. This young jockey is still able to claim. He's a taller rider, as you can see. He's not the most beautiful rider to watch. He's quite bent at the elbows there, and you compare him to Alex Moreno, who's beginning to row away here. Both of them desperately not trying to push the button, but Alex just has to give in here. But he's still holding and holding and holding, but he knows that he's got to start asking something now, and this is where the young man on the eventual winner is able just to nurse a little bit more without having to pick up the pro cush.
I mean, to justify his looking right, he hopes this is a battle between the front two. But what you don't want to do is think, I've got this thing in front covered, and then not check whether they're closing on you in behind. I don't particularly like it because I don't know how much jockeys can pick up with a half second look around. But he's made sure that he's not going to get caught by something finishing from further back.
Yeah, one of those horses finishing further back was Prince Aimer. John Blance, give us the runners and riders for our next contest.
Yeah, welcome back to the commentary box, and horse number 1 is Jcsa Al Shahania, mount of Abdullah Al Khamis. Horse number 2 is Austral del Sol. 3 is Bin Altair. Horse number 4 is a non-runner. Number 5 is Princess Muazzaz, Naif Al-Anazi. 6 is Jet de Violette. Alexis Moreno looking for another Arabian race winner. Gasham Sham Al Jazra is horse number 7. Number 8 is Mlatem Athbar. Horse number 9 is a non-runner. Number 10 is Joy de Montaigu, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 11 is Umran, Fawas Wanas. Number 12 is Rad Al Sengar, Nawaf Al Fayrouz is aboard. Horse number 13 is Madkur, Ayad Al Tarisi. And horse number 14 is Chahika, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Horse number 15 is a non-runner. 3 non-runners here. But now, though, to Hannah, who's in the parade ring.
Thank you, John. Yes, I'm joined with Omar Atwele, who trains horse number 2, Austral del Sol. Talk to me about this horse. You said you've had it, it's had 2 runs with you.
Yes, it's a good horse. It's come from France. The first race, 1,800 is good, but Jockey, he said, I think Blanker and too long distance is good. Today, I think he can do something. He do race, but when I don't know. But I'm sure he do a good race today.
Okay, so today a longer trip and has the blinkers on for the first time. Looks very well in its coat as well. We just had a good look at him, didn't we?
Thank you. My horse is good, but the horse is together. Icham Shahika is very good. I think Ghasham Shamal Jasra, good horse, and this distance he win multi time. And this Princess Maz is very good mare, but not in this days is not good. Maybe if we back to races, she make a race good. But I think my Mabin jockey, just gate wire to wire, go. Maybe he make. I think he make a good race, good in train, good in blood, and everything is good. Yeah. Just I see what they do.
Thank you for that, running through us a couple of horses. So, of course, it's a 2-day festival, isn't it? We've got today and tomorrow for the Arabian horses. Just talk to us a bit more about that, this festival of the Arabian horses.
This is a big event for the Arabian horse. I have a horse and one filly very good in the Al Khaldiyah Cup Group 2 today, and I have one in Group 1 tomorrow, Friday, inshallah. I have 2 horses very good. Today, Nirhaz, the last in the Al Khaldiyah Cup Group 2, I think he make a good race today.
Thank you. So some group action. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Well, best of luck in this race, and of course as well tomorrow. I'm sure we can catch up with you then.
Shukran. Thank you. You will see after race, I think.
Okay.
Yes.
Confidence is key. I like it. Thank you very much. Back to you guys.
Omar, a man dripping with confidence. We love it. He's a very good man and takes the time to talk to us and always has a sort of good handle on his horses. When he says they're probably not going to run their best race today, he tends to be right. And when he's confident about one, then he tends to get stuck into it and tell lots of friends and families to come along, and they fill out the winners' enclosure. Rory, we've got a couple of non-runners here, so we'll make sure to miss them. But am I okay to start from the top and work my way down?
Yeah, I'll have to do a little bit of shifting around after we do the first few, but I think we can do that for the time being.
Well, they're in the pre-parading, so we've got time to shift around. We've got time to shift around. Let's start with Aisha Al-Shahania. Is the one here goes Abdullah Al-Khamis in the saddle.
Has a rating of 83 in this 0 to 95 handicap, so a better class handicap here, but not the easiest to fancy on recent evidence. She's had just 3 runs in the last year or so, all in handicaps. She finished 9th of 11 in a 90 to 105 here last season, last of 12 in an 80 to 95 handicap, and then 11 to 13 in a 70 to 85 handicap. So she's gradually coming down. Back up in class, though, for this 0 to 95 again, and very hard to fancy on what she's been showing.
Austral del Sol is the horse we just heard from Omar about. They're going to try and go from pillar to post here.
Yeah, no, the problem with Austral del Sol is the grade. He hasn't been running too badly. He's only been with Omar for a couple of starts. Ran the better race last time out, when 4th of 19 behind Haydar and Jalmoud and Jason de Violette. So that form has already worked out with Jalmoud and Jason de Violette fighting out our previous race. But that was a 0 to 70 handicap. This is a 0 to 95 handicap, and he's 10 pounds out of the weights.
It'll be a tough ask for him. Bin Altair is the 3, Abdullah Al-Khamis in the plate.
Comes here off a win, winning a 70 to 85 handicap. And last time out, where he beat Rad Al Sengar by a length and a half. And he's obviously was rated 75 for that. He's gone up in the weights. And he's not gone up in the weights. He's officially rating of 75 again here. So he'd look quite interesting in this contest, Bin Altair. Obviously up in class, but he's got bottom weight. So I'm surprised to see he's not gone up at all for that win. That was obviously only last week, so the new mark clearly hasn't kicked in. And there's no sign that he's got a penalty for that. I mean, sometimes the penalties won't appear, but you'll see what weight they're carrying. But he's listed as carrying 54 kilos. It may turn out after the event that's not the case. That's part of the reason why these aren't Jockey Club sanctioned races, because they're not in charge of all the information that's being provided. So all I can tell you is that officially Bin Altair is able to rise to the same mark as when winning last time out, so must be interesting on that.
Yes, Princess Muazaz is the 5. She is gorgeous.
Yeah, you got a bit of a soft spot for her. She stays all day, Princess Muazaz. With her, this trip is definitely what she wants, it has to be said. But she's gone up a bit in the weights in the last season. I thought she was pretty ordinary at Taif last year, but she's improved her form a little bit, and she's now rated 80. She was running some fairly low-grade races when we first saw her last season. But as you said, she's a likeable mare who tends to try pretty hard as well. Naif Al-Nazi on board, so he also tries very hard in these races. They're probably a match made in heaven. Her most recent start saw her finishing well down the field in a 70 to 90 handicap over a shorter trip, and she was last of 7 prior to that, over 1,600 metres. She does want at least 2,000, and particularly in this service, I think she probably wants 2,400. I think she prefers the surface in Taif, which is a little bit deeper.
She's got that big knee action, hasn't she?
Because she doesn't have a turn of foot. She's just a galloper. And the worry with her is she might just get outpaced at a crucial stage in this race.
The next one we'll talk about is the 6, Jet de Violette. We've already had a Violette runner finish 2nd in our previous contest. Can they go one better here?
Needs to step up on what it's been doing recently. Jet de Violette, she's a 7-year-old bay mare. Again, she's racing off bottom weight here, but she has a rating of 80. Yeah, so it suggests I would have thought the bottom weight. Sorry, not to 95. That's where I'm going wrong. I put 62 kilos in as 90. So really, the bottom weight here should be around a rating of 80, which means that although Bin Altair is rated 75
He's still
still.
£5
He's
out,
actually
yeah.
he's actually out of the handicap with that 54 kilos. So Oswald de Sol's, even for these £15 out of the handicap, and Ben Alter will be £5 out of the handicap off his rating of 75. Rating of 80 is bottom weight here. But Princess moves, as we've covered. Jet de Violettes, unplaced in a weaker handicap over 2,000 metres last time out. Wasn't a terrible run, 7th of 20 that day, but needs to improve a little bit to get involved here. It was Sab Athba who won that. Rad Al Senghor in second. He's been second in a couple of similar races recently, and we'll be getting onto that reasonably soon.
Yeah, we will. Oh, cross your fingers and hope. Gasham Al Jazra is the 7.
Gasham Al Jazra hasn't been seen since the end of November. 5-year-olds, 6-year-old gelding now, because we've turned the calendar year. Was a winner over 1,600 metres back in October here, but that was a small field handicap, just 5 runners that day. He's been unplaced in 3 starts since. The most recent over 2,000 metres in a 70 to 90 handicap. So not being disgraced, but does need to step up a little bit for this step up and trip. And I'm not convinced the 2,400 metres will suit Gasham Al Jazra as well as it will suit 1 or 2 others in the race.
Miletem Athbar is the 8, and Athbar, but not in the Gaitan colours, a rarity.
It is a rarity, not owned by Athbar Stables either, although it may well have been in the first place. El Shafi, the owner here. Not the easiest to fancy on what I've seen recently, Miletem Athbar, but it's also a rating of 90. So if it can find its old form, it would be a player here, but I've struggled to find a solid recent effort.
Joy de Montague is one who we know plenty about. Ran last week, I'm pretty sure, in a 0 to 70 handicap. I could be totally wrong there.
Yeah, Joy de Montague is well out of that handicap here. This
she was
big
second
step up
last time.
Yeah, it was a good run from Joy de Montague, but didn't really threaten that day. Ran on past beaten horses and is £22 wrong at the weights. So a mammoth task there.
When we say wrong at the weights in a contest like that, how important is it? Can you give any chance for these horses that are well out the handicap? Is there a reason why they might be in a race like this?
Every now and again, you get a horse whose form is just difficult to get a handle on. We had a really easy winner of one of these races that was out of the weights because it hadn't run for quite a long time, but it had changed stables, and the new connections thought they'd found the key to it. They'd solved a couple of issues that the horse had, and therefore the rating was a dubious one. Lower grade handicaps, yes, and we've seen plenty of horses rated. We've had winners of maidens rated in the 30s and the low 40s here, and not that they're absolutely terrible maidens. These are horses who've shown nothing on early starts, really badly in need of experience, and then begin to turn the corner and show slightly improved form. But the handicapper doesn't tend to take that at face value, and they just sort of gradually go up the handicap. Whereas in the UK, if it looks like if you run to a rating of 33 times, and then it looks like you've run to 65 in a race that might be a bit dubious, you're getting a rating of 65. the handicapper doesn't go, wow, you were 30 before that, I'll make it 35.
Let's have a think.
But you're actually liable to get that lower rating here, just the way things work. And that's mainly because people are not competing to run in handicaps.
Yeah.
You need to have these handicaps to make the races competitive. But most trainers, most owners out here want to win open races. Yeah. They want to win good races, and they don't tend to be, let's give this horse a few quiet runs to get it down the weights. It's not the way the game works here, whereas very much the way the game works back home.
Umran is a horse who has very decent form at this level. A winner of a 0 to 80 over 2,000 metres 3 starts ago. Has been running in open company since then. Steps up a trip to 2,400 metres today. Would be a slight concern for me, but we saw Prince Aimer make a big step up and trip and ran on well.
Yeah,
for third
Prince Aimer had back form at the distance at 2,000 metres in the past. He's just come back to form over 1,400 in his last couple of starts, but showed that stamina wasn't the issue when finishing third in our previous race. More of a concern for him, particularly at 2,400 metres. You really need horses who stay this trip. I don't like being with horses where the trip is a bit of a, let's give it. It seemed to stay 2,000 last time. Let's give it a go. this really tends to catch them out more than any other step up and trip. But Umran is competitive on previous form. But it's the next horse I think is particularly interesting.
Well, that's Riad Al Sanga. Nawaf Al Farouz keeps the ride, and oh, jeez. What do you make of this horse, Rory? How do you solve a problem like Riad Al Sanga?
Well, it's a tricky one. First of all, you get rid of Nawaf Al Farouz for a start, who's not covered himself in glory on the horse. But I think the biggest issue with Riad Al Sanga when we saw him last week was, A, he got badly hampered at a stage of the race and then has made a remarkable recovery to get back on the bridle and close down the leader, looking like he was going to win. But once he got alongside, he did not want to go past. So there was jockey error early in the race. On his previous 2 starts, he's finished like a train from an impossible position to finish second, and he looks like a test of stamina at this trip is going to suit him down to the ground. Going a strong pace here might help him as well, but he does tend to lose his pitch, so that's a concern up in class. But the biggest concern for me is the fact that he had a big chance to win the race, even with his jockey not helping him enormously, and he simply refused to go past the horse in front. So he's a talent. He's better than his current mark. He'll need to be because he's slightly out of the handicap here. Not by much, just by a couple of pounds. But yes, he's caught the eye on his last 3 starts in a big way. But I think he blotted his copybook with the way he went about it in the last furlong of that race last time.
Madcore is the 13 and Shahika is the 14. Can we give chances to either of those? Obviously, they're not in handicap order, so we must give them.
Madcore's top weight here.
Oh, there we go.
Is
95 rated.
Rated 95, and unfortunately, I've lost my
Don't worry, I'm on
Wi-Fi
it.
completely again. So you can remind me what
it.
Madcore's best recent form is.
Hang on. Give us just 2 seconds.
The trainer had a winner the other day, didn't he?
I am finding Madcore now. Madcore is in front of me, 3rd over 2,000 metres. Last time out on the back of the break.
And that's a better class contest as well. That was a 90 to 105 handicap. Worth pointing out that in finishing 30 he was beaten quite a long way on that occasion by Game Over and Amir Al Sham. In and out a little bit prior to that. But that was his first run since Taif had been second to Fakir Dupuy at Taif earlier in the season as well. And if finding that form would have a chance, has a touch of class here. Would it be an out-and-out stayer in your book?
Nope.
I'm not entirely sure.
But are there any in this field?
Oh, well, I mean, Riad Al Sanga is definitely, he'd stay all day.
Well, this is the thing, because usually when I would say something like this, you tend to go against me with this one. He's a gorgeous looker, isn't he, Riad Al Sanga? But he's just proving a bit challenging to win with. But I always say these horses finishing fast, do they need to step up and trip? And you're quick to shut me down when you say sometimes everything else is slowing around them.
Exactly. I mean, sometimes, horses who lose touch or horses who lose interest midway through a race can do eye-catching late progress.
The next horse we'll look at is Jcsa, the final one. Actually come into this race in quite good form.
Does come into the race in good form, but again is rated 72, so is out of the weights in this contest and drawn out wide in stall 14. But Jcsa has been doing very well. Won a maiden at Taif in September by 8 lengths over 2,000 metres. Has been racing over shorter here since, but running very well in 0 to 70, 0 to 75 handicaps over the 1,600 metres, finishing 3rd of 15 last time out. Now, this horse is unexposed at the trip, but given that arguably his best form has come at, or her best form rather, has come at 2,000 metres in Taif, there is a possibility that a longer trip will suit Jcsa, and despite the fact that she's out of the weights, she is a lightly raced 5-year-old mare, and she is a danger. She could easily take a step forward.
OK, Rory, she goes in those colours of Vizier, who we already saw with Basek Al-Baik, show quite nice form early on. She's a good-looking type as well, still looks quite young and effeminate. But, Rory, have you got a selection in this contest?
I am not particularly confident, but I'm actually gonna row in with Jcsa. Despite stall 14 being a little bit of a concern. There's a few of these. I think it's an odd race. A few of those who will stay will probably get out of the ground in the early stages. You want a horse who's got the speed for a little bit shorter, but also has maybe untapped potential stamina-wise. And Jcsa very much fits that mould.
Jcsa being the pick for you, Raw. I'm going to go for Umran, the 11 here. Fawaz Wana's back in the plate. The last time these two teamed up, they were winners. And I'm just hoping there's a little bit of class with Umran and see how he gets on. Hannah, who do you like in this one?
Purely from looks, of course, number 12, Riad Al Senga. I know you gave a mention to that one, Callum. I mean, you can't go wrong. Looks absolutely fabulous, this horse. So I'm going to have to lock it in. It's the one that caught my eye. And to confirm, number 12, Riad Al Senga for me. So, John, it's over to you for race number 10.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, they're going to be going in pretty shortly. 2,400 metres, as has already been mentioned. It's a long old way for purebred Arabians. They're going in pretty quickly, though. That was Shahika that we just saw. Shahika that we just saw. It's easy for me to say. In shot. Jet de Violette goes in. The 8 is Latem Athbar. Next to come forward will be Umran. And the 5 is Princess Muazzaz. Ready in front of the grandstand. Problem there with Princess Muazzaz getting rather flighty in the stalls. Certainly rather nervous. Ready. Jet de Violette now just rearing up somewhat. Off they go. They're racing. A very awkward start from Bin Altair. Just leapt up as the gates went back as they make their way through the early stages. Gasham Sham Al Jazra has gone on to lead and goes on by a couple of lengths in the early part of this contest to Austral del Sol, who's in second. Then in third, Latem Athbar. And then after that, in between those two, we've got Bin Altair, who started awkwardly, but is now making a little bit of early headway. As we look to the back, Madkur is just about the back marker, also towards the rear of the field. Riad Al Senga taking the turn a little bit on the wide side. So this pace just seems to have slowed slightly as they take the turn. Gasham Sham Al Jazra is your leader. On the outer in second position, Bin Altair. Gap developing then of about 4 or 5 lengths to Austral del Sol. As soon as I said the pace was just reduced, they've gone on and kicked on a bit, this leading duo. Right round the outside, Latem Athbar. And they're followed in fourth position by Jet de Violette, the sheepskin noseband there, the blue and green colours. They're followed in fifth position by Shahika, who's making a little bit of headway now as they make their way down the far side of the track. Also there, towards the rear, is Madkur, and another one towards the back of the field is Princess Muazzaz, and still at the rear is Riad Al Senga. Heading towards the halfway point over on the far side of the track, and it's Bin Altair, who's now got on by about 3 lengths to Gasham Sham Al Jazra, who was the early leader. Don't know whether this horse is weakening or whether the jockeys decided just to keep this horse away from maybe a pace that's a little bit too quick. Then round the outside, Shahika is making nice headway, moves into a good going third. Wider still on the course, Joy de Montaigu and also Madcore in quite similar colours, but both in danger of taking this turn very wide. The 3's coming back to them here now. Bin Altair to in second spot, Gasham Sham Al Jazra, who's trying to battle back. Shahika still moves nicely. Then right round the outside of Shahika is Madcore. Bit of a gap then developing to Joy de Montaigu, who's in fifth, just being nudged along a little bit too. Then the blue headgear of Princess Muazzaz, but there are quite a few chances as they swing for home. Bin Altair's put the old cue in the rack, and it's Gasham Sham Al Jazra that goes on to Shahika, who's in second spot. Then after that, Princess Muazzaz, who's looking for a gap or two to appear. Then down the centre of the track, Madkur, who's not gone away. Down towards the closing stages they come. Down on the rail, Gasham Sham Al Jazra to in second position, Princess Muazzaz. Here now is making very good headway. Shahika, and also as well, we've got Madkur, who's still on the scene inside the closing stages. Look at this, Riad Al Senga go from the back of the field, absolutely flying late doors. Riad Al Senga got there. Riad Al Senga has scored. Princess Muazzaz was second. Joy de Montaigu has plugged on for third, but none's finished as well as that Riad Al Senga, who was stone motherless last at the rear of the field for quite some, large part of this race, but has come through to score. It was a bit of a panic looker. Hannah gave it a very, very good talk-up and was the selection in the parade ring, so well done to her. Rad Al Sengar has scored 2 minutes 56.56 seconds. Princess Muazzaz has finished in second. Joy de Montaigu has finished in third, and Gasham Sham Al Jazra was fourth. So that's the 1, 2, 3, 4 over there in our third last race of the day. Rad Al Sengar came into this race off a rating of 78. That'll be going north after that. That was an impressive display. Slaloming through from the back of the field. It was quite wide round the bend and ended up passing them on the rail. So very good ride as well. That was your winner of race number 10.
It's snowing in the Sahara. Has hell frozen over? Rad Al Sengar has finally won a race. And my goodness, if you were a supporter of Rad Al Sengar, your heart would have been in your mouth for the entire 2 minutes and 56 seconds of this contest, Rory.
Yeah, the way the race has run suited him down to the ground, but he's been frustrating. He was a massive eye catcher when he was second, 3 starts back. An even bigger eye catcher when second, 2 starts back. And then he managed to catch the eye for the 3rd consecutive start when beaten last time out. But the worry with him last time was that he managed to get himself out of a really difficult situation and came cruising up to the winner and wouldn't go past. This time, well, he was always travelling very, very well. The way the race was run suited him. There was only one other stayer really in the finish. That was dear old Princess Muazzaz. But he's covered he's covered every grain of sand in the straight. And eventually, again, to be honest, he's ended up switching to the inside on his last 4 starts. When you'd have thought that just keeping wide of runners and keeping a clear path would see him win fairly easily. But in defence of the winning jockey, this horse has looked very tricky, and it might well be that if you steer him into a winning position away from other horses, he doesn't want to do it. But you see, he's travelling best here, and a gap
going for holes that don't exist.
A gap doesn't appear for him. He has to switch again, and again the gap doesn't appear, and eventually he switches to the inside. He's running off my screen at the moment.
He's desperate to stay away from our cameraman, isn't he?
Next to him, and he ends up right next to the rail, but finds enough to put his head in front, which he didn't last time. But yeah, he's been threatening to win a race like this for a while. He was actually second in a 1,200-metre maiden in Taif back in August. Hard to imagine he'd be competitive over 1,200
Was he coming
metres.
from the clouds again on that
I'd
occasion
imagine
as well?
he was. And actually, he's a horse who'd probably run up a sequence over 2,400 metres in Taif, given the opportunity, because, you know, it's survival of the fittest there, and he always travels well. He's one from the back of the field at this stage. We see a pretty solid pace being cut out as well. It was a Bin Altair who was setting it up front. Gashamsham Al Jazra, also handy in second
Omar's
place,
horse is there
and
as
one of
well.
the outsiders.
Astral de Sol is there in third.
That's true. And we didn't have. We had Shahika moving up into a reasonable challenging spot, not too far into the race at the moment. She's in about sixth.
You got a lovely spin for Shahika
Yeah,
for a long way.
she was perfectly positioned if she was going to stay, and she moved into it, travelling very stylishly off the home bend. Clearly didn't stay the trip. Ended up fitting into sixth. It was a gamble. I mean, she's run very well over 1,600 metres 3 times here in Riyadh, and she won over 2,000 metres in Taif. And you know, there was the question mark about whether this longer trip might actually suit, given she was unexposed and improving. But she clearly hasn't stayed there. She'll be back to maybe 1,800 metres.
I'm about to say, she's got gears, hasn't she?
She does have gears, and she
suits her,
travelled.
yeah.
She travelled into this race better than anything, but clearly didn't stay. Our winner's still at the back of the field there.
It's behind the bridle as well, the winner.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, he comes into the race eventually travelling well. That's what he's done in his last 3 starts. At this stage, as he has been in most of his races, he's off the bridle and not really doing a tap. So you have to keep asking him. And then as horses begin to weaken, he moves up. And the longer the race goes on, the stronger he travels.
He enjoys passing horses.
He does like
doesn't
passing
he?
horses up to a point. He didn't want to pass the horse that was in front until he's never put his head in front in a race before until today. And we didn't really question that until last week. But he definitely had a long think about it when getting alongside the winner. But yeah, as you can see, they've got a good pace here because no one wanted to leave a horse like Bin Altair alone in front. A few of them had gone up early to get involved. So he's swinging off the bridle at this stage.
You're in second here, Rory, as well. Princess Nooradz's just coming through.
is just about in front. I'm travelling strongly, but now being asked a question.
Here we go.
And not getting home. And he is...
How did he not go through that gap?
Yeah, you'd have thought it would be easy enough for Nawaf Al Fayrouz to do it, but he's full of horse still at the moment. And now there's another gap on the inside. As he cuts back to the inside, the horse on the inside rail is beginning to weaken out of things. And this is what he has tended to do. He's tended to hang across to the rail, but this time he's actually got clear sailing and has got himself in front. Not including last time out, he's finished so strongly in his 2 previous races that you'd have thought he definitely would have got there if his run had started sooner, or if there had been 100 yards extra to go. And this time he's confirmed that impression, but I think we all thought he was a bit of a steering job last week, and we're disappointed when he managed to get beat. That was in a weaker handicap of 70 to 85. His previous runs have been in 0 to 80 or 65 to 80 handicaps, and here he was up to a 0 to 95. But actually proving that the stronger pace he went here was ideal for him. He's been able to pick off horses one by one.
The thing is you could argue that he's done this a bit cosily as well. Like he's taken 3 reminders, I think, with the Pro Cush there.
But the ears are pricked.
Yeah, and he's having a big old think about it. He's, like you said, covered every grain of sand. But I mean, you'd be a brave man to go again. But like you said, he's the type that could run up a bit of a sequence over this trip.
He's got the ability. He's never going to go up too much in the weights for doing it. The question is, whether he, now that he's put his head in front, he realises he's put his head in front and he's happy to do it again.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see what he does in the future. But in our immediate future, we go straight to John Blance for our penultimate contest, John.
Thanks very much, Callum. Yes, the 11th race on the card, back to the 1,200 metre trip. Horse number 1 is Jcsa, Mohamed Al Nassar. Horse number 2 is Boru Al Khaladia, Rayan Al Tuwesh. Number 3 is Jeja Al Thab, Tariq Al Mansour. 4 is Al Anud, Ahmed Al Mazd. Horse number 5 is Al Doa Wa Al Cham, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. And horse number 6 is Fakir, Mohamed Al Hubail. So those are just the 6 runners for this 11th and second last race on the card. Still in the pre-parade ring. One more after that, which will be a 0 to handicap, or 90 handicap. Right now, though, back to the guys in the studio.
Thank you, John. Yes, they are already making their way into the parade ring here as we rattle through these final couple of contests. Rory, just the 6 going to post here. Let's start from the top, work our way through. Do you have a working website and a database to go from?
I hope I have at this stage, although it's making me jump through all the hoops. So let's see if I can bring up the full form for Jcsa.
We'll start with Jcsa and we will keep everything crossed as you just have to verify you're a human being.
Yeah, every 3 seconds.
And we have a horse.
We do indeed. The
There we
9-year-old
go.
Jcsa.
It's all yours.
An entire, I say 9-year-old. Because it's
10-year-old.
9-year-old in my racing sports, because they're a Southern Hemisphere website, and they have different birthdays for the horses. But Jcsa, of course, has just turned 10 here, and is rated 101. So is the horse to beat in terms of the ratings. A few of these well out of the weights. Again, it has to be said. Maybe put that in context first, where we talk about individual horses. Jcsa's got 60 kilos to carry. He's only given a maximum of 6 kilos away, and the likes of Baru Al-Khaladia, Jcsa Al-Tahab, Al-Doha wa Al-Sham are all on the minimum weight of 54, but those are all rated in the 70s, 72, 72, 78, whereas that bottom weight of 54 kilos is, what's that, 89, that relates to, so they're all stone out of the weights or more.
I've got a lot to find according to the weights and measures. Hannah, you're in the parade ring. Who have you caught your eye?
Well, we've got a small field, so we'll go through all of them, Callum. We've got number 1, Jcsa. He's a thicker set sort horse, big thick neck there, having a little bit of a shake, has the headgear on and the Dexter ring bit, little bit of a belly as well, but not too much. I think that's just his shape. We'll move on now to the horse behind. This will be number 2, Bora Al-Khaladia, a chestnut, a finer sort there indeed. Not walking so great behind, does look a bit stiff, but nevertheless tucked up underneath and looks quite nimble. He does have his eyes wide open as well. You can see the whites of his eyes. But so that's the only thing I'll be looking at is temperament. But so far, so good. Number 3, Jcsa Al-Fawa is the next horse. He's a bigger sort and a... Number 5 is the next horse, Al-Doha wa Al-Cham. Grey there, hide. Lovely obliques on this horse, very tucked up underneath. You can see that real strong line. It's been on his toes, actually, ever since she came into the parade ring. So she's been going from a trot to a walk. On the neck there, has been sweating up, as you can see. And bearing in mind, it's quite chilly now. It's really dropped in temperature. The final horse is number 6, Fakir, who's grinding the teeth. He's got the headgear on and a cross noseband. He's got a very high head carriage, this horse, indeed. But he's got a really big round bum, so lots of power in the engine, but not very defined, quite soft on top and under the belly also. So that's a look at some of our horses here in the parade ring. Number 5, Al-Doha wa Al-Cham, is still on her toes, but I will let you know if anything else happens here in the parade ring.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, all 6 of these runners going to post, and I was looking at this and just talking with my glorious form analyst, Rory Delagi, and I just said, surely Jcsa absolutely hacks up here, but you said to me very quickly, well, Callum, it is a handicap, and horses like Al-Anud and Fakir will certainly have plenty to say.
Yeah, let's start with Jcsa. Oh, come on, don't die on me again.
He's talking to the computer guys, I am okay. I want to make sure that's okay. My poor mother's watching this show.
Yes, I've got the page up for Jcsa, and it's just loading, sadly.
Don't worry, I'll come to you.
As we said, has a rating of 101, and that means that the only 2 in the race racing off the correct marks against him are Al-Anud and Fakir. Al-Anud's an interesting one to mention, merely because this is a horse who appears in our race cars normally as Al-Anoobrd, A-L-A-N-O-O-B-R-D, and it turns out the BR belongs to the horse's suffix.
There you
so
go,
it's
FBR
is the suffix, and it appears as Al-Anoobrd F. So we now know where that comes from. So just at Al-Anud, you can ignore the BR in the horse's name, and that's a weight off my shoulders, I have to say.
I could lift another weight off your shoulder. Do you know what NOR means?
And you know the answer to this now.
I know the answer to it now.
Tremendous.
No official rating.
No official rating?
No official rating is NOR. Yes, Hannah has been doing her due diligence in the parade ring, asking lots of questions, and it would make sense because all the horses with NOR next to them have no number. Our producer still believes it means Norway.
But the weird thing about that is it appears in exactly the same spot as the horses, where the breeding suffix would normally appear. So it is a slightly weird one. Normally, a horse with no official rating has a dash.
Well, that's exactly what I was thinking, but I thought maybe I've got that completely wrong. But
anyway,
I'm glad we're on the same page.
I've got Jcsa's form up. Finally.
Look at us. This show doesn't throw itself together.
Worth pointing out that this is just Jcsa's second run for current connections. Was second of 20 in a good open won by Owen here in March with the Hamiat Al Khaladia back in third, but was off for 9 months and then made debut for current connections and was beaten quite a long way, 14th of 15 in the champion of the primary championship of the race course or the race courses behind Al Qasir, Al Harith and Vizier. That was a really tough contest, but still 14th of 15, beaten 55 lengths. I'm not sure being tailed off a week or so ago is the ideal prep for this.
He was coming back after 9 months off the track.
Yeah, I know, but 55 lengths is a long way to get beaten. So it's a concern.
But looks
very fit now. But again, that's also for a new yard as well. And sometimes the horses don't they will improve for switching to a new yard, but sometimes, if they've been in good form for a previous yard and they switch, it takes them time to adjust to that as well. So that's a concern for Jcsa, who is the highest rated horse in the race.
Baru Al Khaladia is the 2. Do we have anything to mention about that one? I've got it form in front of me, if it doesn't work for you.
Yeah, I don't have it up in front of me because I was going to be fairly negative about the chances of Baru Al Khaladia. One of 2 mares in the race carrying the Ajmal stable colours and trimmed by Bassam Al Musa was 4th of 9 last time out in a 1200 metre maiden, and now is stepping up to 70 to 105 handicap. Is asking quite a lot. She does have a bit of ability, but that's probably summed up by her handicap mark, and as I said, racing off 54, that is essentially a mark of 89 that she's running off, even though her official rating is 72. Exactly the same scenario with Jcsa. Al Tahab also rated 72, also effectively racing off a mark of 89 here, and has run really badly, tailed off on his last 3 starts. Some of those have been tough races, it has to be said, but being beaten too far to take much confidence. Did win a 2,000 metre maiden in Taif early in the season, but those last 3 runs are granted in Open and Cup company. Behind Nirhaz, for example, 2 starts ago, we'll see Nirhaz in our last race here, but was beaten 54 lengths that day. So a bit of a negative, and more than a negative for me for Jcsa Al Tahab.
Alanud, what do we make of that one's chances? Must be a danger here.
Yeah, Alanoud's definitely got chances. As I try to refresh my screen. Actually, it's looking all right. 7th to 15 last time out in the race we've already mentioned. That was the primary championship behind Al Qasir, Al Harith and Vizier, and has the beating of Jcsa on that performance. Was beaten 10 lengths that day, not beaten that far. Previously had been a winner of an 80 to 95 handicap by 3 1/4 lengths from Sharfa Al Hizam and Mustabsil Al Khaladia. And prior to that, again ran very well in a 75 to 90 handicap over 1,600 metres, so effective over a range of trips. 1,200 is probably as sharp as Alanud wants, but she's a winner over 1,400 metres this season and clearly has plenty of toe.
Aldoa Wa Al Sham is the next one we'll talk about. That's the 5, the second for the Ajmal stable team.
Yeah, probably the better of the pair on paper. To run in the Ajmal stable colours, trained by Bassam Al Musa, but another one who's out of the handicap, racing off 78. Sorry, handicap mark of 78, effectively racing off 89, but does come here off the back of a career best effort, winning a 1,400 metre maiden.
And the next one is Fakir, the final one.
Fakir's rated 96 and has a decent chance on paper here, all things considered. Racing off the correct handicap mark, which is definitely a plus. And Fakir would be on my short list of 3. Most recently disappointing on debut for New Yard, though, over this trip, but was a winner elsewhere over 1,300 metres on its previous start. Let's come back to February 2022, though, so that's a little bit of a question. That was in Qatar.
Quick pick from you here. Who do you like?
Alanoud, I think, is an absolute standout here, to be honest.
Rory.
And you're going to go for Jcsa, aren't you?
That's right, Rory for Alanoud. I'm with Jcsa. Hannah, who do you like?
Oh, we've got variety here. How exciting. Well, I'm with horse number 2, Bara Al Khaladir. I thought she looked great in the parade ring, so based off looks, it's horse number 2, Bara Al Khaladir for me. John, they're loading. It's over to you.
Hannah, many thanks. Yeah, and a small field to load here for the 6 furlong contest. 2 in, 4 to go. Next in is Jcsa Al Thab. The 4 is Alanoud. Alanoud is in. Jcsa Al Thab in as well. Bara Al Khaladir towards the near side. And this is Al Doha Wal Al Cham. Just waiting for Bara Al Khaladir to be re-persuaded to come forward. In. Stand by. Sextet are ready. Gates back, away they go. They are sprinting, and very slowly out the gate was Fakir. That one's lost a load of lengths at the start. Will do very well to make much of an impact from there as they make their way through the early stages. Bara Al Khaladir has gone on to lead. 2 in second position, Jcsa, and followed then towards the outer by Al Dowa Wa Al Kam. And then after that, in between the pair, we've got Jcsa Al Thab. Then just trailing them a little bit is Al Doha Wa Al Kam, and then right at the back of the field and trailing them by quite some considerable margin is Fakir. So they're making the turn out of the back straight now, and the lead remains in the possession of Bara Al Khaladir. To on the outside, Alanoud in the blue and white colours, followed then on that one's inside by Jcsa Al Thab. Then right up the inn of the one horse Jcsa and the grey, and still waiting for Al Doha Al Kam to make its move. It's got a bit to do from there as they swing for home. One that's making eye-catching progress now is Alanoud, who goes straight to the front off that turn, slingshots into the lead, goes on by 3 or 4 lengths, and this race has been put to bed in the twinkling of an eye. Alanoud well clear. The rest are looking very one-paced in comparison and racing up towards the line. Alanoud in splendid isolation at the wire. Alanoud wins by any amount of lengths you like. Alanoud the winner. 2 in second position, Jcsa. It's close for third. Then looks like the 2, Bara Al Khaladir, has just beaten Jcsa Al Thab. Alanoud won for Rory Delagi. Winners coming from all over the place here today. Alanoud, well, it was a fairly obvious decisive move that was made as they swung for home. You can see the horse was in a higher gear than the rest of them, just absolutely purring along while the rest are all beginning to flounder. This horse won by 12 1/4 lengths, has given them an absolute caning. Jcsa in second, Bara Al Khaladir has finished in third, and Jcsa Al Thab has finished in fourth. That was the 1, 2, 3, 4. Alanoud, very impressive there in race number 11. And stay tuned for the 12th race, because some pretty good horses running in that. Some horses with pretty high ratings by Arabian standards. So still one more race to come, but no doubt about the winner here, Alanoud, in a completely different class to the rest of them.
Well, Rory Delaghi said this thing is a certainty. And Rory, you're not often wrong, and you weren't wrong again. This thing has bolted up. Al Anoud dots up in our penultimate contest, this 70 to 105 handicap, and it was never in doubt. Travelled like a good thing, quickened like a good thing, and won like the best horse in the race.
Yes, she came here in reasonable form. She had only 2 others in the handicap proper to worry about, and both of those are relative veterans, both 10-year-olds who were having their second start for new yards, and both of them being well beaten on their debut. So she was the only one here really in top form. Those who are out the handicap, you know, Baru Al-Khaladia, Al Doha Wal Sham, have been running well enough, but they had a lot to find at the weights. And this, with only 6 kilos between top weight and bottom weight, it did suggest that one of the higher rated horses were going to win, and she was just the one who was able to show her form.
Yeah, and shout out to the team there with the first, second and third in this race. Hannah's selection, Burra Al-Khaladia just holding on for third, and Jcsa for me finishing second, but never looked in any chance that that one would threaten the winner. And well, it went pretty much to plan for you. You were pretty confident from the moment they left the gates. You were travelling well, cruised into contention on the outside, and went quick and showed a real nice turn of foot, and a good win for Al Anoud, who would have enjoyed that run.
Yes, that will certainly boost her confidence, and she's won this in the style of a straightforward mare. You hope the handicapper wouldn't get too carried away with it, given question marks over the form with those in behind.
Has she done that after 10 months off the track? Am I right in thinking that, or am I looking at the wrong horse?
No, I don't think so. But I've just got rid of the form I had up.
This is the form that I've got, which is this horse.
Al Anoud, okay, yeah.
And the FBI. Now that would be a performance.
I'm sure I've seen Al Anoud this season, but perhaps not. But then obviously the fact we get 2 different variants of the spelling might be an issue there. But yes, winner here in February. But yeah, maybe that was her first run of the season.
Well, and if that was the first run of the season, you'd be very happy with that, wouldn't you? There no signs of ring rustiness there. We were talking about blowing the cobwebs away with Jcsa, so be completely different here with Al Anoud, who has gone and landed the last Rory. From this point on, you've got lots of speed from Burra Al-Khaladia, who is Hannah's selection. Looked really well in the parade ring and set some blazing fractions. Jessa's on the inside was Jeja Al-Matab, and the eventual winner in the second, third and fourth. And at this point you can just tell that the winning jockey is just about to make the move. Jessan's trying as much as he can, but isn't able to repel the challenge or really reel in the eventual leader.
Yes, it was a contest that sort of looked a little bit fractured on paper, and it's turned out that way in the race. Baru Al-Khaladia has certainly run a very solid race given the task that she had on paper, but the winner, as we can see from the replay, ended up looking different class on the day, and I don't think you want to delve too much into what happened in behind, but hopefully the handicapper still gives this relatively young mare a chance to keep going on.
Yeah, she's only 5 and she continues to improve. She's certainly one to keep on the right side of here. She's travelling so well at this point, and she ends up just going away and winning a race. She's not flicking the ears like we saw with our previous winner. She knows exactly what her job is. Once she straightens up, you can just see she has to find her feet again, but then once the jockey allows her time to get back underneath her, she really does kick on and win well, and it's straight to the gun barrel.
Yeah, she is. She's really professional. She's not the biggest lady. She's quite narrow, you would say. I don't know if Hannah said she had a bigger head than you expect for her body, but she kind of looks like that in the race. Not an awful lot of her, but she does everything right in the race, and you can still hear those cheers resounding around here. Clearly a very popular winner in the day.
Yeah, very popular. And if she has done that after 10 months off the track, it was a very, very impressive performance. John Blance, you've made it all the way through day 1 of the Purebred Arabian Festival. You've got one more race to give us the runners and riders for. Give us those runners and those riders.
Thank you very much, Callum. Yes, horse number 1 is Amir Al-Kam. That's the man of Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. 2 is Tawak Al-Khaladia, Rakan Obeid. 3 is Bayrak Al-Azam, Camilo Ospina. 4 is Nairaz. 5 is Katir Al-Khaladia, Abdullah Al-Kradis. Horse number 6 is Tal Al-Rala, Van Mohammed Al-Mazd. Horse number 7 is Jalnor. Horse number 8 is Tagruda, Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. Horse number 9 is Fahad Al-Mord. That's the mount of Abdullah Al Rashid. Number 10 is Hafid Al Khaladia, Ayad Al Turisi. And last but certainly not least is Madrasa. Alexis Moreno gets the mount on that one. That is horse number 11. Back to the boys in the studio.
Thank you very much, John. It's been a pleasure all the way through, as per usual. Rory, I am going to start off with a horse that isn't number one, because I'm going to start off with the greatest purebred Arabian of all time. The most beautiful mare you will ever see, and she is called Tagruda. And surely this is an opportunity for her to get her gorgeous head in front as they go for $500,000 Saudi Riyal. That's 500,000 SAR up for grabs, 250,000 to the winner.
Yeah, and she's got every chance on paper. She was a fairly workman-like performer when we saw her time last year. She was a trier, but she wasn't good enough for the big races. But she really has progressed bit by bit over the last 12 months, and she definitely deserves her place here. Let's dig out those recent runs. Very good second to Turkey Al Khaladia in an open over 1,600 metres 2 starts ago. That's the same course and distance as today. And then a race that we talked about several times. She was 5th to Al Qasr and Al Hareth in the primary championship of the racecourses last time out. Prior to that was 3rd to Maita Al Khaladia. And this gives her a decent chance to get her head in front on the rating. She's rated 108. She is the highest rated in this race. Katir Al Khaladia is rated 107. Fahad Al Muawad is rated 107. Madrasa is rated 106.
Let's have a look at Fahad Al Muawad, who is the first one we'll take a look at here. This was a 4th place effort, but this was in a decent enough race. And you've got Tagruda in behind in 5th, and she was given a shocking ride on this occasion.
So you say, I'll just say she's come from an unpromising position to finish a place behind Fahad Al Muawad here. This is the primary championship that we talked about. Al Qasr is the one who gets up to win late on. Our dear old friend, both dear friends, Al Hareth and Vizier finishing 2nd and 3rd. This is a good run from Fahad Al Muawad to probably run the race of his life to finish in 4th place there.
I've just realised Al Hareth is the horse I keep getting confused with Sarema.
Oh, I see.
And that's why I thought he was the horse that like making the pace.
There you go.
And here's the next horse we look at. This is some really impressive form by Tasal Al Rayla here, who comes from a very uncompromising position, but absolutely rattles home to take the victory.
Yes, given a rating of 99 for this debut performance. It was a remarkable win.
Hugely impressive.
Now, it's only a maiden race, and you don't want to get too carried away, but the runner-up was rated 107 in this race. Almost certainly hasn't run to, because the third's rated 80. But if you watch this all the way through, this horse was trapped really wide on the bend, also raced green and raced freely. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong for him. So the fact that he was able to pick up the way he was from the home turn and run those front runners down, I thought was remarkable. He does have £9 to find in this contest, but I think he could have the improvement needed to do that. I think he's an exciting prospect. Again, when you're with horses like this and races like this, the problem you have is that their lack of experience can find them out, even if they've got the ability to progress enough to get involved. There he is in front of us, looking well. Obviously stepping up a trip to 1,600 metres as well, but you'd like to think, based on the way he went through that he's going to stay a little bit further than the 1,200 metres he won over. So really exciting prospect, but very inexperienced.
Oh, there she is.
That might be the undoing. There is dear old Tagruda giving you a flash of her tail as she goes past.
There's very few horses I fall head over heels in love with, but she is one of them. I absolutely adore her. Do you know why we've said enough? She was a paddock pick and then won an absolute donkey race in Taif last season, and I was like, that's where we're going
and
now.
Not by a big margin either.
No, scrambled home.
Yeah.
But she's got a good attitude. She
runs those light green and pink colours that make you think
a little bit
about Prince Khalid Abdullah.
It's all there.
But yes.
Hannah, where on earth are you? Are you in the pre-parade ring, or have you gone somewhere else?
I am indeed, Callum. I'm in the pre-parade ring, and we're just having a look at some of the horses as they go by, which is a really good opportunity for you at home to have a look at them front on. There's often times which I talk about the chest, and going past there now is number 7, Jalnor, who looks absolutely fabulous in the pre-parade ring. Now, coming up next, she's got a bit of a gap in the pre-parade ring, and this is number 8, Tagruda. She looks very, very well. I was having a good look at her earlier on, really nice in the coat. I'd like to see a better action hind end, but nevertheless, coat looks great, and she's got the earplugs in as well. Coming up now, Farhed Al Muad, number 9. Got the noseband on and actually carries himself very, very well. Deep girth on that horse and looks great. Got number 10 behind. Gosh, they're whizzing by now. We'll have a look at number 11. This is Madrasa. Again, another nice looking horse with a beautiful shine on the coat. That's number 1, Amir Al Sham going past. And coming up now is number 2, Tawek Al Khaladir. Got the headgear on and the noseband. Behind is number 3, Bakrak Al Hizam. Kind of a big drop in the belly there. We've got number 4. Number 5 was also one I like the look of earlier. Katir Al Khaladir has the nasal strip. We've got number 6, Taz Al Raha. And then again, number 7, Jal Zanor, who has just gone by there. So that is all the horses there in the pre-parade ring. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Hannah. While you're down there, could you get a look at the 6, please? This is Tasal Al Rala, who is the horse that Rory's really keen on. We haven't really got a chance to get up close and personal with that runner. I see you've got a little bit of a gap in that pre-parade ring entrance, so if you could get Nawaf or whoever's on your camera to run over to look at the 6, that would be massively helpful, so we could have a look at that runner. Oh, I can see you running. Well, I can see Nawaf running. I can't see Hannah running at all. Hannah just gliding across the pre-parade ring. So let's have a look at the 6. Hannah, what do you make of this runner?
Like this, it's like a demand and I do. Number 6, Sal Al Rala. Yeah, looking rather well. Liver chestnut, a real nice shine on the coat. I wouldn't say too stiff behind. And also, I tell you what I can see dapples on that hind end. Remember, that's always a good sign of a good fitness, health inside. Temperament-wise, just bobbing the head there slightly. So I like that. Very relaxed and chilled out, taking it all in. So there's lots of positives with this horse for sure. But I have to say the gleam in the coat is something that definitely stands out. So Rory, you will be very pleased with that indeed. And while we're here, I'm going to get our cameraman now to drop back to the number 7, because this horse is walking rather well. It was walking out so much better. This is probably, I can't tell you enough. It's so nice to see a horse that actually walks out properly. He has taken the pace down a bit, but yeah, this is a good example. He does look a bit dull in the coat, this Jalnor, but he's still got some good muscle on the hind end indeed. But it was a walk that I was drawn to. I thought, my goodness, we've got one that's actually walking out well. It's good to see. But it's filling up actually here in the pre-parade ring, as you can see. But again, it's a nice quiet place, and it's always really nice to see the horses in here before we go out to the paddock. So I'm going to throw it back to you guys, and I guess let me know if there's anything else you want to see. I quite like this.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, we've had to wait until race 12, but we finally got a horse that walks well, so that's good and really does cover the ground. That's the 7, Jalnor. Roy, shall we start from the top and work our way through them nice and easy?
I'll tell you what, I'm not sure about the time for all of them. I'm maybe circle back to some of these. Let's go for the horses rated 100 and higher, which means we start from number 4.
Okay.
And pretty much go straight through, missing out number 10. All the way to the bottom.
So let's start with Near Has. This one comes in with a mark of 102, 4-year-old colt.
Yeah, and an improver until hitting a bit of a brick wall last time out in the Gulf Cup, which is probably a little bit too much behind Maitha Al Khaladir. We've mentioned that form line already, but prior to that was the winner of an Open, beating Montera Alamal by 14 1/4 lengths. He had run respectively behind Lacey de Violette in the King Faisal Cup at Taif, finishing 4th on that occasion. So had been going the right way, Near Has. That was a tough race against older horses last time out, but may still be able to do a little bit better.
Just seeing Keith Jorgensen in the chat. Lovely to see you, Keith. So you are right to correct me here. They're not racing for 500,000 stars. This is $500,000 US. It's a $500,000 US race. Thank you very much, Keith, for letting us know that, because I had totally missed that in the build-up. So Keith, one of the preeminent viewers of our channel who loves the purebred Arabian action and always gives us that extra information. So thank you very much, Keith. Lovely to see you back in touch. And yes, $500,000 USD. Come on, Tagruda. Let's get ourselves $500,000.
And also, I think this race might have been described as a handicap earlier on as well. It's a race that's only open to horses rated 90 or higher. So it's not like our 0 to 95 handicap, which went before. All of these horses are rated 90 plus, and indeed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them are rated 102 or higher. And that's not even mentioning Talal Al Rayla, who is the really exciting once raced maiden winner.
And I'd ask Keith this again. If Keith knows the answer to this, he might be more help. He might be even more help going forward. But
why is it dollars?
No, it's a good question. But I was going to ask, why are we not seeing any of the big-named Al Khalidiyah horses? This sounds like a perfect opportunity for a Turkey Al Khalidiyah or one of those maybe second-tier Al Khalidiyahs that we don't.
I don't know whether it's an open race. Other than that, we don't always get to see exactly what the race conditions are. But we've got Talal Al Khalidiyah and Asfan Al Khalidiyah both declared to run tomorrow. So, in the same race.
Well,
so that's why they're not in
that would be a shock. But again, it's the likes of Turkey. We saw Suwaiti Khalid Al Khalidiyah win earlier on in the card in a race where he was able to just get out and dominate, and certainly a confidence boost. But you'd imagine if you had plenty of support here, then if you had plenty of irons in your fire, you'd give this one a go, wouldn't you, for $500,000 US. Keith, if you do know why they're running for dollars, do let us know, because we'd be more than happy to you'd be helping us out alone, because like we said, we're not being dismissive of this. We simply just don't have the information. So any extra information available, we would greatly appreciate. Let's go down to next one. This is Katir Al Khalidiyah, the 5, Raw.
Yeah, has a big chance on the ratings, but is on a long losing run. Katir Al Khalidiyah, and I think the ratings might be a little bit flattering at the moment. Has been rated higher, was rated as high as 110, having finished 4th in the Gulf Cup, but only 6th in an open behind Jade DeFost. Early in December, and then late last month was 6th behind Turkey Al Khalidiyah, Mostab Seal Al Khalidiyah, and Masood Al Khalidiyah in the Prince Abdulaziz bin Musaid bin Jalawi Cup, and needs to bounce back from a couple of moderate efforts to be winning this.
Salah Rayla we've already spoken about, but Hannah is in the parading. Who have you caught up with?
Abdullah Rami, who is the analysis for the Arabic channel, but he's going to have a chat with us about this race and the fact that also this race prize money is in dollars. Tell us more.
Absolutely. Welcome, everybody. This is a very important race, Al Khalidiyah Stable Races. It's a Group 2, and it's $500,000. We have a couple of great horses here, for example, like Tasla Al Rayla, one run and he had a winner. And we have Nerhaz, we have Taghrouda, we have Fahad Mawad. All these promising horses and fillies are very strong and very good. I believe we're going to have a good race. I think Fahad Mawad and Taslal and Taghrouda will be the favorite. Then Nerhaz also will be, in a very good position to win this race. And I believe basically Taghrouda, if she waits in the back, her and Taslal will have a very strong finish and a big chance to win. Stay tuned. Tomorrow we have a very big races even with this festival, Prince Sultan Festival. It's a yearly festival. It's basically for Arabian racehorses. From here we had a great champions like Talal Khaldiyah, Talab Al Khaldiyah. And tomorrow we will have Talal and Asfan also running in the big race. Prince Sultan, it's $1.5 million. So I wish everybody good luck.
Oh, thank you very much for that. I mean, we've been learning a lot about this Arabian festival over these 2 days, which is very exciting. How long has this Arabian festival been going for?
Well, I think it's more than 10 years, and it has like 2 days of races and another 2 days or 5 days of horse show. So it's combined both beauties of the Arabian race horses.
Yeah. And how long has this festival been at this racecourse? Because it hasn't always been around here, has it?
Absolutely. It started like 2 years back. Usually we go there at Al Khaldiyah Farms. We are hosted there and we race there. People come from all around the world. And, since Arabian races have been introduced here in this race course, because before Arabian race horse don't run, only like 4 years or 5 years now we started running there. It's been a collaboration between Al Khaldiyah stables and basically Prince Sultan Festival and the Jockey Club here to bring the races here, where it is easier for everybody and the facilities are wonderful.
Well, thank you so much for all of that information. It's been great to know. We're looking forward to tomorrow, so thank you very much.
To do that, I'm here at any time. Thank you so much. All the best. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Over to you guys.
Really, really appreciate that. Great chat there. And again, the Arabic channel who we work alongside, they do great work they get a huge amount of viewers, and their highlight show is available on SSC4 in the evenings. And I'm often caught down at the bottom of our hotel watching it, then coming back from a meal. I thought, oh, there's our racing. Plenty of excitement. And there's Tagruda just making her way down to the start. We've talked about Salah Rayla, but clearly to Salah Rayla is the horse that everyone's most excited about here, Rory. Just like you said, very exciting debut.
Yeah, very young. With a big future ahead of him, and had to overcome lots of, pace bias, wide draw, inexperience, greenness to win on debut, and looks. Although it's difficult to give a horse a rating on that. He beat a horse rated 107. That horse probably didn't run quite to form, but still, you still have to give him a rating in the high 90s on the basis of that. But also the potential upside with him has got to be huge as well. He's a gorgeous looker too.
Well, look, he's only just turned 4, and he's a big, strapping individual, isn't he? He's a strong built type. He's very precocious and exciting to see him now taking on his older rivals for the first time. We've seen this before with a 3-year-old going up in a level, and it's not worked out. What's the difference for him? Is he just physically more mature, or is he going to find it all too tough?
We find the answer after the race rather than beforehand. All the horses like him who will be as exciting as anything in a race like this. It's about the potential upside, but you have to balance that with the fact that a lack of experience can count against you. It almost counted against him on debut. He's got stuck wide. Maybe didn't handle the bend brilliantly, but I think he was just positioned out wide just to get clear daylight so he could get after the leaders who got away a little bit. But yes, any horse with that kind of upside also has a downside that the more you race them, the more professional they tend to become. So you're weighing one against the other and seeing which one is going to win out. And we tend to want to see these horses who look really promising go and do it next time out. So maybe we over promote them a little bit, and we ignore a lot of the potential downsides. Also, there's this whole thing about you've only won a maiden. And actually, can you do the same thing against better horses? Because it's easy showing blazing speed against horses who are slow. And even on paper, if it says, oh, you're this fast, it can be harder to do against genuinely fast horses.
It looks like they're going to start loading very quickly here, Rory. So I'm going to have to offer a selection pretty sharpish, I think, because from what I'm seeing from the starter down there, he's waving everyone to get loaded. So who do you like in this?
Well, I'm going to go with Salah Al Rayla. I know, we've put it out there. The positives are that he did incredibly well to win on debut, and is capable of doing an awful lot better. The negatives are he's coming here in just a second start against very experienced horses and classy horses as well. But
I'm going for Tagruda. That's going to be my pick. Hannah, who do you like? Nice and quick. They're already loading.
7 for me, please. That will be my selection. John, I can see they're loading. It's over to you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, that was a very short link. Last 2 or 3 going in for our final race of the day. Some good trophies on offer, and this final race is no different. We're over the 1,600 metres. There's some good Arabian horse flesh here, and the guys have gone through it in pretty fine detail. Still waiting for Madrasa to go in, also waiting for Jal Noor to come forward. There is Jal Noor. Horse is rated 102. Quite a few greys, obviously, as befitting the fact that there's so many greys represented in the Arabian breed. Now, we're still waiting for this 7th horse to go in. Jal Noor's not desperately enthusiastic of the idea. To reinforcements in the stalls handling team. It's a pretty recalcitrant beast, though. Well done to all concerned. They always seem to get things sorted out, our stalls handling team here at Riyadh. Stand by. They're ready. Gates back, away they go. Lovely drone shots as well. And Jalno, who was very reluctant to go in, seemed rather reluctant to get out as well as they make their way through the early stages of this 12th and final race. Good speed from Madrasa towards the outside. Going to tack across. Alexis Moreno goes right across the field to grab that position on the rail. Amir Al-Kam is up with the pace as well in the green colours, the bay horse there. Followed towards the outer of that one by Tawak Al-Khaladir, who is in third spot at the moment. Also prominent is Nayaz, that's in the black and white colours. Towards the outside at the moment, racing a little bit wide, is Tagruda, but making a little bit of headway. And on the outside of Tagruda is Hafid Al-Khaladir. Field trails back to the slow starting Bayrak Al-Izam, who's towards the back, and the even slower starting Jalno has actually made up a little bit of ground, but you'd have thought has probably spent a bit of petrol to get there. So as they make the turn out of the back straight, it's Madrasa who's gone on here. Alexis Moreno trying to grab this race once again by the scruff of the neck. Round the outside, Tawak Al-Khaladir is making headway. Then up the inside in third, Katir Al-Khaladir, who's scraping the paint. Right round the outside, looking to get involved as well as Fahad Al-Muad. But the leader remains Madrasa as they swing for home. But up the inside, the danger is Katir Al-Khaladir. Madrasa, Katir Al-Khaladir, followed then by Nayaz, who races in third. There's a bit to do from there. Also trying to stay on as well is Taz Al-Rala as they make their way towards the final furlong now. Down on the rail, Katir Al-Khaladir has taken it up. Madrasa is battling back though, not going down without a fight. And here comes Salah Rala, who's now finishing with the proverbial wet sail. Salah Rala is beginning to get up. Salah Rala goes on. It gets past the game Madrasa, who battles back into second. Salah Rala the winner. Madrasa in second. Third horse home there was Nayaz, and we'll cut the fourth in a moment. Another winner for Rory Delagi. Terrific tipping in the Arabian racing. Tal Al-Rala has scored, and has scored very nicely, picking up the embattled leading duo in the closing stages. Back to the gang.
Oh, wow. Oh, goodness me, Rory. I think we've seen a very, very exciting purebred Arabian. So young, so precocious, so talented. Tafal Al-Rala just absolutely... And that's just me. Tafal Al-Rala is your winner here of the final contest. And Rory, we were talking about it all the way through because we knew Tagruda's chance was gone. But he's gone right up the rail, has shown plenty of greenness, but the ability is so clear to see.
Yeah, I really like this because I said it halfway. I thought his greenness was going to cost him the race because he was stuck on the rail, and that's a really hard place to be. On his debut, he had to cover a lot of ground, but at least he had room to manoeuvre. Whereas here, he was, he had horses closing in on him, coming around the bend. But he's shown real guts to hold his position. It would have been very easy just to get squeezed out, drop back in the field, and try to come wide. But he held his position. But then he needed to get wide. I was screaming for the jockey to get him wide. Because he doesn't really want to be going through a gap late in the day with his lack of experience. Once he's managed to pull just wide of Madrasa, I knew then he was going to finish and win the race. And he did it in really nice style. He will have learned loads from that.
You could see him thinking up the straight. His head's moving from side to side. He's getting a kick back in his face. But once the jockey pulls him wide, whoosh, there's still a change of gear.
There's a huge amount of ability there. And it's great to see an exciting young horse coming through. And he is a horse that we can really look forward to. Say it's a name you'll remember, but the name that's on your card is not going to be the same name as you see when we see him run under JCS rules next time. Talal Al-Rayla.
Yeah.
Rather than Tal Al-Rala, as it's written here. But he's a really exciting horse and something that will brighten the long days coming up. Yeah,
Tafal Al-Rayla is certainly a horse to watch out for. Remember, you'll need to write this name down because it will not appear on your race card form going forward. This is a race. This is a meeting limited to outside forces, so you won't see this as a JCSA registered event. So please don't let this horse slip through the net because I tell you what, the bookies will. So it certainly will be worth
it's a fair
noting
possibility.
on next start.
Even though this is a Group 2 race, it won't appear that way. You will see on the JCSA site, you will see that he's won this race. On other sites, the form won't exist because it's not, as I said, not specifically a JCSA sanctioned event because it's a joint venture between the JCSA and Al-Khaladia stables, and a wonderful event, I have to say.
Yeah, certainly a very, very good end to the day. Well done, Keith. Thank you so much for getting into our group chat here. Prince Khaled bin Sultan decided not to run his horses today in the Al-Khaladia Cup because he wanted to give other other stables a chance to shine, which is why we didn't see the likes of Turkey Al Kaladir running today. We are going to see some absolute superstars tomorrow, though. The purebred Arabians are coming to the fore, and I can't wait to watch it alongside everybody at home. Thank you for watching. That's all for tonight.